Northern Italy, world famous for its beautiful scenery and cities. You'll also find the mesmerizing town of Cremona that's been famous for many reasons other than racing. On the Piazza del Comune sits the magnificent Cremona Cathedral that has stood since the 11th century, and its creative talents of violin manufacturing as well. But the season opener starts with a new sound in Northern Italy. It is the reverberating engines of IAME X30 Racing. It is round one of the IAME Euro Series here at the Cremona karting circuit, year of opening 2015. Event record set on Thursday's qualifying practice sessions from Merrill Peldis, putting in a 49.113, a very quick time that actually wasn't beaten in time qualifying. However, the qualifying time was still not beaten there. The track itself, though, 235 meters down the start finish straight. It's 150 meters down the back straight. Total track length 1.2 kilometers, about 8 to 10 meters wide. Elevation change around 4 meters. I think it's a little flatter than that one, but still a very fast and flowing circuit for the drivers to go racing on. Turns, 15 of them in total, 10 to the right, 5 to the left, and the 4 hairpins out there. All of those corners give ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 3, 4, 5, 11, 12, and turn 8 also. Means you see some fabulous overtaking. We also see them in towards turns 14 and sometimes 15 as well. Top speed drivers will be reaching will be down the main straight. They'll reach around 123 kilometers an hour, averaging around 87 kilometers an hour around the lap. That does change, of course. If it's wet or dry, they can go a little bit faster if it is drier. But the track itself, though, is not dry. As myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. Guillaume, we've had a very busy morning of racing. We've got an even busier afternoon of racing. 14 races to go of the day. 10 are completed out of the 24 we've had. And Junior X30 qualifying Heat B versus C is the one coming up next.
Thank you for joining us once again live on the IAMEEuroseries.com official website. We are live as well on YouTube, Facebook, and Motorsport TV. As always, to cover up close kart racing at its best. And for the first time, my dear Anthony, in Cremona for the IAME Euro Series. What a great spectacle it has been so far. Not the easiest of conditions. We ran into dry conditions yesterday for the first 3 senior opening qualifying heats. And then this morning, ever since, the rain has been with us, even though it has stopped and the racing line seems to be drying out. But as you can see, Benjamin Westwood, who will be starting from pole position for the B versus E qualifying heat up next, is still very much on wets as for the majority of the drivers. Let's hear what he had to say yesterday after his beautiful performance in qualifying. Benjamin Westwood, that was a good start to the opener of the IAME Euro Series for you. The fastest of your group, one of the fastest overall in the class. What do you think for the qualifying heats of this weekend? Feeling in good shape with the kart and everything?
Yeah, I'm feeling in good shape. The kart's excellent. Yeah, I can't explain more.
What do you think you missed in qualifying? Because a couple of tenths from overall pole position, there's a lot of you out there. It wasn't always easy to find your way through traffic, I guess.
Yeah, I was alone, just pushing by myself. So yeah, it's okay.
So a little bit on your own, but tomorrow that will be something different, I guess, into the peloton. What do you make of the track of Cremona, and where do you think you can maximize your track on time tomorrow?
I think we have the first sector very fast, so I think in the race we maximize there.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, qualifying may have been good for Benjamin Westwood. Unfortunately, his first qualifying heat was far from the same, dropping 16 places, plus a 5-second time penalty, dropped to 18th place at the start of this one. This time around, though, as you can see by that notification on your screen, he has decided to swap sides of the grid. Now, the pole sitter has got that right. Only the front row can do that. So effectively, he's put Jesse Phillips on the inside, going in towards turn number 1. Now, you might be thinking, Anthony, why on earth has he done that? Well, it's a wet track, and that outside racing line has been faster at the starts of races if you can get your kart done round there. However, the inside line usually gets the jump. This time they won't, because, of course, it will be Westwood who will get the front-running start there. Here we go, then. Engines have fired up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Benjamin Westwood and Jesse Phillips going from row number 1. Louis Bazeret and Archie Owen go from row number 2. Gabriel Benecki and Nicola Frigg go from row 3. They'll have Didier Kreeft and Nilas Malik on row number 4. Fabio Parariti and Johan Jurkin go from row 5. They'll have Denny Babacek and Max Yule on row number 6.
Then on row number 7, we have Aaron Meta and Lorenko Bilao, followed by Jung Rana and David Stefan on row number 8. Row number 9, Daniel Oliver and Zoltan Koigny. Row number 10, further back, Bruno Reiling, the Winter Cup winner in February in Valencia. Alongside him, Noah Grenier from Belgium, Mathis Mouche, Alejandro Campos on row 11. And row number 12, Baran Aga Altsoy, as well as Susuku Maeda. A total of 24 drivers, missing Yug Rana apparently, and that's quite a shame for the Indian driver who was supposed to start from P15 on the grid. He seems to be missing from our screens as well, not on track at the moment for a reason unknown to us, unfortunately, but hopefully he will be back later this afternoon. A quick look at the race control with the head of race control, Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. The two having to play with a lot of cameras and screens in front of them, as you can see. They are the brains, the eyes, and pretty much the epicenter of all activity here, because they keep all of their eyes certainly on what's happening on track. So all the decisions that are being taken by the officials come from this room. And we have the reason why Yug Rana is not with us anymore. He's been, well, disqualified from the competition, which is quite unfortunate to read. Thank you very much, Anthony, for picking that up on the official results. But Yug Rana, so disqualified from the event. That's something that you don't get to see every day. Martin Bean, the race director of the IAME Euro Series, is the one keeping a close watch as well on anything that's happening on track, with the help of race control to make sure to get those actions in line and get the drivers to behave at the formation of the grid and throughout the course of each of the races. So a lot of people, as you can imagine, being active on and off the track to make sure that everything goes according to plan. This is a view of the mechanic bridge. All the mechanics of all the teams competing get to have a roof above their head and follow up close the performance of the drivers just near that big building where the starting grid finds itself. And this is where, through the course of the afternoon, we'll get to speak to some of the drivers in the upcoming live interviews.
Indeed we will. Here we go then, or here we not go then. We are going round again. There we go. Yeah, back of the grid, not formed up at all there, Guillaume. That was a bit of a shaky start. Now, it looked absolutely fine on the inside. Now, remember, there will be a little bit of confusion in that mid-pack because there is a driver missing from this grid. They have to keep that gap there as well. They can't fill that gap up with another car. They have to keep it clear. Yeah, there'll be a little bit of confusion there, but that was a little bit shaky at the back, not what you'd like to see. Rain has held off over the lunch break, which is a rare sight. Usually when we go racing, it's usually the lunch break where we get a downpour, and then when we come back, it's a completely soaked circuit. But no, it has stayed nice and calm over the lunch break period, and the track conditions, again, are still the same, and I can imagine are probably the best they've been so far today, actually, I would say.
We're getting close to what we had yesterday in terms of condition. Very cloudy, as you can see above our heads, but a drying circuit. And hopefully this will remain the same for the afternoon.
Yeah, certainly so. Just a reminder then, Dan Alaman and Jesse Phillips taking the win earlier on. Jesse Phillips in this race again, this time on the inside, as Benjamin Westwood has chosen to switch sides of the grid, opting for the outside line in towards turn number 1. Here we go then, into the tram lines, and we are racing. One car there not in the tram lines. I don't know if that was while it was green or not, but the start is good for the rest of them, and Benjamin Westwood holds on to his lead. There is spins in the background, 3-4 karts off in the background as well. We'll find out who they are in a moment's time, but crucially at the front, Phillips didn't manage to get a good start from that inside line. He's got into second place now. He did lose out to Archie Owen, who did step up into second place for a brief moment. Drivers who were involved in that spin further at the back, it was Daniel Oliver. I think Zoltan Koigny was one of them, and Noah Grenier was the other, but they've all got going again, so everyone still in this race.
Yeah, incredibly, considering the amount of drivers that got together into those first few corners, but we do have everybody on board once again, and the battle for the lead and the contact between Benjamin Westwood and GC Phillips, I think, was trying to get ahead. Yes, indeed, GC Phillips losing momentum, dropping to P3. That was the first attempt. Westwood shut that door on GC Phillips, who was trying to make his way past. There's been a slight contact. We might need to see that again. But Phillips was quick to respond, dropping to third and already taking the second place back to Archie Owen. But doing that is going a little bit wide and on the inside, clipping the curb. Not one, not two, but up to three drivers trying to find their way.
Yeah, indeed. Max Yule and Benecki all trying to find their way past. Archie Owen, Didier Krief, Jesse Phillips all fighting on their own piece of tarmac there, but it was all a bit like it went about 4 or 5 wide through the turn 1 corner there, and you can see some big changes there. Pelleretti dropping down to 11th place at the end of that one, but Westwood still controls the front of this one. Didier Krief has gone a little wide there at turn number 8 as he tries to bring it back onto the straight and narrow, left his door open there for the likes of Louis Rezeray to try and send it down the inside, but that never came to fruition. Well, Phillips is back up into second place now as it's getting a little bit choppy and changey there. Max Yule and Didier Krief giving each other some grief out there, and the two are side by side now. Well, Archie Owen will have to fight this one off as he's looking down the inside of Didier Krief, and he's got himself up into P5 now. To the line, change for the lead as well. It's Phillips, Benecki, Westwood. Here comes Benecki to the lead. It is the Frenchman looking very strong now as he gets back into the race lead here. Phillips gets back through though, and as these two go chopping and changing, all that's going to do, Guillaume, is bring the entire pack closer and closer.
Yeah, and we cannot wait to see that happening as neutral viewers that we are. Let's give it some more battles. This is the right way to start the afternoon, and thanks for joining us once again. Plenty of racing action on schedule here in Cremona, and it's starting right off with the juniors battling along. GC Phillips, Benecki around the outside. There goes the British driver trying to get a better momentum on the outside of turn number 11. That was number 8 and the last sector. But Benecki, now they can make their way into turn number 11 and 12. That's a very tiny section, technical, the most technical of all 3 segments of the track. But the exit right here on the outside of turn number 12 and 13 is crucial to get enough momentum into the last curb and try to prevent eventually someone overtaking you. As on the left side you can see TG Krief attacking Archie Owen. Archie Owen is defending, not quite enough, with Owen taking on the inside line. Krief the inside line, and Owen going around the outside and keep on the momentum going, and he's able to hold on to that position. So there's battles happening left and right into that first part of the peloton. That's going to be an interesting one for sure. Hitting a halfway mark into this 8-lap qualifying heat. Still led by GC Phillips, 0.3 of a second. A little bit of mattress for the British driver in front. Benecki in second. Third is Yule. Westwood down in fourth. Battling with Owen, Krief, Louis, Malik, Babicek, and Stefan down in P10.
Yeah, that's Malik running slightly wide there at turn number 8 on that last lap. Brings it back onto the circuit, but yeah, dropping down a few spots on that one. Eyes focusing on this train, and you know why we're seeing this, Guillaume? Track conditions improving. The grip levels going up, lap times are coming down just that little bit. So again, you're getting that confidence level back in the drivers, but we'll just have to wait and see if it stays like this and if it gets even faster and better. As Owen again, just sweeping round Benjamin Westwood there, the pole sitter, now dropping down to around P6, again opting for that wider line on the circuit. And I'm just looking at Westwood's nose cone there as well, and I'm seeing that bobbing up and down just that little bit. I think that may have been have come loose off the bracket there, and oh, good blimey, that was very close there with the carts just going in through turn 3, but everyone's still on the circuit. Eyes watching this one because Phillips continues to break away now, half a second clear from Benecki. They're also both clear from Max Yule in third place. This is that battle. Max Yule, Didier Krief now into P4, Archie Owen on the back foot now, trying to close back in on these two. Didier Krief had a relatively decent race earlier on as well, I want to say, for Krief. He got up into, I think, the top 5, so a very strong race for him, and he's doing the same in this one, currently in P4, and he is hunting down Yule. We'll keep an eye on that gap because the sector times are looking interesting. Both of them are actually faster than Benecki as well, so Yule and Krief are both faster than this man on your screen here now, so we could see a battle a little further up this order.
Let's see what happens in this first qualifying heat of the afternoon in terms of respective lap times. They're lapping in 1 minute 0.6. So in qualifying they were about between 50 and 51 seconds. So it shows us that the lap times are indeed getting faster by the minute, as the racing line is getting drier as well. That might help some of the drivers into the respective performances. What's going to be interesting, as we are still in between conditions, we might see the strength of some of the drivers starting to emerge, as this morning has been about those who can master the conditions in the rain in all three classes. But now, let's see who will be able to take advantage of those changing conditions coming back to dry, hopefully, for some of them. Certainly, there's been certainly a little bit of a dance during the lunchtime by some of the drivers to pray for the rain not to come back. As for now, Jesse Phillips seems to be enjoying those conditions as well, mastering his wet tires, almost a second on Benecchi. Max Yule still down in third. The battle is raging further back with Didier Kreeft on the driver from Mike Barrett Racing, holding on that third place into turn number 3. Look how close they are. He's really seeking for that opportunity, clipping the curb, Didier Kreeft, to try to shake up a little bit his opponent. As those two get into sector number 2, the left, the right. A good momentum is needed there to make your way down to that hairpin number 8. We've seen so many overtaking maneuvers, left and right as well, going a long way onto the curb. Not happening quite yet, but the checkered flag is getting near. Or either Yule or Kreeft to hold that position. Oh, there's been a contact and another one, and Kreeft gets ahead of his rival, clipping the curb on the inside in a space that I thought would never come.
Well, robust but fair, I would say, on that one. We couldn't really see, they were behind the barriers, but yeah, definitely a bit of wheel banging going on, but both drivers still rotating and still having a very strong race. Last lap board is out then for Jesse Phillips. If Phillips can get this cut to the end, he'll be the only driver so far this weekend to get back-to-back qualifying heat wins. No one in the seniors has managed to do that. We will have to wait and see about the minis, of course, because they're having their second round of qualifying heats coming up later on. But so far in the juniors, Phillips would be the only one on course for that one, as Benecchi sets the fastest lap of the race. On this last lap, he is closing in, but I think Phillips has got this one in the bag. He is just driving this one right to the end. No drama for him. A really calm race on this one once again. He had the switch around. He was put to the inside of row number 1 at the start from Benjamin Westwood. He chose to switch sides. He's dealt with that one nicely. He dealt with the likes of Louis Brahez going through, Archie Owen going through as well, and Benecchi as well, all battling in that early stages. So just showcasing he has got some waft here this weekend. Out of the final corner, Jesse Phillips will see that checker flag for the second time this weekend. He becomes the only back-to-back heat winner this weekend so far, ahead of Gabriel Benecchi from Didier Kreeft, Max Yule from Archie Owen, Denny Babacek finishing in P6 after getting 5 places from Louis Bazare. Benjamin Westwood, pole sitter, dropping 7 places, but finishes in P8 ahead of Nilas Malik. David Mintuna finishing in 10th place with a gain of 6 places. Valau from Yerkin, Grenier from Greeling, Pelleriti from Frigg, Medea from Oliver, Campos, Meta, Mush from Coyne, and Anton Soy finishing in 23rd place. So a strong run for the field. Biggest gainer of positions in that one has to be Max Yule, 8 places gained for the Mick Barrett Racing driver, finishing that one in P4. One more junior race to go then in their second round of qualifying heats until we see them out later on today for their third and final round. We're finding out who will be starting where for the super heats tomorrow, and if there will be any drivers going home. But congratulations from his mechanic. Jesse Phillips is clear and dry then, the only back-to-back winner, as he gets his card on the trolley. They're not like these things, they're pretty heavy. So again, good work from him after a full race, able to lift that cart up. Here we go then at the start. There you can see one cart right in the middle of the lines there. I'm not sure why they were positioned there at the start, but hopefully all is good for that one. But initially, good getaway for the front runners. Little bit of drama in the background for some others. See 3-4 carts off in the background there. Coiny, I believe, was one of them. And as well, there was a few more involved in that one. I think Letsoy was another for the MDC Racing team. Westwood, though, in the lead for the majority of that opening lap. There was the first little attempt from Phillips, who would switch to the outside at turn number 12. End up losing a few places from that one. That brought in the likes of Archie Owen into second place. Owen would lose out on those positions, though, because both Phillips and Kreeft would go through. The same as Max Yule, battling his way throughout the 75, diving it down the inside there. That gained a huge chunk of positions in that early stage. He brought along the likes of Gabriel Benetti in the background as well. So they all started to fight through this order. There was the change for the lead, the Frenchman to the front of the number 84, and a great little dive to the inside. However, didn't hold on to it. Phillips immediately on the charge back, down the inside at turn number 3. And this battle did rage on for a little bit between these two. It kind of brought the entire pack into play here. This was Max Yule's closest attempt for a front-running finish. Unfortunately, that gap would open up again. Kreeft down the inside again later on, dropping those positions, battling away with Archie Owen. And Owen again with great kart control around the outside, just able to maintain his positions as well. Coming away with a strong P5 finish at the end of that race. This moment here, Kreeft and Yule robust, but I think fair close race in between the two of them. You can just see a little bit of comings together there. Another one on the exit, but no major drama between the two. Now this is Denny Babacek a little further down in the field. He was battling away nicely with the rest. Now he finished P6 with a gain of 5 places. He had Lou Bazare and Benjamin Westwood in tow. But Jesse Phillips securing a second qualifying heat win. Means he has maximum points now to his name, 100 points in total. But he's not out of the woods just yet because, of course, Dan Aleman is out next. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm here with JC Phillips. JC, second win in a row, so it's looking pretty good. So you had one in the bag in the rain. Now changing conditions. How would you describe the state of the track at this point?
It was still pretty wet. I mean, there are a few dry patches appearing, so hopefully it'll dry out a little bit more. There's definitely a dry line starting to come, especially in the last sector. You can definitely go a lot tighter everywhere, maybe get off some curbs, but yeah, it's drying out a lot.
If you were to choose between one of the two, or maybe a third option, what would that be to maximize yourself and your performance out there?
Well, I do like the wet. I've done a lot of it back home. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're going around pretty well, so let's keep it this way just for the rest of the day, and then we'll see how we do in the dry tomorrow, or if it's wet again, hopefully we can see the same.
Yeah, it was the case like a couple of days ago. Most of the drivers had like rain for pretty much the entire event, and then dry coming to the Sunday's final. That could be an advantage considering that you're using only the wets and then keeping fresh slicks coming to the most important of races.
Yeah, I think we'll have some clean tyres. They'll be pretty new. We've only done one session qualifying. We only did 2-3 laps, so they'll be pretty much brand new. So we'll have a lot of grip out there. So yeah, we'll hope for the best. I think we'll get a new set for a final as well. So yeah, we'll be rapid, but hopefully it stays wet for today and we can maximise that.
Fantastic. Fingers crossed for you. Best of luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, JC Phillips. Best of luck for the last of the junior qualifying heat for him and Fusion Motorsport. You heard him. There's a new rule as well in place. An extra set of dry tires for the finalist coming on Sunday. We'll get some more time to talk about it. Anthony, get back to you for now.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there bracing those chilly conditions out there, or as it has increased just to a nice warm 12 degrees out there. It's warming up, I would say, but everyone doesn't look too happy about that. They are still wrapped up. It's still a very chilly, wet, miserable day out there, I will say, but the racing still pretty firm, and that is heating up the circuit pretty nicely for us. And like Jesse was saying, yes, it is the best we've seen this track so far today. Looking a lot faster then, and hopefully we'll see those times come down just a little bit more. Like we were saying, next race coming up, Junior X30. This is qualifying heat A versus D. That'll be heading out onto the track, and you can see there just in the background, they have made their way onto the circuit for their 2 formation starts on this one. Like we were saying, Jesse Phillips has been the only driver so far to get back-to-back qualifying heat wins. Can Dan Aleman do the same in this one? He starts this one on the front row, the outright pole sitter from qualifying. If he can get another qualifying heat win on this one, he will be on top of that intermediate classifications. He'll be starting on the front row with Finley Lines starting alongside Riley Cranham, and Elvis Krakowskis will be on row 2. Then have Sitte Rademacher and Elias Ebbers-Dobler on row number 3. Max Endicott and Andrea Galamberti go from row number 4. They'll have Charlie Johansson and Gabriel Canal on row number 5. Matteo Melis and Henry Carter, they will round out the top 6 on the top 12 on row number 6. Romeo Mello and Ludwig Granquist go from row 7. They'll have Matteo Paruccio and Jacob Backler on row 8. Max Lacroix and Rock Pinheiro go from row number 9. Ben Goetz and Peter Scharekson go from row 10. They'll have Rafael Zersky and Aurelio Gustinelli on row number 11. Freddie Wood will be shotgun at the back of the field, 12th row in 23rd place. Well, as I keep an eye on everything out there, I keep looking at any puddles that I can see too far away from me for any spots of rain, but all the puddles I can see looking like they're absolutely fine. So rain holding off for the time being. Clouds looming over the circuit, but the track is back to a drying state. And as these races progress, it will get faster and faster. But we are not at the level for slicks just yet. But as it goes on, I'm sure we will be on it a little bit later on today. Plenty of races to get through. We are one down of the 14 that we have over the course of this second half of the day. And all the meanwhile, we'll just wait and see what happens here, because of course the points are still in fluctuation. This is the second round of qualifying heats for the juniors. They'll be out later on today for their 3rd and final qualifying heat for both groups, and we will see who will be starting on pole position for those superheats tomorrow. It's going to be a very busy day and a very busy season as well, of course. The first round of a championship is always a tense moment. You always feel like, oh, you know, you had a good year last year. You come into the first round, you have a bad weekend on your first round. You think, oh, no, it's all going wrong. But don't fret, because you've got 3 more rounds to go after this one, so it's absolutely fine. It's just a long old year. Here we go then. Drivers making their way round into the final couple of corners. Dan Aleman and Finley Lines on the front row of this grid. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn number 1 as the lights do not go out. They go around again. I think they were very early on the go there. You saw the puff of smoke kick out before the lights have actually gone out. They need to wait until those lights go out before they can accelerate, and that is a false start for the drivers, and a lot of them jumped out the tram lines as well at the start of that. So good to see that the drivers did actually spot that. Because I think they were primed ready for a go.
Yeah, it can happen a few times. We've had it since yesterday already. But you got to go by the rule, and especially when it comes to the formation of the grid. Martin Bean, the race director of the IAME Euro Series, will be watching better twice than one, just to make sure that everybody is aligned in the corridor and that the pole sitter is able to keep everybody at bay before crossing the yellow light. And once the yellow line, once the light go out, it's always easier said than done, of course, from our outside perspective, with the pressure mounting on the shoulders of the drivers. Sometimes, and it's not uncommon to have a pole sitter finding himself for the first time of his young career in that position of having to lead a pack of other drivers willing to get by the turn number 1. So it's not easy to resist between that temptation of accelerating just a little bit too soon and holding off the pack just quite enough to get into the line. But attempt number 2, and this one is good. The light go out and we're racing once again in Cremona. A pretty good start from the pole sitter. Dan Aleman clipping the curb only on the line. And he was about to lose that first position, but the Fusion drivers already on his tail with Riley Cranham, as well as Stig Rademacher chasing the leader from the Spirit Racing team. Pretty much everybody going through the first few corners. Pretty much a good getaway for the entire field. no drama whatsoever at the back end of the grid, as the Fusions are now giving the chase to Dan Halleman, who was able to hold on to that position. He has one win already under his name, has run inside, clipping the curve into number 8, goes to 63. Beautiful overtaking maneuver from Henry Carter from Crack Promotion, stepping one place is up into the classification, into the last sector, diving through onto the curb. In 4th place, we have the 23, that is Lia Herbers Dobler, the German driver for Ops Racing Team. Pretty good start, actually, climbing through the ranks, as Lias was only P6 and now finds himself 2 positions a little bit higher, up into P4. Let's have a look at the classification. They come across in front of us. 1 lap completed. Dan Halleman, Riley Graham, Stig de Radermaker, Lias Herbers Dobler, Henry Carter, Elvis Krasauskas, Finlay Lyons, Max Endicott, Matteo Melis, and Andrea Galimberti. That's for your top 10.
Well, I'm just going to point out Henry Carter's having a brilliant start to his race. 7 places gained to now sit in P5. So he's having a very strong performance here. We're watching De Rademaker and Evers Dobler battling away. Carter just sitting behind them. So a very close run here. Alaman breaking away as well. Guillaume Cranham, though, in tow, like you were talking about. But the gap, 0.8 of a second. As we cut back here, now what has happened? Oh, one card off in the background there. Looks like a TB card. I believe that may have been Romeo Melo from Portugal out of this race. Well, he's still in it, but he's now circulating in 23rd place. And that's a risky one, getting caught out in one of those big standing water puddles, because that can flood an engine, that can cause it to cut out and not start, it can get into the electrics, anything like that. So he's very lucky that cart's still going. Yeah,
I was going to say, it's not just about grass. This is about standing water, and sometimes even more. You know, there's a lot of mud out there, and as we've seen, spraying the water all over the mechanic and the engine and the rest of the parts of the car. You know, that can prove to be, you know, very, very difficult to get going at the pace of your choice afterwards.
This is starting to get interesting now at the front. Riley Cranham setting the fastest lap of the race, 105.870. The gap less than a second between the two of them. It is fluctuating, but Dan Alaman not out of the woods yet. That was a big lunge there from Henry Carter to try and close in on De Rademaker. Not able to do so. Now he's got past Evers Dobler. Evers Dobler down into P5 now. Krakowskis in P6. Melis is having a good race. 4 places gained, is there in 7th place. Endicott and Lyons are circulating together in 8th and 9th place ahead of the top 10. Backler, who's up 6 places in this race. And again, another little dive there from Carter. So looking really, really strong there is Henry Carter. That cart's still well balanced for this race. And again, choosing that outer wide line. Just throwing it out there. A smattering of investigation flags has just come up on my screen here. And one of them is the 17 of Gabriel Canel of France. One of them is the 38 of Andrea Galimberti, and the other is the 23 of Lilius Evers Dobler. And crucially, they were 6th, 8th, and 10th on the outside row at the start of that race. So what did they spot that we didn't see at the start of that race? As we keep an eye on this battle here, Guillaume, and it's all going to fall into its own rhythm here now, because Carter all over the back of Stig de Rademaker. He's going to go for a move at any point now. I can feel it.
Yeah, we can certainly do. And the question is, at what spot of the track will he choose? There's a couple of them, as we've talked about previously. Turn number 3, turn number 5, turn number 8, and in the last sector, 11 and 12, and even in 13 and 14, before making your way back onto that spot on the fast start-finish lane. So there's plenty of overtaking maneuvers and opportunities for maneuvers here on this layout of Cremona. But at the moment, he's just keeping a close watch, as it seems, with Riley Cranham, another fastest lap in the bag, trying to get close to Dan Halleman. A battle on screen between the leader from Spirit Racing, very much a Swiss team, and a Swiss driver. And Riley Cranham, fastest lap after fastest lap, really getting on the nerves of Dan Halleman. Let's see how he's going to be able to manage that, because Halleman has won already one race into this junior class. A second would do him good, considering that JC Phillips, his closest rivals, has 2 best results to his name already. If he wins, that would put him on equal footing, on equal points as well, 100 for both. if he stays where he is, if he can keep that P1 going. A quick look over the shoulder. That's never an easy sign when a driver under pressure start looking at where the rival is. But you can hardly blame Dan Halleman for feeling the pressure and trying to check out where Riley Cranham might be. Is very much on his tail, on the inside, trying to have a different momentum, choosing a different racing line. And Dan Halleman is having none of it and will close, or at least try to close all the doors at every turn.
Halleman is going to defend this one purely because of the fact that he wants to make sure he's leading those points going into that final round of qualifying heats to make sure that he's got pole position for what he needs, and it makes his job getting into pole position for the final a lot easier as well. He will want to make sure he holds on to this one. There is a look at the points. You can see Halleman and Phillips at this moment have been the only two drivers to win both. He's not won, obviously, a second one yet, but he's in the lead of it, which means that he would be joint on points and leading it because he out-qualified Phillips. But going into that one, very important that he keeps hold of this one. Cranham, though, he's going to try and help out himself and his teammate here if he can get the job done, and he's done it. Down the inside through turn one, a lot tighter on the entrance, and you can see how much more speed you can carry on that normal racing line. And Cranham delivering a good blow there to Dan Halleman, and now Halleman's got to really think what he wants to do here now. Because he's going to be dropping back in this order. He doesn't want to be dropping too far off the back. It's not the end of the world. He's only dropped to second in the points, but that's now 6 points he won't have versus Phillips's 6 points gain that he'll have now in those points. So, yeah, he needs that position back. But Cranham, he's not going to make that easy, and he's already opened up a gap of half a second.
Yeah, keep in mind that each of the qualifying heat victory is worth 50 points, so the maximum a driver can get in this class of the juniors is 150 out of 3 races, and the driver topping the classification at the end of those qualifying heats will get to start on pole position for the first of the 2 super heats of the class scheduled on Sunday morning, with the points that come with it for the championship. We're not there yet. We'll get a chance to talk to some of the leaders towards the end of the afternoon and make our own calculations as we head for tomorrow. But the final lap is in, and Riley Cranham not only was he able to get close to Dan Halleman, put the pressure, get the move done, and now he keeps on increasing that gap at a frenetic pace by the look of it, 1.1 second. It's fair to be said that maybe Dan Halleman, considering, suddenly realizing that he don't have what it takes to follow the pace of the British driver, chose to back down a little bit and securing that second place result, which is considering there's one more race to go for those drivers, that could still be worth a pole position for one or two super heats, depending on GC Phillips results coming later for the last round of heats. But Riley Cranham on his way to what would be victory #1 for him in the junior class.
Yep, certainly will be. Solid drive for Riley Cranham then, as he'll make his way round the final corners. Once more, it is a Fusion driver on top here. In the qualifying heat, Riley Cranham takes it ahead of Dan Halleman, denies Halleman the back-to-back qualifying heat wins, and that puts Jesse Phillips at the top of the points. Sid de Rademaker taking third from Henry Carter, Lias Ebersdobler finishing in P5 ahead of Matteo Mellis, Elvis Krakowskis from Max Endicott, Ludwig Granqvist and Jacob Bashler rounding out the top 10 as they will make their way back into Parc Ferme. A calm and controlled race there, Guillaume. No real major dramas. And the track, again, ever improving. You can see drivers actually going on dirty part there to try and cool probably those wet tyres down, because it's, it's looking ever drier out there. I'll be curious to see if we're not ready for 6 at all. We're not ready. But yeah, I'm going to be really curious as to see when they're going to come out.
Yeah, and we'll keep an eye on that throughout the course of the afternoon. Classification in full, Riley Cranham, winner in front of Dan Halleman, Stig de Rademaker, Henry Carter, Lias Ebersdobler in front of Matteo Mellis, Elvis Krakowskis, Max Endicott, Ludwig Granqvist, Jacob Bachler, Andrea Galimberti, Matteo Berruccio, Finlay Limes, Aurelio Gustinielli, Peter Sarkisian, Gabriel Canal, Charlie Jonasson, Ben Goods, Freddie Wood, Max Lacroix, Ralph Erzak, Romeo Melo, and Rock Pinera. 23 drivers at the start and the same amount at the checkered flag. And let's take a look at how things went into that qualifying heat of the junior category. From the left side, a good getaway from pole position for Dan Halleman at the wheel of his London race machine from Spirit Racing, part of the OTK group, in front of some of the Fusion drivers, giving him the chase, Stig de Rademacher and Rally Cranham, putting themselves in second and third. Some drivers as well in that opening lap, like the number 20, Elvis Krasauskas, around the inside of one of his rivals. It's all about finding the right racing line, and one driver didn't find it for sure, being pushed a little bit on the wrong side of the track outside of that hairpin. Number 8 was able to get going afterwards. One of the TB cars, there was Romeo Melo, unfortunately going through that trouble. As in the meantime, heading towards the conclusion of that race, Riley Graham, not only did he give the chase to Dan Halleman, kept going, gave the pass, and then improved on his gap up to 1.5 seconds to the checkered flag. So a really masterful demonstration of driving skills for Riley Graham, beating Dan Halleman. That secures potentially a pole position for tomorrow. The Superheat is currently second in the order on equal points with Riley Graham. Those two 6 units shy from GC Phillips. You're still your current leader of the junior classification. So there's all still to play when it comes to getting your hands on the pole position for the Superheat of Sunday morning. For the junior category, we have one last round of qualifying heat that will take place a little bit later after the next 2 rounds of qualifying heats. First for the minis and then 3 for the seniors. And then we'll get back for the juniors and once again for the mini and the senior to get our pole sitters for tomorrow.
Exactly that. Well, Mini X30 qualifying heat B versus C. That is coming up next for their second round of qualifying heats. And already at the start of this, it's been a very interesting start for this one. Austin Newstead in the first qualifying heat took the win, and a gain of 11 places in that one. The same for Mason Brooks. He managed to gain 11 places, finished his race in P2 as well. Now, the other race as well, George House took the win on that one. Peter Antonio finishing in P2 ahead of Johnson Stewart as well. So there were some big gains in those races earlier on. Now, on the front row of this one, you've got Aurelio Longatano. He went off the track at the start of his race at the beginning, if you remember. He ran wide at the start of the race. Wyn Gottschalk, starting alongside, also had drama on his first opening lap, where he had a spin. He was caught in a collision with another, and yes, he would go backwards. Those 2 drivers now start on the front row of this grid. This race for the front row is very, very important.
Yeah, they need to pick up the results, they need the points, and they need the confidence back after the trouble they went through into the respective first qualifying heat. So Aurelio Longatano on the first position of the grid, pole position that is for the B versus C, and Gottschalk by his side. But there's not just about the 2 of them into that field. There's a lot of other contenders who can place for the win coming to the 7 laps of length for that qualifying race. Hurricane Johnson Stewart will be alongside on row number 2. That's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen.
Interview ready then. We'll head down and see what happened with Aurelio Longatano after time qualifying.
Aurelio Longatano, a job well done for you at the end of qualifying here in Cremona. You're starting the IAME Euro Series on a good step. That was good pace in qualifying. Can you tell us more about how you did it?
I'm really happy for have my second win in the qualifying.
Yeah, that was indeed a good performance. You must feel happy. Tomorrow, competition will be certainly hard, as it was in qualifying, but in racing mode, what do you think you can do here in Cremona based on your pace?
I think I can win.
That's a good spirit. Like the name of your team, you'd like to say something to maybe your friends and fans and supporting you here in Cremona for the start of the IAME Euro Series?
I want to say thanks to my dad, that's my mechanic, and Ken Aleman, Team Spirit, and Kurt Aleman, and my mom.
Beautiful words. Best of luck to you. Bonne chance.
Thank you. Merci.
Well, it's nice to hear from the young drivers as well, and Aurelio Longatano. Like the others that we got a chance to talk to yesterday, English not being their mother tongue, and sometimes you want to make them comfortable, and he chose to go for option B, trying his English, practicing, and we cannot be more grateful for that, to show support to the youngsters and the stars of tomorrow in the world of karting. Aurelio Longitano, who will be starting from pole position. Can he translate that qualifying effort into qualifying here results? Well, remains to be seen.
Well, we'll find out as they make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup ahead of qualifying heat B versus C. Aurelio Longitano and Wyn Gottschalk will go from row number 1. Both of them need a very strong race in this one. They have both suffered from low finishes in the order, so they need to make sure they sort it out this time around. Henry King and Johnson Stewart, they go from row 2. Harry Williams and George House, they secure row number 3. Keep an eye on the two Brits on that third row of the grid. Mason Hibbert and George Clark go from row 4 with Adam Buhofer and Max Cruz on row number 5.
Row number 6, we'll see Austin Newstead and Colby Pattinson side by side. Then we have on row number 7 Sasha Miras and Kim Minjiao, as well as Denver Boss, Andy Stewart on row number 8, row number 9, Louis Paternot and Matisse Nobs towards the end of the grid. Total for this B versus C qualifying heat of 18 drivers. The grid in full, 2 laps to get the toes at temperature, which will be easier task, certainly, considering that the conditions are improving and the racing line is getting drier. But still, a couple of changes and wet spots here and there onto the track of Cremona. As we'll see, we'll follow the progression as well of Austin Newstead, considering that he's only 11 onto that grid and he has 1 win to his name. So progress certainly on the card, on schedule for Austin Newstead. Let's see if he's going to be able to manage those drying and changing conditions as well as he did for the wet part this morning. But he will be a client once again to keep an eye on from behind.
Certainly will, and like you say, he had that great race earlier on where he came through, so keep a close eye on him from that 6th row of the grid. Drivers heading round then for their second of 2 formation laps. There is one car going very slowly here, Guillaume, onto the start-finish straight. It is one of the fusions. It is the 410 of Harry Williams, unfortunately. He was due to start on the 3rd row of the grid. Now he is going very slowly. And, well, he's going so slowly that I think is actually grinding to a halt here at turn number 2. Marshals will be quickly on the scene. But, yes, that car, I think, has lost all power now. And I'm looking at this out of the commentary box window. This may send us around again. This may be a false start because that's going to take a bit of time to clear that kart out of the danger zone. That is an impact zone, especially at the start of these races. And there it is on your screen, out. Marshals at the scene, driver heading to a safe spot, and that is Harry Williams not taking part in his second race, and that is a big, big shame for him, as he had a really good result earlier on. That's going to put him well down in the order, but he should be okay to make the Superheats tomorrow. Here we go then into the tram lines. We are racing, and it is a good start for Aurelio Longitano then, but he would go sideways under braking through turn 1. There is a spin in the background there as well. I think that may have been another one of the fusion karts as well that's gone round. And there now, that's the 68 that's gone round. That 468, that's Aaron Buhofer out of the race. He's tumbled down the order as well, so there's been some dramas on this one. And again, this is that confidence level of, oh, it's getting grippier out there, let's carry some more speed. And then they realise, oh, wait, the grip levels aren't quite there yet. Yeah, there's more than one trick on that track still. And the youngsters have just learned it the hard way for some of them. Into turn number 8, pretty good getaway for the rest of the field. But Harry Williams certainly a little bit the biggest loser of them all. The kart, unfortunately, coming to a stop just before he really could get himself into the battle. That he will have one more race to try to forget about that setback into this second qualifying heat. 1 lap completed almost. Let's get back with the leaders under the leadership of one of the fusions. And this is battling already very, very strongly. Let's see who's, that's a great progression. Austin Newstead. I wasn't too sure for a second who of the Fusion drivers was in the lead so soon into that race. Well, this is Austin Newstead, ladies and gentlemen, once again, like he did in the rain. A fantastic recovery from the 6th row on the grid. 10 places gained in the space of just 2 laps. And now, once again, is on the course for victory number 2 into that mini class. But what a drive
from the young Austin Newstead.
Yep, certainly is. And again, just showcasing why he won that race earlier on. It was not a fluke in the wet conditions. In the dry-in conditions now shows that pace is still very much there and really pushing his way along in this order. There, George House, he was caught out with, of course, Win Godschalk in that previous race. He's got there into second place. Godschalk now into P5 as Longatano has managed to hold on to third place. So still some good results coming in from them at this point in the race. But George Clark is under investigation. George Clark, who's currently running in P6, is not out of the woods in this early stages. To the line they go. Austin Newstead gap comes down a little bit here. This is starting to heat up here, though, as across the line. Nice little battle between these two, as down the inside goes George Clark on Win Godschalk. So Godschalk losing out on another position there. But again, showcasing that, yeah, he may have been frazzled from that race earlier on, but he's still in a strong state of mind and still putting in some good laps, the same as Austin Newstead. Look at that, fastest lap at the front. No dramas in the world for him into the 108s, and those times are looking mighty, mighty quick now.
As a result of Newstead putting himself in the lead, look at the qualifying heat provisional classification for now. Newstead, that would be two win out of 2 attempts, 100 point, which will be the provisional maximum for him in front of George House. George House, who has a win to his name already, and certainly more than willing to snatch that first victory, that first position, and that second victory from Austin Newstead. So the battle will be more than interesting, and for that he's going to need to certainly keep up the pace and improve another little 0.8 of a second for the past 3 laps. Lap number 4 completed. These are very short races for those mini drivers. The final and the superheat will be slightly longer than that, but time flies in those races, and how important it is to master every single element of it, and not only conditions, the traffic, yourself as well. Try to maximize that performance on track, because you don't have that much of a window, that much of a margin to try to climb through the pack. And Josh House knows it. 1 full second now between him and Newstead in the lead. Coming to turn number 8, then we have Longatano, our previous pole sitter, still in third place. Oh, and one driver at the back, just outside of the picture, the 473. You don't get to see it just yet. Just went outside of the track and back on the tarmac in no time. It was Johnston Stewart, actually, at the back end of the grid. He had just a bit of a moment on the M3 to turn number 6, the left-hander in front of the position.
Yeah, indeed. Well, again, chopping and changing still happening there, and ups and downs as well with those position changes. But Johnston Stewart now down 13 places down, running in 17th place. Eyes on this battle, though. Exactly a second was the gap. It fractionally goes up even more. Newstead still in control of this race. And again, it's in that sort of little, it's in the lull at the moment, isn't it? Everyone's found their rhythm, everyone's found their pace, albeit running very, very wide there was Longatano. There's King coming through. He's in 4th place. He's ahead of George Clark now as they push their way through. And again, Newstead continuing to improve lap after lap. I'm watching Longatano on these laps here, and he is going right to the edge of the circuit. Here comes Clark battling away, though, with Henry King. So Henry King's going to be in a spot of bother here as, yeah, he's got through. No, King's back through. So, again, they are battling nicely there. And now Harry King's opened up a little bit of a gap. Clark is now going to have to deal with the likes of Win Godschalk as well on that Jamie Green racing cart, pushing his way through. Are they going to go wheel to wheel? They are a little bit here, but no, they're going to stay in formation as Clark once again manages to find that inside line. Godschalk goes through as well. Little bit of outside curb action there, but all the meanwhile they stay on the straight and narrow, still all in this race. Little bit of a chop and change there, and King has gone down 2 places.
Yeah, that's what we like to see between the youngsters. You know, they don't have certainly you know, the same considerations and as in other classes. You know, being the youngest drivers in the field, they're still very fresh and still learning their craft as racing drivers, you know. So that's why sometimes in those early years of racing, you get to see them try at every corner. What do they have to lose, you know? An incident, a position or 2, yes, sometimes it can go the wrong way, but they will rarely say no to battle. That's what we like to see with the youngsters. While, you know, the grower you become, the more mature you become in junior and senior and so on, And sometimes you would think twice before, launching an overtaking maneuver or diving through the inside of an opponent at a very precarious corner, which is not just yet the case for the youngsters. So that's what we like to see, as the battle is still raging between those three: Logitano, Clark, and Gottschalk. Gottschalk in P5 as the 406 in the lead. Another impressive recovery for Austin Newstad into the last lap, 1.2 seconds from George House. And between those two, with one already, well, the Fusion driver still has the upper hand.
Well, yes, he does. And thinking about this, we saw Jesse Phillips earlier on with the 2 wins back-to-back. That was from the front row. Can we stress this is 2 wins out of 2 from 11th place on the grids here. So this is an astonishing drive from him from the 6th row of the grid in both races, able to push them through, certainly showcasing that he is one to watch over the course of this weekend. But like you say, they've still got their third round of qualifying heats later on. And of course, the superheats and the finals tomorrow. Still a long way to go for Mini X30, but Austin Newstead looking like he has one to beat here as he makes his way around the last sector now, through 12, in towards 13, 14, and 15. No drama for him. Started 11th. He's in the lead. He's gained 10 places. It's back-to-back. Austin Newstead, that's 2 for 2. That's exactly what he wants across the line. Ahead then of George House. George Clark finishing in P4, P3 ahead of Win Gottschalk. Aurelio Longitano rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, great performance overall once again for Austin Newstead. Well done to the young British driver from Fusion Motorsport. Another win for the British team that have come, as always, in the IAME Euro Series races in strong force. Josh House picking up 2nd place. That's the second best result if you look at it that way. And in doing that, he just secures provisionally the 2nd place as well overall in the classification. And behind him, George Clark picked up the 3rd position after climbing 5 places. Wayne Gottschalk, a couple of things to work on certainly for the Winter Cup winner of earlier in Valencia. 4th place for him in front of our pole sitter Aurelio Logitano. Our King dropping 3 places down to 6 from Colby Pattison, Mason Hibbert, Kim Mignard, Aaron Behoff down in P10 from Denver Bus, Luis Paternot, Mattis Nobbs, Max Cruz, Andy Stewart, Sasha Miras, Johnson Stewart, and the unfortunate Harry Williams, whose car went to a stop into the formation lap. And the time, for the time being, we're going to take a short break, the time to have a look at the replay, and Harry Williams' car will be recovered from the track. Here's a look at how things unfolded, with a great start, at least for the first few meters for the pole sitter Aurelio Logitano, going into a little bit of a slide, a bit of a trouble as well further back for some of the drivers out there who found themselves into a spin into the first few corners. But rapidly in the course, in the form of 2 laps, Austin Newstead fought his way through the field, picking places one after one to find himself in the lead as soon as lap number 3. As you can see here, battles going at plenty as well with 3, as one of the other Fusion drivers making his way past on the inside. And was the 38 of George Clark, getting ahead of the 25 of Wayne Gottschalk. That will be the start of losing a couple of positions for Gottschalk on the way to finally P4 finish. But at the end of those 7 laps, it was a textbook performance from Austin Newstead. Like he did in the rain, he just did in changing conditions, climbing 10 places up to his 2nd win in a row. 2nd win, 2 wins for him, 1 win for George House in the mini category so far. That means that Austin Newstead is your current leader. Here's how things are looking right now in terms of schedule. As at 2:50 local time, in a bit less than 6 minutes, we will have the upcoming race for the mini category with the A versus D group. Then we'll switch our attention to the senior for the penultimate round of qualifying heats. Then back to the juniors and the minis for the last qualifying heats for the respective groups. And after that, we will conclude to the schedule of 24 races by the last 3 qualifying heats for the senior category. Stay with us, because these last races, as we head towards the last cycle of those races, are the most important ones as well. because this is at this point that we'll get to determine the classification of points at the end of the Saturday, and we will know then the identity of the pole sitters for the superheats of all the classes, and each of those classes will be split in two, and we have 2 superheats on Sunday morning before getting ourselves ready for the final on Sunday afternoon. Plenty of action, plenty of racing left on schedule before we get to that point to crown this year's first winner of the IAME Euro Series. And in a moment we'll get to talk to some of the drivers who made that race just before. Ocean Newstad, George House, Josh Clark, your top 3 at the end of this qualifying heat, B versus C, as we're going to have just after the next one for the minis, and another chance for either Mathis Brajo or Daniel Ferguson, as well as Charles Cloak or Abraham Shelvis, the young drivers that you get to see compete on track, and a chance for them to get their hands on the win. Ocean Newstad twice just did that. Josh House came close to get his equal in terms of points and results, and he will get another chance maybe tomorrow when it comes to maybe for the last round of qualifying heats, shall I say, because there will be one more indeed for those groups. So it's not quite over yet when it comes to the chase of pole position for the mini class. And let's see what the next field will be able to do in this for this matter. There's a couple of interesting names that we're going to have in this field. As you can see at the look of the track, changing conditions, cloudy, but drying out. And let's get down to the Parc Fermé to hear from Anthony Jordan, and let's have a feel about how the conditions are evolving right now. Over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé. Not with our race winner, but I'm joined by Henry King, who finished P5 at the end of that race. Henry, tough racing conditions out there. A wet, greasy circuit. It's been horrible today, but tell us, how's your racing been going? Because the results, I think they speak for themselves.
Yeah, so I've never been in the wet. It's my first time in the wet. P5 finish is good, considering it's my first time ever at this circuit. I'm happy with the result, and we'll go in the last heat and try win it.
Exactly that. You're looking forward to the rest of this weekend, of course. This is only the first round of many this year. Do you feel like the first round is going well? It's going how you wanted it to be?
Yeah, it's going well. We're definitely going to try get to win the championship. That's what we're here for. But yeah, I mean, it's really nice and it's good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out there later on. One more race to go today and then a busy day tomorrow. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Well, Guillaume, let's head back over to you. Plenty more races to go because another mini race is coming up next.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Always nice to hear from some of the protagonists. Henry King from Excel Motorsport, who made it to the top 6 for the driver competing for Excel. Now, as you said, another race for the mini class coming up, A versus D. Mathis Brajo, who set the overall pole position earlier into this class. It was yesterday after picking up a 55.1 into the opening group of qualifying. Mathis Brajo, who so far, having a look at his past result, finished a solid P3 in his first qualifying heat. Let's see if he can emulate that result or even certainly do better. I'm sure that he's more than willing to improve on that past result and translate that pole position into a victory, as the drivers have lined themselves up onto the pre-grid, as you can see, with the different corridors according to the respective results into the qualifying practice. We are getting close to the 1 minute left before the start of that qualifying heat, A versus D. Mathis Brajo and Daniel Ferguson will be alongside each other on the front row of the grid, with Charles Clos, Abraham Skelvis, Milan Becu and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on the row number 3. Clear the grid from Ross Hampton, the chief of the pre-grid, so to speak. And here's a close look at Mathis Brajo at the wheel of his Parolin machine from the Spirit Racing team. Mathis Brajo has been one to watch for, one to look forward to coming to this weekend. Only made it to P3 behind Austin Newstead and Mason Brooks in his first qualifying heat. And as the weather conditions and the track conditions have slightly changed since this morning, let's see if the young Frenchman will be able to get himself in better spirits, in a better result at the end of this race. And having a closer look at everybody here, this is still too soon for any of the drivers to go for plan B and choose slick tires from the wet compounds that they have. So everybody on the wets, and that makes very much sense. The whistle has been blown and the green light is on. Here we go for the 2 warm-up laps of the mini category A versus D. We're going to go through the starting grid in a moment, but Mathis Brageau once again starting from pole position, as he will be on the inside of the front row coming to turn number 1. Daniel Ferguson by his side, Charles Clot and Abraham Skelvis on row number 2. Row number 3, Milan Becou and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. And we have Baptiste Augustin and Theo Pelfrené, row number 4. Alex Riley and Charles Ural, row number 5. Stanislas Ziarko and Christian Kobe, row number 6. Row number 7, Mason Brooks, as well as Ole Sorli Smistad, Alexander Frankenberg and Oliver Waitend on row number 8. Row number 9, Nahil Padovani and Elias Sami, as well as Milo Cornel at the back end of the grid. A total for this race of 19 drivers, and we do have everybody on board. That's always a good news. We had a driver who unfortunately had been disqualified earlier of this event, something that I don't get to see every day, but this time around we do have everybody, a full grid for 7 laps. Mathis Brageau, the young Frenchman, on pole position for what was his first ever pole in the IAME Euro Series. Talking about pole position, well, in the mini class we had Wayne Golchak, who took the first pole of the season. It was at the IAME Winter Cup of Valencia in February. You might have followed that on the IAME Euro Series channels earlier, as Mathis Brageau has become the second pole sitter of the season. And talking about other performers, we had Superheat wins as well for Francisco Correa. Austin Newstead has been a Superheat winner as well earlier, and the win in the Winter Cup in Valencia went to Wayne Golchak. We mentioned that earlier as well. A couple of the protagonists in the mini class ever since the start of that 2025 season. It's been almost a decade, would you believe, that RGMMC took over the promotion and organization of the IAME Euro Series back in 2016. Time flies when we have fun, isn't it, my dear Anthony? You coming back from outside of the Parc Fermé, would you give us your latest update concerning the weather?
Well, the weather, the sky's all right. It's not too bad. Temperature's okay. The only thing I will say is that we've been graciously gifted an electric scooter by the circuit to take us down to do the Parc Fermé interviews, because Parc Fermé is quite a long way away from the commentary box. However, it lacks a rear piece of plastic that stops the water from going up the back of your legs. And I've got to say, it's atrocious, and I'm absolutely soaked through since I used it to go there. So I'm probably not going to use it again if we go down anymore. I'll be walking the entire way. But enough of that. We're about to go racing. Mini X30, their second round of qualifying heats. This is Groups A versus D then. Heading to the tram lines. It looks good, it looks steady. Let's see who's going to get the whole shot in towards turn 1. Mathis Brageau and Daniel Ferguson on the front row of the grid. Who is going to get the run? We are green and racing. It's a good start for the inside row. Mathis Brageau, Charles Clough and Milan Baku will get the run in towards turn number 1. And Milan Baku's actually got himself up into second place now. The driver who started on the third row of the grid in the 447, now in good control of this race. But it's chasing down now. Mathis Brageau is still in control at the front of this race. Well, as they push their way through now, we'll keep a close eye on the entirety of the field. Everyone looks like they've got through the first couple of corners unscathed. They get through the chicane. Look at the speed difference now through that chicane. They are carrying so much more speed. The confidence level has risen. Yeah, this track is the best it has been now.
Yeah, I think that after this one, we might have 1 or maybe 2 more races using the wet tires. It remains to be seen what options the drivers will go for, according with the mechanics as well. Suddenly a lot of talks and a lot of briefings already happening on the side of the track to decide which choice of tires to go for. But at this point, we focus on the performance of the minis, and as you can see, the car is going slightly to the outside as well, which might be an early sign of the grip not working as much as expected with those wet tires, but that's for another question. You can see that the racing line is drying. The outside might help the tires indeed to drop down a temperature or 2. but Mathis Brajot doing what he can to prevent Milan Beku from overtaking him. Milan Beku, a brilliant recovery as well. 3 places gained from P5 to 2nd place at the moment, in front of Alex Rayleigh. 6 places up to P3 from Mason Brooks. Mason Brooks talking about recovers in those early stages. 9 places recovered for Mason Brooks, who stepped into the so-called podium, at least within the top 3 of his first race. So he's very much on pace. Mason Brooks, another of the young fusion drivers who have really got the grip with the Cremona track, whatever the conditions. As we have as well Alex Rayleigh further back, dropping a place, unfortunately, down to 4th, because Mason Brooks just made his way back into the top 3.
Certainly has indeed, and they are battling away nicely for 3rd and 4th place. We'll keep a close eye on the entirety of this field as it goes on. But at the front here, Brajot in control still. The gap, 0.4 of a second between himself and Baku. Brooks is a little further back on this one. Mason Brooks another 1.7 seconds further down the road. Has got the likes of Alex Rayleigh for company, the Irishman, but the Irishman's sitting a little further back. 5th place downwards, though, here, Guillaume, is looking a little bit interesting. Baptiste Orcasi, Daniel Ferguson, Christian Kobe, Theo Palframe, Lorenzo Di Peter Antonio, who, remember, finished 2nd earlier on. He is right down in that pack, and there's a sandwich through the chicane there, and that's as close as you would like it. How on earth did all 3 of those make it out of that chicane in one piece? Because that was proper sandwich there for one of the fusion carts.
You can feel it. One of the drivers into the grass. And against the wall. But he seems to be okay. But that's certainly not the way you want to finish your race, and not the way you want to put your wheels.
That's Baptiste Augustine, and look at that. Go on, lad. Go on, give it a good put. No, he's not got it, and that's a tough one. He's really tried to get that out, but the marshals are there now. And if they intervene, he will have to give up. He's going to try and drag it from the rear now. I'm looking at the commentary box now with the racing. There we go, back on the screen. The marshal's like, okay, no, he's not going to have it. And frustration kicks in. And that's so disappointing, because that was purely, there was so much standing water on the outside of that. That then just kind of flooded the wet tyre. It flung it off the track, and then, there was nowhere for it to go. But Baptiste Augustine going no further in this race.
Yeah, and also adding to the fact that there was a lot of mud and it was slippery and everything, it was a little bit bended as well, so it's not entirely flat around those tracks. And the 424 in trouble as well. This is Ole Simstad. Yeah, dropping down the order. Another driver, unfortunately. This time it looks to me like a mechanical problem for the Falcon driver out of this race. That's 2 retirements pretty much in a row. But picking up on what happened for Baptiste Augustin, unfortunately, for those wondering, well, he cannot actually have the help of the marshals as long as he's able to get the engine going and get back onto the track. That is not allowed to benefit from outside help from those onto the track. It's only when the engine sees or when there's nothing else to do then that they have to remove the driver and the cart to the sideline. So that was really a difficult spot for him to get stuck in, and he wasn't able to get back on the track on his own. We have seen that numerous times, but I was going to say that we can feel the aggressivity of the racing picking up a little bit. So that means that the track is very much drying now. The racing line is slightly faster than before, allowing those drivers to take more risks than before as well.
Exactly. The racing should get closer then as the evening goes on, because we've seen a lot of breakaways as Mason Brooks is swapping around and is going to go for the race lead here. Mason Brooks has closed in to Brajot and now has got past. A nice battle through the laps here, and Brooks now in control of this race. Baku is there as well, and you can just see here the confidence level of someone who's found some traction out there, has found the grip on the circuit, versus someone who is still trying to find it. It is such a dynamic situation to be in as a driver with a drying track, and you think, right, should I try the inside line? Should I try the outside? Should I try the middle here? Because any one of these lines could be faster than the other, and you've just got to pick and choose of which one you think is the better one. You're seeing the dry line form there. I'm looking out the commentary box window. I can see a clear dry line going into the chicane as well, and the exit of Sector 1 and into Sector 2. They're going around Turn 5 now. They're coming into this now. This is where you'll see that dry line starting to form. You can just see that lighter bit of tarmac there, right on the apex of turn number 6 and through 7, and that's why it looks so much more dramatic. Here we go. Here's Milan Baku, and he's straight through as well, and that shows the confidence level that one other driver has got versus the other with getting on the power.
Yeah, getting the power early as well. Both of them taking on the outside line, the wide line into that turn number 8. But that was a textbook sort of move from Milan Beku, driving the machine by EGP Racing Team, the Belgian team. Milan Beku, who didn't even need to brake late to get ahead of Mathis Brageau. Certainly a different level of confidence, as we said. And now Milan Beku finds himself in the best place he's ever been so far. Second position. Could he have maybe a slight chance to get close to Mason Brooks coming towards the checkered flag. This is the last lap of that qualifying race, the last one before the last round of qualifying races later this afternoon for the minis. But Mason Brooks on his way to what will be victory number 1 for him, climbing 12 places up to that P1. Got an impressive set of skills once again. And I've been led to believe that those changing conditions are sometimes even worse than having full wet, because at least when it comes to wet, you know what you're up against. When it's changing and slippery in parts, you have no idea where. This is another sort of challenge.
Yeah, exactly that. And, well, there you go. He's going to fight back. Brageau's found some pace now. He's found a dry piece of track that he likes and has managed to get past Milan Baku. But Baku's going to fight back, I'm sure, in this dying stages of this last lap. Brooks is going to be clear and fine at the front here. Here we go. Baku and Brageau, they keep swapping places. Oh, and Baku slams the door closed on the exit there at turn 12. Denies him through, does Brageau. But let's find out. To the line. Here's Brooks. There's Brageau and Baku. But Baku's going to get the jump here. And Milan Baku came second place. Mason Brooks gets the P1 finish. Brageau goes third. Kobe in fourth place from Di Peter Antonio in P5. Ferguson in 6th, Clough in 7th, Riley in 8th place from Palfrain in 9th, Shelvis rounding out the top 10. But for Mason Brooks, that is his first win of the weekend, his first win of the 2025 season in the IAME Euro Series, and I'm sure many more to come as well. They'll make their way back to Parc Ferme. The results are there on your screen. But of course, it's not fully over yet. Nose cone checks, scrutineering, all of that good stuff that we like. The drivers don't much care for it, but yes, it's all very important. There's the full results, and Mason Brooks, what a race. 12 places gained.
Well-deserved P1, joining Austin Newstead with 2 wins, and George House as well, the Excel driver amongst the circle of winners. Outside of the top 10, Charles Ural, Milo Cornet, Alexander Fredberg, Stanislas Yarko, Nahil Padovani, Oliver Wojcien, as well as Ailes Sami. The last driver to see the checkered flag, as we lost Baptiste Augustin and Ole Sorli Smistad, unfortunately having to drop off of that race. But well done to Mason Brooks from Fusion Motorsport, another win for the British team. Well done to this young lad who has been absolutely impressive, climbing 12 places from further back on the grid. The sort of drive that gets a driver into confidence mode. Let's have a look at the replay, shall we? As Mathis Brageau had started on the right foot, and he would finish as well on that. P3, another P3 for the young Frenchman from pole position, as maybe he's keeping some of his cards coming to the Superhit in the final. But Mathis Brageau doing a good job in the early stages of the race, but there was little he could do against Mason Brooks in the early stages. A bit of a hectic first part of the race. We said that aggressivity is taking another turn. That's all for the better, almost for the logical choice, considering that the conditions are getting better. Then came that moment, and the first big drama of that race. Unfortunately, the wrong place to put your wheels in.
Yeah, quite dramatic one there. It really went into the wall. That was the moment, trying to get it out the mud there, but it was so buried in the mud, and just pure frustration at the end there, not being able to get it back. Completely understandable, a tough one there, but yeah, a real shame. There was Ole Simstad as well, the next of the retirements that happened pretty much straight after, and then this battle for the lead. Mason Brooks able to close in after gaining those 12 places. And, well, going for the lead almost immediately. Had to fight for it a little bit there, those ups and downs. But Brooks did manage to take that P1 and roll with it until the end. Then it was Baku and Brageau battling away. But Milan Baku able to hold on to that one on that last lap, get backing up into second place. But it was a very close finish for second place. But Mason Brooks, clear by 1.7 seconds, claims first win of the weekend. And he did have a pretty big smile on that face when we saw him take his helmet off in Parc Fermé. A nod of the head, and he's pretty happy. I'm sure we'll see him out later on today in the third round of qualifying heats, because they'll be up later on today for the minis and the juniors. In between that, though, we have around 5 minutes before we go back to the senior racing. Be their fourth round of qualifying heats. It'll be their penultimate round of qualifying heats, because they'll head into their fifth round later on today after the juniors and minis, and they'll round out the day. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some senior racing in just a moment's time.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other racers. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series Round 1 at the Cremona circuit in North Italy. We are nearly through the qualifying heats of the day. We're going into the fourth rotation of qualifying heats for X30 Senior. Qualifying Heat B versus E is coming up next onto the circuit. And again, for the seniors, we've had a pretty busy day, Guillaume. Lots of races going on, some good results, some bad results, some ups and downs, some congratulations to be had. One driver who is the recipient of those congratulations is last year's senior champion and also last year's junior champion, who, guess what? They both start in the front row for this qualifying heat.
Yeah, definitely. We have Danny Carinini and Harrison Mackie at the forefront of the B versus E qualifying race coming up. And if you're joining us right now, you will be happy to know that Danny Carinini, one of the local heroes competing on Homesol, has had 2 wins to his name, 2 wins as well for the Frenchman Clément Outran with the Dream Racing. And another representative of a local force from the Pantado Racing, Andy Rattel, 2 wins as well. These are the current leaders of the professional classification of the senior category. But as you said, we're entering the 4th and penultimate round of qualifying heats. What does that mean? We have a series of 3 qualifying races for the same class, the seniors, with 1 minute left before we get back on track. Then we'll have a switch and a break with that class for the minis and the juniors, and then we'll go back towards the end of the schedule with one last round of 3 races for the seniors to decide who will get to start on pole position for the superheat.
Yes, indeed. Right, I'm going to start getting excited now, because if you look at that pre-grid, you can see wet tyres. You can also see some slick tyres out there. We've got a mixed grid, ladies and gents. You know what that means. we're going to get a very interesting little race on our hands here. We'll go over who exactly has got what on, but I can tell you right now, it's only 2 drivers who have gone for slicks, so they are biting the bullet pretty early on. And, well, there are some dry patches out there, I will say, but there is a lot of wet patches out there as well. So this could be an interesting one as these drivers get the green lights and they will make their way out on circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Danny Caronini and Harrison Mackie then. They will round out row number 1. The senior and junior champions in this category last year go from row number 1. You'll have Florent Panez and Alex Pineda on row number 2. Samuel Ifrid and Harold Matheson, they will go from row number 3. Row number 4 is Luca Houghton, and Isaac Say from Singapore has risked it. Slick tyres on board for the driver of the 298. Row number 5 sees Kevin Lantinga and Roxanne Lantinga. So they're both on row number 5. You'll have Henk Vuk and Morgan Moore on row 6. Christian Biasati and Marlon Bayer on row 7. Meryl Peldis and Ilari Pispanen, they will round out row number 8.
Then we have on row number 9, Simeon Ketola and Niklas Hirsch. Row number 10, Elo Gonzalez and Sam van der Eyden. Rick Nadine and Louis Mas. Row number 11, Louis Mas, you can see with the red mark, is having the slick tires. Only 2 of them, including Isaac Sea, have decided to go for that gamble at this stage of the weekend. Adrian Muschienes and Patrice Odrodovic will be on row number 12. Row number 13, Rory O'Connor and Timio Ruben. Row number 14, James Meckelbach and Daniel Breeze. Row number 15, Alejandro Suarez and Werazek Aimwikan. A total of 30 drivers competing here for this qualifying heat. Another one of 11 laps for the seniors. And as we said, that's a crucial point. That could be a turning point for the course of the weekend, because 2 drivers have decided to go for the gamble of slick tires on the drying track. Will it pay off? Will it be a disaster? Well, the response will come very, very soon.
Well, I don't think we're going round at this time. Yeah, we're going round again. And crucially, I didn't see Isaac Say or Louis Mas in their positions. They are a lot further down. Outside the commentary box, I am looking now. Louis Mas is coming across the start-finish line now. He is on the slicks, and he is miles off the back of the rest of the field there because he cannot get any temperature into those tyres. There are dry parts on the track, yes. They're not wrong, but it's about 80 to 90% still wet, 10% dry. So it's a very tricky one here. I can't even see Isaac Say. He is somewhere in that gaggle of carts. I don't know where he is at the moment, but he's not in his position. There is Louis Mas coming through. Yeah. He's just trying to get any temperature into those tyres whatsoever. There's Danny Caronini on the wet tyres, and Mackie. You would think if they have gone wets, probably the right call to go wets on that one, but it could happen in the middle of the race. The track could turn.
Yeah,
remember,
definitely.
a track could turn in the middle of a race, and then all of a sudden you've got someone on slick tyres barreling through the field. We'll just have to keep an eye on those sector times and those lap times throughout this race. Here we go then. There'll be a couple of gaps in this grid while the tyres get themselves sorted out. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the inside row, and Caronini breaks away nicely there. Mackie slots into 3rd place on the outside of row number 1. It's a good start still, though, from the entire field. The only question remains is, where are those slick tyres in the middle of that pack?
Now we're going to have 11 laps to find out, as we had a good start from Florent Panez, the street driver from karting team Seria, putting himself in 2nd place. And as I said that, Harrison Mackie just took the position back just before the chicane on the way to the hairpin. Mackie on his own. And as you keep a good watch, Anthony, on the outside of the field to see how those slick tires are doing. And you can see, we can have a first glimpse of an answer. Not so good so far, but let's see how the race progresses and how they will be able to get up to speed with those compounds. In the meantime, a little bit of aggressivity through that upper part of the field. All those drivers trying to get the best of racing line, find a bit of position, aligning themselves for the lap number 2, just like the Tipica driver, the 227, just did towards the end of that opening lap. Danny Caronini already pulling away, or at least trying to, 0.2 of a second now on Harrison Mackie, very much on his tail. has run inside. This is a 3:16, a little bit further back. Luca Houghton trying to attack Alex Pinera for P5. But we have Maki Panes Lantinga in P4. Another strong opening lap for Kevin Lantinga with his cross promotion machine. 5 places gained for Kevin up to P4.
So, we'll keep an eye on this field as it progresses, and those second times, of course, there down the inside. You can see Samuel Ifrit going for the move there in the Ubik Racing kart, now moving up into 9th place. And there are your 2 slick tyres coming through. Effectively, we've got 2 races going on right now. We've got the wet tyre race, we've got the slick tyre race. So we'll keep an eye on both of them as they go through. And like you say, on those lap times as well. But Sector 1, put it this way, they're about a second and a bit off the pace in Sector 1 alone on those slick tyres. At the front here, though, Carinini still leading the points, but second in the race. Mackie in the lead of this one as the 2 go wheel to wheel here through turn 1 and 2. But Danny Carinini not finding the space to get past. And all the meanwhile, every failed move brings everyone in just that little bit closer. Kevin Lantinga is there in 3rd place once again. We saw great performances from him, and he's showcasing even in these changing conditions, that wagon still has waft.
Yeah, definitely so. But the pressure is still raging on his shoulder from Danny Carinini. And as I said that, Kevin Lantinga, look at him making his way past the Italian up to P2. What a pace the Dutchman and the cross promotion team has been developing over the course of that weekend. Really impressive in all conditions. Kevin Lantinga is the one to watch. Hasn't won a race yet, but certainly, as I said that, of course he has won a race, just the one so far, but he wants to make it 2. And coming on equal points with Carinini, Outran and Andy Rattel. That's his best possibility so far for Kevin Lantinga. The race is only getting started, and you find himself already in 2nd place, chasing Ersan Maki. That's going to be an interesting 3-driver battle. And we have a 4th one as well with Pinera joining in, but is lacking a bit of pace, 1.4 seconds behind. And now we're talking about proper lap times compared to what we had this morning. Is really getting better, getting into pace. As Hifrid, unfortunately, dropping positions as well. 9 places down to 14, unfortunately, for the driver from the Ubik Racing team with that, easily recognizable blue livery for the Ubik Racing team. We'll get back to that, but at the same time, well, the heat is really mounting on the driver's shoulders. Oh, and Lantinga has made a mistake! Lantinga has made a mistake. It is dropping places. He went from 2nd to 3rd. What just happened there to Kevin Lantinga? Were there maybe a very tiny patch of standing water that made him lose the control of his car outside of that turn? We might need to see that again, but we thought for a moment that Lantinga was on the course of taking P1 from Mackie, and now he has to do it all over again.
He's got to do it all over again, but the pace is definitely coming down here because Kevin Lantinga on that last lap went sub 1 minute. The track is getting ever faster here now, and yes, I think maybe pushed just that fraction too hard. Here he is then. This is at turn 12 on the lap. No bout of oversteer or anything like that. Oh yeah, he just put a wheel on the exit curb there, and it dragged it. It pulled the car off the line. You can see it there. He's trying to skate it back on, but it was just grinding on the chassis there, and he just wasn't able to turn it back onto the track. So did lose a little bit of time. Not the end of the world. Pace is coming down now. Update the Isaac Say battle on there. Well, their last lap was still quite a substantial amount slower, but Isaac Say is starting to close in on some of the drivers at the back of the grid on the wet tyres. So the pace is definitely getting better here as Danny Carinini now sets the fastest lap of the race, 59.712. I think the drivers on those slicks just made that call one race too early on those ones, but I can imagine the next race might also still be a mix. You might get some go for the slicks, you might get some go for the wets. We just don't know. It's at that crossing point now between a dry and wet track, because with times going sub 1 minute, you've got to think as a mechanic, as a driver, hey, we need to really think, what are we going to do now? Let's change something. Let's get something ready for a dry track. Well, let's see. We're ending lap number 7 now. On to lap 8. Mackie, Carinini, line astern, the gap 0.2 of a second. But can they push it to the end of this race. You can see their tyres still blue. They've got the wet tyres on board, both of them. You can see their positions, one gain, one loss. Macchi versus Carinini, only the one change between the two of them. But Carinini now looks like he's just easing it off a little bit there, because while Lantinga's back on the fight here with the new fastest lap of the race, 59.660 is closing back in on Danny Carinini. We could see another change for the front runners here.
Yeah, let's see that happening because very, very close indeed. 2/10 of a second. Carinini, 2 wins to his name so far, under the pressure of Kevin Lantinga. And even more impressive than some of his recoveries earlier for Kevin Lantinga. Not only was he able to get himself back on track, but he keeps on coming back to the two rivals in front of him as Danny Carinini get ahead in turn number 1 on Harrison Macchi. Beautifully made. No drama whatsoever into that sort of move for Danny Carinini. Harrison Macchi had it coming. He saw this coming as well, so he's playing with his head as well, the young British driver. There was no point going aggressive into turn number 1. This is one of the fastest corners of the track. This is where you don't want to find yourself into the grass. And feeling Carinini taking his toe, getting side by side onto the curb. Well, it's more interesting at this point to try to be the chaser.
Drama. Purple sector 2 for Isaac Say in 29th place. The slick tyres are coming alive now on this track. The track is turning, but we're on lap 9 of this 11-lap race. It's happened too late, but now if I was a driver on that pre-grid there and you've got wet tyres on, I'd start sweating a little bit if anyone's got slicks on, because it's getting quick out there now. It's at the turning point. Here though, Danny Carinini in control. Macchi in P2, Lantinga all over Macchi's rear bumper there as he tries to go through, but again it looks like he runs wide on one of the corners there. You can just see he grabs onto that curb, and you just saw the distance between them just opened up on the exit of the corner. So again, they are pushing as hard as they can, but are they pushing just that too hard? You can see the spray kicking up. You can see Isaac Say and Lumas, they're 29th and 30th right now. But look at this, purple sector 1, purple sector 2, and it's a purple lap now, 59.4 versus the 59.7 that we're seeing at the front here. Macchi back to the lead, side by side with Carinini. Those two are going absolutely at it. Carinini goes wide out of the final corner, and now he loses out to both Macchi and Lantinga as the lap times keep on plummeting.
Lap number 10, there's not a lot of time remaining into that race, but Kevin Lantinga is back in contention for potentially win number 2. Harrison Macchi looking certainly to add another win to his tally. That will be the 3rd one. He's going to have to resist to the Dutchman, really putting the pressure on his shoulder. Can Danny Carinini be the 3rd man, the 3rd wheel, surprising them all? Coming to turn number 8. This is the point of the weekend where all the points, all the overtaking maneuvers count double. This is where the drivers need to think a little bit, but after that they will have only 1 race remaining before the superheat and the final tomorrow. So the last phase, this is the next step. Now it's all about securing the result, trying to go for the last bits of points, maybe to secure what could be pole position for any of either Harrison Macchi or Danny Carinini based on the past results. Now we're entering the last lap of the race. This is now or never. Macchi, a quick look over the shoulder. 0.3 of a second on Lantinga. Carinini a little bit further back. The fastest lap in the race for Harrison Macchi as a response to the pressure. Can the Fusion driver secure what will be the win number 3 for him into this class? Sorry, my apologies, a little bit less than that for him. That will be win number 2. Carinini win 2 wins so far. That will be win number 2 for Harrison Macchi at this point. But that would put him potentially in 2nd place on equal points with Danny Carinini. So it will be a superb result for him entering the last round of qualifying races.
It certainly will do, but like you say, you have still got the 2 more groups to go as well. Their race results also matter within this, but Kevin Lantinga has done a brilliant job over the course of these races to really put himself in a strong position. Qualifying wasn't the best for him after putting it on the 5th row of the grid, but at the front here, Harrison Macchi to the line, side by side for 2nd, but it's Macchi, Lantinga and Carinini, 1, 2, 3 And as you said there, Guillaume, they are joint on points now. 185 points apiece for Carinini and Macchi as they go into their final round of qualifying heats later on today. But that is later. Now is now, because we've still got 2 more senior races to go before we round out the day for the juniors and minis. And then right at the end of today, they will be our last 3 qualifying heats. You can see there, they're trying to cool those tyres down. It's getting dry out there. I'm really curious about this next race, but let's go over those results there. Macchi, Lantinga, Carinini, Russell from Horton, Peldis from Vuk, Mustines from Moore, Biasati from Van der Heijden. On the grid, then you have Rick Nadin, finishing in 12th place, all gaining several positions in that race. And the rest of the field, Roxanne Lantinga from Nicholas Hirsch, Valentin Panez, Patrick Ogrodovchik from Marlon Bayer, Daniel Briz. You've got Gimes Mackelbach, who finishes in 19th place, from Ilari Pispanen, who finishes inside the top 20. An update on your slick tyres out there, 58.8 for that one, 58.8 for Louis Massa, who actually had the fastest lap of the race in 30th place. So he didn't gain any positions, but Isaac Say did gain positions. He got up into 26th place. So there we go. Good updates there. There is Harrison Macchi, cool, calm, collected after what was a pretty frantic race, Guillaume. The start of this, well, you can see Macchi down into 3rd place straight away. You can see how much he was fending off the likes of the Ubik team's driver there just going through. But as they all tidied themselves up, Macchi got back in control, got back into the lead, but it was a tough fight to the end, wasn't it, for the both of them?
It was a very tough fight, heading to Kevin Lantinga as well, fighting his way through that field up to P2. And those 3 with Danny Carinini would stay glued together for the entirety of that race. And this is a moment where Kevin Lantinga, we thought for just a brief moment that his race was over at that point. But he kept on the track, and you can see him shaking his head in despair, saying, what on earth just did I do right now? Because I could have been already leading that race, and that could have been an entirely different scenario. Danny Carinini took advantage of a very impressive top speed there, taking the toe of Harrison Macchi. Textbook sort of move on lap number 8, clipping the curb, securing what he thought could be P1 at the time, but Harrison Macchi kept it coming. He kept his head down, a little bit of aggressive, but not so much, but a rather impressive move, clipping the curb. And then side by side, there was no room whatsoever for Danny Carinini, forced a little bit on the outside onto the curb, 2 wheels onto the grass, into the standing water. But in the end, there was not too much drama for the Italian, even though he would have preferred to finish that race on top, still having to make do with 3rd position behind Kevin Lantinga. The Dutchman didn't ask for much more than to picking up that 2nd place lost by Danny Carinini as a result of that slight off in the last turn. But whether you call yourself Danny Carinini or Kevin Lantinga, you know, you're not immune from driving mistakes, and we've seen that on 2 occasions. The other one certainly as a result of that battle with Harrison Macchi, that's for sure. But even though it shows still that in those slightly changing conditions, going from wet to dry, anything's possible, and all the experience in the world sometimes cannot prevent you from being on the tight edge of your driving skills.
Exactly that. There is your next race about to head out to the circuit. There is Riccardo Ferrari. That's a look at his face. What do his tyres look like? That's the question. What's he got on there? We panned at slick tyres. Here we go. This is where it's going to get interesting. I did see a shot of the entire grid there. There was a fair few on slick tyres. But there was also some wet tyres out there. There is teammate Danny Carinini, who's just come off track. He's heading over to his fellow teammate. He's giving them the tips about the track conditions. He's saying, where is the grip? Where can you find it? Where is it? There's a lot of shaking of the head going on there, just saying, yeah, I wouldn't put your cut there. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. If you can remember all of that, then you're absolutely fine. That's what I can imagine's just been said there.
Yeah, I didn't know you were that good at lip reading, but
yeah, no. If they were probably speaking Italian, so yes, I probably couldn't lip read that. Right, yes, I can definitely see some wet still all the way down that line. I can see a lot of slicks though. Yes, there is a handful. In fact, there's only 3 drivers on the wets there, so very interesting. Sophia de Vivier de Sage, right at the back of the field, you can see down the 320 has gone for some wets. Kevin Redon and Rafael Boulard are the 3 drivers who have still adorned wet tyres. But the rest of the field have gone for the slicks. So we've gone from a stark opposite from that previous race. Everyone on wets, 2 on slicks, to everyone on slicks, 3 on wets. So there you have it. Yeah, exactly. Nighttime, daytime. Favourite game, that one. Right, whistle blows, engines fire up. Let's see what's going to happen in this one, because again, that track's still pretty wet out there. But let's see what happens. Riccardo Ferrari and Clovis Nogueira then on the front row of the grid. Aaron Cavillo and Mattis van der Kerkhoff on row number 2. Gus Lawrence and Rocco Crutcher go from row number 3. All 6 of them on slick tyres. The rest of the rows as well. You've got Zach Green and Max Starikov on row number 4, Mark Lepiccolo, Nikita Nikishov, Mark Granada and Milan Marzak. They go from the next 3 rows, all of them on slick tyres. The rows behind, 7th row, Oscar Repetto, Alberto Hurtado, Keaton Garrity, Diogo Gama, Nicolas Simek and Rafael Boulard. They are not all on slick tyres. The Belgian has gone wet on row number 9.
Row number 10, we have Maxime Blanchement and Marcus Glum. Watch out for him as well. The Belgian has been fast before, and he could do it all over again. Row number 12, Alexis Genolet and Kevin Rodwy, the Swiss driver at the Berlat machine, another with wet tires on. Row number 12, Ruben Moya and Mariano Alatorre. Row number 13, Morgan Knudsen and Luca Mann, followed by Nawin Napiton. Then we have Victor Ageter, and at the back end, Sophia Duvier-Dissage, the 3rd driver with wet tires on. And Gabriel Volpe not with us this competition anymore since yesterday, so it makes for a total of 29 drivers on this track. And out of those 29, 26 on slicks and 3 on wets. Raphaël Bourlard, Kevin Rodwy and Sophia Duvier-Dissage. It's fair to say that those drivers, as you can see, the rain radar is giving us some good signs for what to expect next.
Yeah, indeed, but I think that big blue there, you think that's going away from us?
Yeah, it's actually going to
go
right,
it is going away from us.
Slightly moving, but
slightly moving. Well,
yeah.
there you go. Well, that's... So you can at least think, oh, there's a zoom out there. Okay, yeah, so there's spots around. But with the way it's going, it looks like we've got a clear bit there, so we could have dry conditions all the way to the end.
Oh,
however, for some drivers, yes, they are still struggling on these slick tyres. And remember, all of them, bar 3 of them, are on the slick tyres. So this is going to be an interesting one. We might have to hold our breath a little bit into turn 1. That was the Tabla Racing driver. That was Max Starikov, so that was quite a high up position driver, starting 7th place on the grid. Now out of position, there's another one there. It looks like, is it an MDC Racing kart there? If it is, that would be Mariano Alatorre, but no, I don't think it is. It actually might be Nawin Neti Paton, who's gone round, one of the drivers from Thailand, who has also had a spot of bother. But here we go then, into the tram lines. The front is good. We're going round again. And that's probably going to give the chance for drivers to clear a little bit more tyres, because yes, race director Martin may have looked good at the front, but he's probably thinking of safety. Oh, maybe I'll give him another lap just to get those slicks up to some form of temperature so we don't go into turn 1 and all go off the track at turn 1.
Yeah, definitely so. And I do wonder if maybe some of the drivers at the back end of that grid started thinking to, coming into those laps, so why not backing up a little bit so to give more time for the grid to be formed, and maybe leading to that decision from the race director to give us an extra lap, because some of them didn't feel like going straight for racing with those not enough warmed tires. That's just a theory on my side. But as a result, the grid was not formed at all, as some of the drivers were still in the last sector as the rest were heading for the lights out. But certainly this time around, on attempt number 2, we should be able to go racing for 11 laps.
I wonder if our cameraman at post 1 has got good insurance. He might need it going into the start of this race. He is behind barriers, but we'll have to wait and see. Here we go then. Hold your breath. The first slick race. Oh, we're going around again. Another false start. And again, it's just getting a little bit tense out there now. You wait and look, there you go. You can see they're struggling with the grip levels out there. The track isn't fully ready yet, and it's just a fine line now for these drivers. They need to get these temperatures. They need to keep the temps up into the tyres. This is getting just that fractionally bit tense.
Yeah, it's getting tense, as you said. Once again, this was Max Tarikov, the unfortunate driver from Talval Racing, another off in 2 laps for the Finnish driver. So it seems, again, still working to find the best grip with his new slick tires out there, as most of them have now switched those tires. Here's Noah Maton. You can see him on the scale, Belgian driver of big talent as well. Has been competing in the IAME Euro Series for many, many seasons now, and on the sideline these days.
It's a ladder, Guillaume, not a scale.
Did I say scale? Oh, my apologies.
No, I forgive you.
That
I forgive you.
I just had a coffee, and it takes time to kick in.
It's not kicked in yet. There we go. Here we go then. Third time's the charm. Are we going this time? Yes, we are. We are racing. Lights are out. Hold your breath then in towards turn number 1. Sideways squirreling. Are they going to go off the track? Yes, they are. A couple of them. Round they go. And the traction levels just weren't quite there for a handful, but the rest of them, it was absolutely fine, and they are still going, but crucially, Riccardo Ferrari not in the lead. He's dropped down to 2nd place now. Who is leading this race? There you can see off the track there, that's the 321. That's Mariano Alatorre, who has had another wide moment, and I'm trying to think who's at the front of this one. Now, there is a purple Sector 1 here of Rocco Cruccia, but I'm sure it's not him that's leading the way. If that is, I think it is, you know. I think it's the AT Motorsport driver who started this race a lot further down, and he, I believe, could be leading this way.
Well, let's have an answer as they're about to conclude that opening lap. A little bit messy in parts. Look at some of the drivers trying to find a bit of space into that last sector. The 277 being investigated, and as you said, Rocco Curcio is leading the way, climbing 5 places up to P1 in front of Clovis Nogueira and Riccardo Ferrari.
That's a brilliant start then for Curcio. He's leading the way pretty comfortably now by 0.2 of a second from the rest of the field. He seems to know these conditions pretty well. However, he doesn't know them too well because he's just gone off at the chicane off camera, and Riccardo Ferrari has now retaken the lead of this race. Gus Lawrence is now there in 2nd place. This race is just going to be a case of to finish first. First, you have to finish, and it is going to be a very tense race all the way to the end here. Here's Gus Lawrence. Lawrence has gained 3 places. Hurtado in 3rd place, 11 places. And look at him closing in on Gus Lawrence. He is all over that rear bumper. This is going to be quite the race, Guillaume.
Yeah, certainly so. And let's not forget that those slick tires have been used only in qualifying and in the first qualifying heat yesterday for the senior class. So they're still very fresh. So they've been kept on the side due to the conditions. Now it's about time to start using them. They have another set that they can use up until the final, where they will have an extra set of tires. This is a new rule. 2 sets to use from quali to the superheat, and 1 extra set allowed for the final. As on the inside, Gus Lawrence takes the lead from Riccardo Ferrari. That's something we have never seen this weekend so far. Gus Lawrence in the lead of a race as he just drove through the inside of Riccardo Ferrari. That was a beautiful launch of an overtaking maneuver from the PFI driver. Up in the lead for the Brit. Riccardo Ferrari holding on to that 2nd place in front of Civillo, Hurtado, Nogueira, then Migrati, Marzak, Van der Kerkhoff, Granada, and Marcus Glyn. We've seen wonders from Marcus Glyn already. 10 places up for the 296. At this pace, he could finish in the top 5.
Oh my goodness, it's raining, Guillaume. We had the rain radar up on our screens, and it said there was no rain around, but I can see it on the window of the commentary box. It is raining right now, and the entire grid, bar 3 drivers, are on slick tyres. This is an interesting moment. Oh, don't tell me it's that little spot of blue on the rain radar that's just not in the right spot, and it's coming over the circuit. This is unbelievable. Just as we thought we were getting a dry circuit, the rain starting to come down again. It's not too heavy, but I can still see it landing on the window of the commentary box. So Gus Lawrence is the ultimate guinea pig right now. He is going into all of these corners, into the unknown. Watch them now into turn one. Is their grip levels, because the rain's coming from that direction. He turns into turn one. Is it going to grab? It does grab. He's still got the traction there. He needs to keep the temperature in those tyres. Any spot of water on those tyres now, if he runs wide, he hits a puddle, anything like that, he'll be straight off the circuit.
Yeah, that's certainly the trick. Ruben Moya, the fastest on track at this moment. We haven't seen much of Ruben Moya, unfortunately for him so far, but as I said, at 17 places gained for the Spaniard. He's back in contention, he's back into play. Ruben Moya, he loves those conditions with those fresh, slick tires, allowing the Spaniard, after disastrous qualifying, to really show his true potential here in Cremona. You're going to see him with the Pantano.
There he is.
Trying to shake off a little bit the driver in front of him, Milan Marzak and Matthias van der Kerkhove as well. Let's see how things will play out from this point, because as you can see, most of them have used slick tires from qualifying. Only three wets, the two within the top 25. We've seen spots of rain. It's quite hard from a position to really assess how much it's raining. Currently raining. It's still slight drops actually on the windows. So at this point, as you said, the grip is still kicking in some of the corners. So there's no chaos, at least, coming our way as for now. Gus Lawrence is keeping a steady line in front of Riccardo Ferrari, but certainly the rain might play with our nerves for the minutes to come.
And drivers out of the race and tumbling down the order. There was the 2:29 and the 2:49. That was Morgan Knudsen and Nicholas Simic out of the race. You can see there the MDC driver as well. Yeah, just trying to bring it back onto the circuit. That might have been one of Alatorre, or maybe now in Natapenon as well, trying to bring it back onto the circuit. But again, showcasing that the grip levels still are fluctuating between good and bad out there. But keeping an eye, I think the rain may have just settled down. It was a small sprinkling to just put the fear into the drivers. But that's a big moment there for Ruben Moya, who's gained so many positions. He just hit that loud pedal a little bit too hard out of turn number 2, and he went full sideways there on the exit. Fabulous kart control. Now he's got Marzak for company all around as well, and is actually Moya in the lead of this race. Where's the others gone?
Yeah.
They've tumbled down our order on our screen. It's saying Moya's leading the way. Are they falling off the track left, right, and centre here, Guillaume?
Yeah, I think so.
They might be.
Yeah, there's trouble. There's trouble for one of the 234 in turn number 3. This is the second driver that I can see going off actually at the braking point. So we might actually have a bit of rain on our hands, or at least some still standing water or increase of water outside of the racing line, because there's 2 drivers that I've seen in trouble. But let's take a look at the replay if we can. But Ruben Moya finds himself in the lead. Where are the others? Where are our competitors that we had at the forefront, actually?
Well, Riccardo Ferrari, once again, this is 2 races in a row where we've missed Riccardo Ferrari dropping out the lead. Yes, he is circulating in 11th place right now. But what on earth happened to him? Oh dear, Gus Lawrence has just gone off the circuit as well. Off at turn 2 and 3, he was fighting at the front, and he has just slid straight off the track there. The driver for the PF International karting team has also struggled with these conditions again, Guillaume, but again, I'm not seeing it's raining too much on our window. They're just dropping off the track, and another one's gone off. So the grip levels are changing constantly. There, you can see it rejoining onto the circuit now. That's Max Stadikov, who was having drama out there. Absolutely caped in mud. There is the 229. That is outrageous stuff there. And here's what's happened to a lot of drivers. So this is off at turn 1. So much happening there. That was where the rain was coming down, rejoining, and yeah, just showcasing. Right, lots of karts going very slow in the start-finish straight here. So much is happening, Guillaume, I can't keep up.
Yeah, and then we just had Marcus Glum going into trouble as well. Marcus Glum dropped a pile of positions at the moment, and is currently out of sight pretty much all the way down to P10 as he was fighting his way through after he actually went through the grass as well in turn number 3, the same one where we saw Gus Lawrence and some of the drivers losing the racing line. And outside the position, as run the inside, goes a 208 of Garati on Zach Green. This is the battle for P4 under the pressure of Clovis Nogueira and Repetto currently. The 229, full of mud, as you said. This is Nicolas Simic at the back end of the field. But he's one of the drivers who actually went off in turn number 2 by the look of it. Look at it.
Blue flags. Yeah, he's had to get out of the way, and there's more drama there. That's the 234 of Victor Ageter out of the race, and he's just probably wheel spinning there on the grass. He just cannot get it going.
Yeah, he's the one actually who went off a few moments ago, who was stuck, as you can see, in front of the wall. But in the meantime, there's one who remains unshaken into that crazy race. This is Ruben Moya, 2.8 seconds in front of Matthias Donnekarkov.
Exactly that, and he'll be seeing that last lap board this time around, albeit with yellow flags all over the place for the time being. But look at the lead he's got here now, 3.3 seconds in these changing conditions. Van der Kerkhoff is there, second place, Marzak, Geraghty, Green, Repetto. That battle's all kicking off, so they're all fighting for second and third. At the moment, Ferrari's got himself back up into 7th place. Nogueira there in 8th place. Marc Granada from Marcus Glum are still in the top 10. But my goodness, so much happened over those last few laps, Guillaume. It was near on impossible to keep up with all the comings and goings. This man, though, well, we've not seen much of him, and there you can see he's trying to slow it down, and that is trying to get any temperature into the tyres just before he goes in. That's incredible kart control to be able to do that. I have seen a tactic in previous racing where a driver would do a 360 into a corner, and that slows it down nicely to get it round. It's very difficult to do. I've said I've completed it many times, but that was actually me just crashing before going into a corner. But this, though, Ruben Moya, exemplary drive, and is this it again? Right, Jim? Yeah, I don't know if that was just he hit the brakes and it made it squirrely, or if that was deliberate to get the temp in the tyres. If it was deliberate, great on.
Yeah,
good work.
Yeah,
good work.
Look at that. They keep on doing it all throughout the corner, so it seems deliberate to me. But let's be honest, of course, if he would be in a battle or with just half of a second in front of Matthias Donnekarkov, he would not have done that. But he had the gap, enough of it, just to allow himself a little bit of hitting up the tires, doing that. The checkered flag is waving, welcoming for the first time, quite unexpectedly, Ruben Moya climbing 22 places, would you believe? One of the best recoveries we've had so far this weekend. But the Spaniard, who had such difficult qualifying, forcing him to fight his way through each of his races, well, he will be a winner, at least for today. Let's see if that can maybe start bringing other good things for Pantano. Ruben Moya, who has been contenders in the IAME Euro Series for many seasons now, finished twice on the podium of the championship, not quite able to snatch that title just yet, but certainly not this weekend so far. But he's proved that in the right conditions, with the right tires, him and the Pantano are really a fierce combination.
Well, there you have it. There are your results at the end of qualifying heat D versus F. Ruben Moya taking the win after gaining 22 positions ahead of Matthias van der Kerkhoff. Kian Geraghty from Zach Green. Riccardo Ferrari finishes in P5 ahead of Milan Marzak. Oscar Repetto from Marc Granada. Clovis Nogueira finishing in 9th place from Marcus Glum, running out the top 10 with a gain of 10 places. Diogo Gama finishing in 11th place from Marc Lepiccolo. Aaron Cavillo from Gus Lawrence. Alberto Hurtado, Rocco Cruccio finishing in 16th place ahead of Maxime Blanchimont. Alexis Jeannelet, Kevin Rodin finishing in 19th place, and Raphael Boulard, they were on the wet tyres, those two, and Sophia de Vivier de Sage finishing in 21st place. Those are the three drivers all on wet. They managed to get past the likes of Nikita Nikishov, Stadakov, Mann, Knudsen, Simic, and Neti Paton, who finished in the top 27. Here's the highlights. Turn 1, it was a hold your breath, and multiple karts going off at the beginning of that one, Guillaume. It was a sense that, maybe this track isn't fully ready. And you could see, from the word go, you can see Ruben Moya, he was doing that little twitchy moment into the corner. So yes, trying to get the temp into the tyres, agitating them as much as he possibly could to get those temps up. and it worked for him. 22 places gained, taking his first win of the weekend.
Yeah, it did very much so, and yeah, it requires quite a bit of skills as well to be able to do that in the middle of a pack and towards the end of the checkered flag, with the checkered flag in sight, but we'll get back to that. But what a race this has been, that's for sure. Gus Lawrence was your early leader of that qualifying heat, taking over from Riccardo Ferrari in the lead. It was the first time we got to see Gus Lawrence leading a race so far this weekend, with the slick tires being put by the majority of the drivers, but 3. Ruben Moya, in the meantime, picking up places after places, 22 in total. Then mayhem halfway through the qualifying heat. Chaos started to kick in with the 229, who went through an impressive bath of mud actually outside of turn number 2, kicking the wall, as you can see, being able to get back onto the track, but at what cost?
I hope Nicolas Simac's got a good jet wash at hand, because he's going to need it. And also for him as well as the kart. So yeah, he absolutely caked in mud. Gus Lawrence going off the track as well at that point. Gian Garrity managing to fight his way through the field as well. He was battling away with Zach Green. They were finishing those top moments. And then the wet masterclass here on the slick tyres. A drying track from Ruben Moya, getting it to the end. Big look over the shoulder to see no one there. 3.8 seconds was the next closest driver, in the form of Matthias van der Kerkhoff, who gained 2 places in that race. Well, that is 2 of the next senior races done. 1 more to go, and this will round out their 4th round of qualifying heats before we go into the juniors and minis for their last round, and then the seniors will end the day. Guillaume, I suspect they'll all be slick tyres maybe for the next one, and they are indeed all slick tyres, and 1 driver deploying a fresh set as well.
Yeah, definitely so, as the drivers are now onto the break with the time for the recovery team of the Cremona circuit to give a bit of a hand to the unfortunate drivers that we had still stuck onto the circuit. But indeed, the information has come in. Most of the drivers are now in slick tires. We came past the point where the wet compounds can be of some use. Not anymore, as the track is being washed and cleaned up as we speak. But everybody on the slick, and as you said, Thomas Grid has decided to go for his 2nd allowed pack of tires. You could see on screen as well Max Radek, the Portuguese from Victory Lane, for the first time in his career in pole position. And while we're at it, let's give a quick message and our hats off as well to the Orange Army, because without the passion and the dedication of all those volunteer marshals around the world, well, motorsport would not be possible. So as many times as we can, we are very much thankful to everybody here on track, not only on this one, but on all karting tracks and all car tracks all over the world, for the passion and dedication of those people, women and men, and coming from all over the world, and giving the free time to be on track and to make sure that everything goes according to plan for the safety of the drivers.
Exactly that. Well, here we go then. Engines are fired up. They're all on slicks now. No wets to be seen. But like I say, that track's still just that fraction greasy. So let's find out how this race will unfold, or whether or not we get another little sprinkling of rain. Maybe, don't know. We saw it for a very brief moment. Guillaume, you'll look around to have a look at those clouds. Let's quickly fire you through this starting lineup, though. Max Radek and Sam Woolley go from row number 1. Andy Rattel and Clément Outron on row 2. Both of those drivers have had absolutely fantastic races over the course of this weekend. Watch that 2nd row. Yana Luja and Aaron Garcia go from row 3. They'll have Andrea Barberi and Yannis Boulier on row 4. Danan DeVos and Matthias Michals go from row 5. They'll have Knut Nilsson and Elias Laman on row number 6. Lewis Bird, Otto Pukkanen go from row 7. They'll have Philip Svensson and Julian Bertbacher on row 8. Evgeny Yazkov and Kevin Backer, they go from row number 9.
On row number 10, we have Luca Montebello and Thomas Van Vliet, the Dutch driver, with a new set of slick tires. Maxime Prudhomme and Oscar Guccio on row number 11. Row number 12, Mohamed Neime and Luna Claret. Row number 13, Marcel Matijevic and Piotr Gorecki. Warapang, Emrikan and Kellen Wallens on row number 14. 15, row Michal Gorecki and Jonathan Lentrum, and Bertram Sach at the back end of the grid. And as we've said before, watch out for the number 301 at the wheel of his Insta kart from Falcon, because like Marcus Glum or like Ruben Moya on the race before, well, Bertrand Touch has been showing some great pace in all conditions. Let's see if he can take advantage of those drying tarmac here in Cremona. And there's a little bit of sun even pouring through the cloud. I don't know if you can see it, guys, on the live streaming, but by the look of it, the light is getting brighter slightly through the clouds. We've missed the light a little bit ever since we came here in Cremona, to be fair. To be said, but now it seems to me that the picture of that beautiful track is getting brighter by the minute, and hopefully this will help the circuit to get even more dry.
Are we looking at the same picture, Guillaume? I'm loving your optimism, but it's very cloudy out there still.
I know. I'm coming from Belgium as much as you come from Britain, and hope is part of what makes us proud Belgian and British people. You know, hope for the weather, and even the tiniest of light through the clouds can be, you know, the start of something beautiful.
Yes, this is a very untidy start. Not sure what's going on here. Well, actually, I do know what's going on here. This is still a bit of a wet track. That's a very dark cloud heading to us here, Guillaume. What bright clouds were you looking at? I've got no idea.
Well, not that direction, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I was looking the other way.
The other direction looks
and it's
great.
much more promising. Yeah.
Let's look that way again. That was much more better to look at, but yeah, not the view behind there. There's our race director Martin B on the gantry, sending them round once more. Ah, there we go. Well, that's what was very close to us. That's probably the dark cloud that we can see that's very close to us. And maybe it's just missing us. One can only hope, because they're all on slicks now, and that's the last thing we want to see, is an entire grid of karts on slicks, and then all of a sudden the heavens open. So let's hope that does just miss us, and hopefully these drivers can get a good race under their belts. But like I say, track's the driest it's ever been. Hopefully pace is nice and slow. Max Radek, Sam Woolley at the front of this grid, and hopefully we've got all the karts in formation. The answer to that is no. But let's see what happens then as they head into the tram lines. We are racing down in towards turn one once again. Hold your breath on this one. Are the grip levels there? No, they're not. They're not indeed. And Sam Woolley is the biggest victim of that one. He goes pirouetting straight into the barriers at turn number one, and he is joined by more. There's an energy course there. The 251 is there just spinning its wheels. That's Michael Gorecki, who's going no further in that one. I think it might have been Jonathan Landstrom, the other driver, because they were starting alongside each other, and he's on an energy course, so that kind of makes sense on that one. Other drivers that have been caught out, like we say, Andy Rattel, I think he's had a spell out on track. Keanu Wellens, Gorecki and Landstrom, yes, they're all the drivers who I think have had a bit of a spill on that opening lap. Meanwhile, at the front here, this is Clement Outron, Dream Racing, once again living the dream here in Cremona, breaking away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, very well said indeed for Clement Outron. Once again, your leader at the beginning of that qualifying race. Watch out, as we have an investigation as well for pole sitter Max Radek. We'll come back to that.
I'm going to eat my words, what I said earlier on. It's not Sam Woolley who went off the track. He is still in third place. It was the very similarly livid Andy Rattel who went off the track at the opening stage of that race. And there you can see on your screen
Max Radek.
Yeah, the 3:06 of Max Radek, the pole sitter from qualifying out of his first qualifying heat of this weekend, his first retirement of the weekend. And that is off at turn number one. And that is just a case of, I think, cold tyres on a slightly damp piece of track. He's on the outside, he's turning in, he's got no grip, it goes straight off, and it's just a big hello to those barriers.
Oh my God, such a disappointment for Max Radek. He didn't have the best of weekend so far, despite starting from pole position, and he was under investigation, certainly for that starting procedure not deemed good enough by Martin Bean, our race director, and now he's paid the price, but fully, unfortunately, due to other circumstances. But another disappointment for Max Radek, unfortunately, out of this race. And we had some trouble as well for other drivers. Jonathan Landstrom is out, Michael Gorecki is out, now Max Radek is out. Andy Rattel, you said it, Anthony, at the back end of the field. Another driver. Yeah, there he is. There is the Frenchman from Pantano. And looking at the pace he's going, it doesn't seem to me that he's going to go forward until the end of this race. But what a disaster that is for Andy Rattel, who came into this race with 2 wins to his name. He's one of the favorites to the overall win here in Cremona. And dropping a result like that in the qualifying heat at this stage of the weekend, that will put him in a very, very difficult situation.
It certainly would. Eyes on the rest of the field here as they push through in these challenging conditions. You can still see the back end stepping out of these karts. Big hit of the curb there as well. And that is heart in mouth moment for Nielsen, who is just keeping it in control. At the front though, Clement Autron finding the grip levels there, 55.335, fastest lap of the race, fastest lap I think of the day so far for Clement Autron, extending his lead from Bird, not from Barberi. Here we go, this is down in towards Sanuan. Is this retiring?
Rattel, yeah.
Rattel, I think he's brought it back in and he's given up with this one, doesn't feel like it's worth. Save the tyres maybe.
Yeah, definitely so. And at this point, there was nothing he could have done to change his faith into this race. So it's always cruel having to DNF like that when you know that you still can go through that race. As run inside on Lewis Bird goes Aaron Garcia. That was battle for P3. Beautifully made for the Spaniard driver up into 3rd place. Lewis Bird trying to resist. Oh, and then another drama. The yellow flag is being waved. I think that happened on turn number 1, just close to opposition.
That's Matis Machout out of the race as well. Yeah, that is just off the side of turn number 1. So yellow flags are out down there while the marshals rescue that kart. So yeah, big ups and downs. I'm going to give my word again on this one. I think Sam Woolley did have a moment at the start of that race. I'm pretty sure I saw a BMR kart go off the track. I may have got him confused maybe with Lewis Bird, but Lewis Bird is still in the race in that BMR further up the order. So yes, I think Sam Woolley did have that spill at the start of that race. There's your lead battle going across the line. I'm constantly holding my breath for the drivers towards turn 1.
And he needs Sam Woolley dropping all the way down, as you've seen correctly. We might have a look at that in the replay, but that's another driver starting at the forefront of that grid that didn't have the best of start to his race. Now, let's focus on what's happening at the front, because Barbieri, one of the Italian drivers from Zanchi Motorsport, one of the teammates of Riccardo Ferrari, and Danny Carolini is busy chasing Clement Autron. We thought for a moment that Clement Autron would have an easy one in this qualifying heat on his way to what could be win number 3. But Barbieri has other ideas and plans in mind. Aaron Garcia, 1.3 seconds just behind. He still has a bit of time, halfway through this qualifying heat we are. And as you can see, Aaron Garcia is not far behind. He's on his own, so he can push lap after lap, trying to put himself into qualifying mode, catch up with the rest, catch up with the leading duo in front of him. 1.1 second, that's exactly what he's doing. Because the more those two battle, well, the more opportunity it gets big for Aaron Garcia to join them and fight for the win.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm looking at his sector times. He's going purple in sector 1 and all of that. So he's in a really strong spot, is Aaron Garcia. Keep an eye on that gap, albeit it looks like it's slightly opened up a little bit there. So the pace still quick. But we'll keep an eye on those battles there. There's the rest of the field going down in towards turn at number 8. You can see the battles happening thick and fast. Diane de Vos has got Otto Buchanan for company. Montebello is there as well. Svensson, Sasha, Bertram, Sasha. There it is again. 21 places gained. As what has happened to the driver who was rotating in second place, Andrea Barberi, is disappeared. And he has tumbled down the order all the way to the back. Is there a kart off the circuit somewhere? Where's that happened? These drivers, they are sneaking away from this lead fight. Is it raining again? Yeah. I think it is. Yeah, there's more water on the lenses of the cameras. Rain once again is falling. And is this going to cause problems for our field? We are on lap 7 of 11, or lap 8 of 11. And are the times going to go down? De Vos has just tumbled down positions. Le Mans has just tumbled down positions. They're all falling off the track just a little bit here. And this is going to get interesting, Guillaume.
Yeah, one of the crop promotions outside of your view is running at a different pace. Oh, yes, indeed. The track is getting slippery. Another driver is off just in front of opposition. And I didn't get to see who that was. But yeah, there's tricks starting to appear on different spots of the track, and the grip seems to be missing on the on the corner number 9 and 10 on the other side of the circuit. But the drivers are starting to get into some messy mode. Mistakes are being made at the moment.
Oh, and more going off at turn number 1 as well, all the way through the field. They have just got no grip whatsoever, and there's a big one off at turn number 1, and they're all just scrambling to find traction levels now. Yellow flags are out in turn 1. There you can see the victory lane. Denan de Vos was one of them. He went straight into the barriers, and he's tumbling down the order. I confirm the other driver was Luca Montebello, was the driver that hit the barriers earlier on as well, who's just tumbled down the order. So action happening all over. Bertram Sash has just tumbled down one spot here. All the meanwhile, right at the front, Clement Outron still remains to be the guinea pig. Oh dear, that's a big one there off the barriers, and the driver, oh, that's not nice to look at all.
Oh.
And there's more carts going off. He's in a real tricky spot there, and marshals are on the scene almost instantly to assist him. I didn't see the cart number, and they've got him out now, I can confirm. That was not nice to look at, and the race here has got to a stage where the grip levels, they just are non-existent now. We are still under green racing conditions, but marshals all over the scene, and now the red flag has come out. So the race has been stopped, and there are marshals on the scene and medical crews on the scene as well. But that was not a nice scene at all. And hopefully that driver is okay. I didn't see who it was under the barriers, but we do hope they are okay. But that red flag has been called, and that is a good distance completed. And I think that is the event being called there. I think they are going back to the pit lane, going back to Parc Fermé. Yep, race is done nice and slowly. Head back to Parc Fermé, but that was a very, very scary moment there. Well, these drivers just getting themselves squared away, and the staff there trying to slow them down as quickly as they can. Race Director Martin Bean on the track, pointing to them to head back to Parc Fermé. But we will wait and see an update of that moment. But, well, all the way to the end of that one, Clement Outron then taking the win. And is that now going to change a little bit of things for the next race? Because, of course, all those drivers will have probably put slicks on. And I can imagine they are now all scrambling to put wets back on. Because you just saw there, Guillaume, carts went off left, right and centre.
Yeah, that was a very disturbing sight as well, and that can happen sometimes. We didn't get to see the number identity of the driver just yet, and we won't show it to you. But as you are being made aware of, at the moment, the marshal and the medical team is on track assisting the driver, as you can see on the other side of the picture. But we won't get any closer than that. The time letting the people on the track and the teams to do the work properly. But the red flag is being waved. The race has been stopped for good, as we're going to wait for further information before we get back racing. There's a couple more races left onto the schedule. We are down for the seniors for now. It was the fourth and penultimate round of qualifying heats for the top class of the IAME Euro Series. Then we're going to have the juniors, the mini, and we will find the seniors back for the last 3 qualifying races of the day. But in the meantime, we have to wait for the green light from the race director and make sure that the track is clear and good for racing. But at the time being, we are pretty much on the stop. If you're joining us right now, the red flag has been waved by the race director, as you do in that procedure. And we're going to have to wait and certainly go into a little bit of a break before we are allowed to take back the track. And we'll let you know for if any further information comes our way. But as for now, we have Clement Outron, who before the stoppage of the race was leading in front of Aaron Garcia. Yanni Bouillet in 3rd place from Knut Nielsen. Andrea Barbieri, who is still with us in that race. We thought for a moment that Barbieri had retired or tumbled on the order, but he had just disappeared from the fighting positions. He was second at some point, giving a hard time to Clément Tromp. We thought for a moment that he could be fighting Clément for the race win. We didn't get to see in the heat at the moment, and there's been a lot of heat certainly through these races. There's been a lot of heat going on into that senior qualifying heat, and here's a replay at some of the moments that we've had through this qualifying heat. And so many drivers going off because the rain came falling once again. It was a bit of a disturbing view because we could see a little bit of light rain on the window of a commentary box, but not quite dropping as we've seen before. But still, the drivers were, going off here and there, left and right, in a turn number 1, turn number 2, turn number 8, and in the middle of the track as well. So it was clear sign that the rain was falling in some parts of the track, that the grip was really disappearing, and on those slick tires, in those conditions, not knowing what to expect from one corner to the other, well, you can pay it cash sometimes.
You can indeed. This was the moment where it was starting to just strip with rain once again, and you can see that was the moment red flag came out, and the field heading back to Parc Fermé. So that race called there. That was more than 75% race distance, which means, yes, it was called from that point. Clément Outram then taking the win from Adam Garcia and Yanis Bourier, who rounded out the top 3 at the end of that one. There is going to be a bit of a wait now, I can imagine, before we will see another race. They'll be scrambling to change tyres and think what they want to put on in Parc Fermé. We are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the IAME Euro Series Round 1, brought to you live here at the Cremona circuit in Italy. If you are only just joining us, we are coming off a red flag incident from that previous race. The full grid on slick tyres, a dash of rain came down, and unfortunately there was a large contact with the barriers. We are still in the process of clearing up that incident. I can report, though, thankfully, the driver involved in that incident was the pilot of the 258, Elias Leman. I have been told that he is okay, which is good to hear, but I suspect a little bit shaken and a little bit bruised after that incident, so we do wish him the best of luck. But he is with the medical teams, he's in the medical centre, but I have been told that he is okay, which is good to hear. That is seniors done for the time being. Racing will resume very shortly. Juniors are due to come out next. Now, their race start time for this is due to be 10 past. We are 5 minutes past that time, which is the delay that we have had from this stoppage. And as the marshals have done a brilliant job of getting the barriers organised. I'm seeing there, Guillaume, as well, it's raining again. The entire grid of juniors, I have just been told as well in my ear, are on slick tyres. If we're going to see a delay, we're going to see another one right now because they're going to have to switch to wets. Yeah,
you can see the drops on the focus of our camera here. And as you said, most of the drivers are now into the pre-grid, which means that after this point, once they come across the Parc Fermé, the scrutining area, they cannot go back and they cannot change back the tires they have put on. So that means that there's going to be an interesting couple of next races if the rain decide to intensify. We don't know yet at this point. We had a bit of, I would not say sunshine, you know, as Belgians, of course, we tend to see that anywhere. But we had a bit of bright light that could have been the sign of maybe less cloudy weather above our heads. It's not the case. The rain is right now has come back just a little bit, but that could be enough, as we've seen on the race before. That could be enough for the conditions to really go from bad to even worse, as some of the drivers, even those with experience, have showed us actually on the race before. Cremona and some others went unhurt from this race, and but some others, for them, it wasn't the case actually, and one of them got into a big incident, but fortunately he was okay, and the racing is good to go.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll be back. There is a short break. We'll wait and see what is going to be happening. But as you can imagine, a delay is on the cards. We'll be back very, very soon. Well, here we go then. After a quite shorter break than we were thinking, we have got the next group heading out onto the circuit. This is X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus C. Can report slick tyres all on board here, and the track is as well. Those dry patches have gone. And it did rain for quite a bit there, but it's still in a situation where we're going to get some interesting, I think, developments in this race. So let's see what happens. Let's take you through the starting lineup then. Dan Alleman and Jesse Phillips on row number 1. Phillips and Alleman are at the top of those points, but Jesse Phillips leads it with maximum points. Riley Cranham and Archie Owen go from row 2. Sig the Rademaker and Nicola Frigg round out the top 6 on row number 3. Max Endicott and Nilis Malik go from row 4. They'll have Charlie Johansson and Johan Tudor on row number 5. Matteo Mellis and Max Yule round out row number 6. And the rest of the field as well.
Row number 7, we have Romeo Mello and Rurenko Villau. Row number 8, Matteo Peruccio and David Stefan Minciuna. Row number 9, Max Lacroix and Zoltan Cogni. And at the back end of the grid, Ben Coates and Noah Grenier on row number 10. Row 11, Rafael Zarnask and Alejandro Campos. Freddie Wood and Sosuke Maeda on row number 12. And Matteo Peruccio is nowhere to be seen from Zenki Motorsport. Seems to be missing from that grid, which means that we have 23 drivers ready to go compete for the A versus C qualifying heat for the junior class. So keep in mind, the next 2 races, this one and the next, are the most important of the day for the junior competitors. These are the last 2 before we head to the final phase of tomorrow, the super heats and the final. So this is the last chance for any of those 4 groups and the drivers in it to try to maximize the result, to try to secure what has been built before. JC Phillips is heading to that last race, confronting Dan Halleman. Those 2 are leading the classification as for now. 100 points for JC Phillips, 94 points for both Dan Halleman and Riley Cranham that will get to see compete in the race next. The advantage for, of course, those 2 aforementioned is that they will, oh sorry, my apologies, Cranham is indeed into that race and not in the next, is actually 3rd on the grid. But those 3 in the same race, that's gonna give us one heck of a show. Let's not forget as well, Didi Kraft and Archie Owen as other potential contenders. Archie Owen actually on the side of Riley Cranham. So all the competitors, all the protagonists for a potential pole position coming to the Super Heat tomorrow are partially into that race.
Well, let's see if we're going. The answer to that very quickly is going to be no. Everyone's scrambling again to get temperature in those slick tyres. And again, you can see there from that picture, there's a very faint dry line. However, the majority of the circuit has still got a damp patch all over it. So again, it's still a bit of an unknown for this group of how much grip level there will be out there, and clearly you can see at the front there, the front were ready, the back though was not, and yeah, a lot of drivers out of position and just not formed up. So hopefully this time around they slow it right down and get it sorted out. These are the toughest race conditions you could have for a young driver. A drying track, slick tyres, constant fear of rain falling at any point. These are the toughest of conditions you could possibly have, and these drivers are doing their level best to see what happens here. Dry lines are forming, but the track is still very, very greasy out there. Hold your breath as there sideways moments for drivers in the background. Are we going? We are going racing, and let's see who's going to get this run through turn 1 cleanly. Are they all going to go through? No, they're not. And there's spins in the middle of the track. One of the victory lanes gone round. There was another one that went skating straight off into the barriers at turn number 1. And again, there's a multiple there. The 40 and the 21 have had moments there. And that is Lorenzo Villau is one of them. And the other one, the 40 as well on my screen. I'm trying to think. That is Alejandro Campos. Yes, indeed, who started 22nd place. They've all had moments. And, of course, one of them was one of the victory lanes that had spun around, but I can't tell you who that was, albeit at the front of this field, though. It's a clean getaway for the rest, and I think that's Riley Cranham in the lead of this one. So he's managed to get the jump on both Alleman and Jesse Phillips. Yeah, very much the 3rd man into the wagon here, the open train of the drivers competing into this qualifying heat of the junior category. Riley Cranham went from 3rd to 1st in the course of a half of a lap.
taking the Fusion drivers, a train of Fusion drivers with Stig de Rademacher and GC Phillips, who was on the forefront of the grid, only done in third. Dan Halleman done in fourth, dropping 3 positions. Oh, and 1 driver going out in turn number 3. Don't get to sit yet. This is the number 33. Freddie Wood from Jimmy Green Racing was driving around in 17th place after having climbed 6 positions. So that's quite a shame for him after all that hard work into the opening lap. Back with the leaders. Graham in the lead. Stig de Rademacher second. GC Phillips. Then Dan Halleman. Phillips down in fourth in front of Archie Owen. Frigg. A yellow flag is being waved into the second sector.
I can see it. There it is on the screen. It's one of the Jamie Greens out of the race, and that, I believe, could that be Lorenzo Villau, who went off the track firstly at turn 1, rejoined, continued on, and then has gone off again. That would be a big shame. Here's Archie Owen down the inside of Dan Alleman. He's not got the grip level there. He slots in behind Phillips in tow as well. Alleman, though, has found the pace. He's got now through past Cranham, and that's moved him up a nice position as Stig de Rademacher at the front of this field is starting to break away. He's found the most grip out there and has been able to open up a little bit of a gap of 1.2 seconds now from the rest of the field. So Alleman back into second place ahead of Cranham. Owen still there in 4th place from Phillips. Nicola Frigg there in P6 from Max Yule. Stefan Mituna is there in 8th place from Jürgen Johansson, rounding out the top 10 at this moment as we keep an eye on the clouds looming over the circuit. I don't see any spots on our window. I think we're all clear for the time being as we are wheel to wheel here. Here is Owen and Cranham side by side. Through they go, and so does Phillips. He's now up another position as those drivers now try to hunt down the likes of Stig de Rademacher in the race lead.
Halfway through that qualifying heat, and battles are plenty between some of the Fusion drivers trying to shake each other off, but also moving forward. Stig de Rademacher is the one in the lead, a young Belgian driver with the fastest lap in the race. Dan Halleman is giving everything in front of GC Phillips, Graham. Archie Owen down in 5th. I wouldn't want to be Dan Halleman on my own with my Spirit Racing chassis and against all the Fusion drivers. Under the race chassis from Spirit Racing, to be specific, for Dan Halleman, but it's a little bit David against Goliath in this fight for Dan Halleman, very much on his own. The 2 teammates behind. What they have to do right now is push themselves forward, trying to attack Dan Halleman and secure what could be the first win of the day and of the weekend for Stig de Rademacher. Quick wheel over the shoulder, coming across opposition as Cranham going past GC Phillips into turn number 1. It's not about the time to do anything unwise. Those two helping each other out a little bit, pushing them forward, but watch out where you put your wheels. And it seems to me and to us that the grip level is back to what it used to be before the rain came along. Those drivers are really keeping it steady onto the racing line. We haven't seen so far for the past 2 laps any driver going off track or finding himself into trouble, so that's a good sign. Let's touch wood.
Yes, indeed, but we are lap 6 of 8 for the time. We're lap 5 of 8 at this moment, and these drivers just getting themselves dialed in now. But what are the gaps looking like? Stig de Rademacher is 1.3 across the line now. Goes Stig de Rademacher. He enters onto lap number 6. It's 1.4 now. So again, it does just change that little bit more. So he is continuing to open up that gap. Alleman not able to match the pace here. Cranham behind, Phillips behind as well. I suspect they might be closing in because Cranham has just gone fastest lap of the race. And as we said it, our first victim in a while off track is the driver from Japan, Suzuki Maeda, who's gone off the circuit in the premium karting outfit. That is a big shame. Has got going again, albeit I would not like to be the one with jet wash responsibilities when that car gets back.
Yeah, it's not the worst we've seen so far. Lucky for him, but still a lot of work for the mechanics to clean them up afterwards. As Stig de Rademacher, and another driver out, I'm afraid. Well spotted there, Anthony, outside of turn number 12. Don't get to see it yet, as there's changes are plenty as well between GC Phillips getting ahead of Dan Halleman. Phillips is up into P3, Dan Halleman down to 4th. As the driver into difficulties over there, it seems to me that it was Lorenzo Villau, the Portuguese driver from Jimmy Green Racing, Yeah, it's
No, he was a while ago.
I was a while ago. My apologies.
I think it was Alejandro Campos, potentially, was the other driver,
That's right.
number 40, who's had a moment. But yeah, it's all kicking off here for Dan Aleman and Jesse Phillips. Battle for third place, definitely on here, and I think Phillips has now managed to get the job done. So he's put himself up into third place. Aleman now on the back foot here as it's Stig de Rademaker, Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips. 1, 2, 3 for the Fusion Motorsport team. Towards the start-finish line they will go. They will have traffic in the form of Medea, who has rejoined onto the circuit. We are on the last lap of this race. Let's see what happens here. Stig de Rademaker has looked comfortable, but the gap, Guillaume, has come down now. 0.7 of a second is the gap. But it's a case of who's going to get it to the line first.
Yeah, definitely so. And taking a look at the classification as for now, when it comes to the qualifying heat in total, JC Phillips being third on the track is taking the first spot back, as we have one driver indeed coming back to the pit. This is the Japanese driver, but for JC Phillips, as for now, point counting would be the first pole sitter if it's not moving. But we have TT Kreeft in the race coming up, who still might have a chance to snatch one or two pole positions, but JC Phillips has a tight advantage in terms of points on Riley Cranham if it stays like that.
Yep, certainly does. Here we go then into the final corner. It's very close between Rademaker and Cranham. It's going to be a side-by-side to the line. A quick thumbs up, but it's Stig de Rademaker who claims his first win of the weekend ahead of Cranham. Phillips crosses in third place, Aleman in P4, Owen in P5, Nicola Frigg in P6. From Maxiol, Noah Grenier, Matteo Melis and Nilis Malik, who round out the top 10 in that race. Very challenging conditions, but they all make it to the end. There's a look at your full results. Darren Mintuna finishing in 11th place from Romeo Mello. Charlie Johansson finishing in 13th from Johan Tador. Ben Goertz from Max Endicott. Zoltan Koenig and Max Lacroix rounding out the top 18 on circuit. 19th place sees Rafael Zanat. Freddie Wood rounding up the top 20 finishers, 3 retirements and 1 non-starter. Suzuki Medei from Japan finishing in 21st place. Alejandro Campos and Lorenzo Villau all out of the race, and Matteo Paruccio non-starting that race. Well, that is groups A and C done for today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one, as Group B and D prepare themselves for their race coming up very soon. Here's a look then at the start, and for some drivers, shaky moment. For others, a very shaky moment. They could see the first spin and round would go. I think that might have been the 58 of Nilas Malik. It was indeed. Managed to recover back to 10th place. There was Lorenzo Villau, one of them, and Alejandro Campos. They would both later retire as well from the race. But at different parts of the circuit, not at turn 1. Race continuing then. Aleman dropping down the order in the early stages. He did fight back though, got back up into P2, getting past Phillips and the rest. There was the first retirement. That was Lorenzo Villau of Portugal out of the race. And then it was the run to the line in the early stages as well, because you saw this great side-by-side action down the inside. Big close moments here for Archie Owen. Just trying to find his way through the inside at turn number 1. That gap was not found, and he would slot back into position. He would later push his way up the order just that little bit, but he would end up finishing the race P5 overall. So he was still in a good, strong position throughout that race. All the meanwhile, at the front, Stig de Rademaker had checked out from the rest of the field as he put himself in the lead. Aleman was chasing him down. You had the fights going on here between the two Fusion teammates, with the likes of Cranham and Phillips battling away. That allowed Aleman to break away at quite a substantial amount, but then they would later close back. Then we saw more dramatic moments for the rest. Suzuki Medea off the track, Freddie Wood also off the track in the early stages. There it was again, straight off. The driver for Japan just struggling after going off once, the tyre temps cooling down, getting the mud on the tyres, going into another corner, and then it happening again. It's a very disheartening feeling, but it does happen. It is so easily done as well. I'd like to get caught up and retire into the pit lane. A run to the line, very close between the two of them, but Stig de Rademaker taking the win by 1/10 of a second ahead of Riley Cranham and Jesse Phillips 1, 2, 3. A Fusion Motorsport 1, 2, 3. They'll be delighted with that one, as, like we say, A and C, they're done for the day. Let's head down to Parc Fermé, though. Over to you, Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Welcome back, guys, to the Parc Fermé. Let's have a quick chat with Riley Graham. Riley, strong race so far for you, strong pace in all conditions. You got a win in the bag. This is your second place, putting you as one of the contenders for tomorrow. How does one feel after that good day at the office?
Yeah, it's been a good day. The pace is there. We'll go on tomorrow and push harder.
Push harder, but hopefully the conditions will be a little bit better than today. Talk us through how it felt out there, because we went from fully rain, changing, dry, then back again to rain.
Yeah, it's been a weird day. Obviously the track's been different in nearly every session. I think the last one then it was all about keeping it on like the driest part of the track where the rubber was most. But other than that, it's been all right.
And there's a lot of you from Fusion Motorsport obviously fighting at the forefront. How do you approach that kind of racing with your teammates, considering that you have your own results to think of, but the team as well comes into play?
No, obviously we work together as a team, and well, we've always worked together as a team, and we'll do that tomorrow again.
Fantastic, that's the spirit. Best of luck to you for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riley Graham. We're going to welcome quickly GC Phillips. So once again, GC by my side, a little bit closer to me. Fantastic, so we can see you. So GC, at this point, we have one race left in the junior category, obviously, but you're leading the classification, which would make you the first pole sitter for tomorrow, the superheat. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. I mean, we've had a good day overall. A few wet heats. We've had 2 wins, and then in that session then it was changing conditions, so wasn't too happy about that. I mean, we can always improve, especially in those conditions. But yeah, obviously Riley was really quick, so we can compare some data. I mean, we can always be quicker. And yeah, hopefully we'll go into tomorrow with some better pace and hopefully get another win.
All right, best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, GC Phillips and Ray Graham. We'll leave you to it and get back to you, Anthony. There's some more racing going on with the last race of the junior class before we switch our attention to the seniors and the rest of the field.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, this is the last junior race of the day before the superheats tomorrow. Minis will be up next, and then, of course, we'll round out the day with the seniors, so their last round of qualifying heats. But this is qualifying heat B versus D. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Of course, one driver missing. We all know Yugrana of India not going to be taking part in this race. But on the front row, Benjamin Westwood and Finlay Lines will be starting from that front row. Louis Banzeret and Elvis Kolakowskis on row number 2. Row 3 sees Gabriel Benecki and Elias Ebers-Doppler round out the top 6. Didier Krieft and Andrea Galamberti go from row 4. They'll have Fabio Pelleretti and Gabriel Canal on row 5. Denny Babacek and Henry Carter go from row 6. They'll have Aaron Mehta and Ludwig Granqvist on row number 7. Row number 8 will just be Jacob Bachelor. Jugrana, of course, not there. Daniel Oliver and Rock Pinheiro will go from row number 9. Brilla Greeling and Peter Saracen on row 10. Matis Mush and Aurelio Castanelli will go from row 11. And Baron Alton Soy will round out the 12th row of the grid in 23rd place. Well, these drivers get themselves sorted out. Clouds still pretty dark surrounding the circuits, and can report again all the drivers have gone for slick tyres. No wets to be seen out there, so we are in that state where the track is in a state of readiness for a proper run of dry racing now. Hopefully, if the weather stays like that. However, I'm seeing a flurry of hoods going up on heads here, so not too sure if the conditions will remain. We'll have to wait and see. This is the last junior race of the day. This is going to determine who's going to be starting on pole position for those finals later on today. Can confirm all drivers are on slick tyres. But at the moment, Jesse Phillips is leading those points, 141 points. Can he be beaten in this one? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, because it's a false start for the field. They will go round again. Now, the next highest driver in this order that's out on track. So Phillips has just raced, Cranham's just raced, Alaman's just raced, the Raiderek has just raced, Owen has just raced. Max Yule, is he in this one, or has he just raced as well? No, he's just raced also. So he's all right. Matteo Melis, is he out in this one, or was he in the first one? No, he was just out as well also. So there's not many high drivers in this one. They're all outside the top 8. So we'll have to wait and see if maths can work. Didier Kreeft is out here. He's possibly relatively high, but he doesn't sit anywhere within the top 8. So we don't know exactly where he is. But remember, a race win is 50 points. So the Phillips has got 141. So yes, maths are involved. If you've got a number that's higher than 91, then you're all good. And if you win the race, you could take pole position for Superheat 1, but we can only see down to points of 98, so we just don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this race. Here we go then. This looks a little bit better. Are we racing then for the last time in juniors today? We are indeed. Down in towards turn number 1. Big direction change there for Elvis Krakowskis, trying to find the pace, but the rest of them can't. And it's straight off into the barriers for 4 of them. One of the Falcons is off the track. It's the 19, the 52, the 27. All off the track. Fabio Perati is one of them. Gabriel Canal is another that's gone off the 52 there as well. Is Rock Pineda also off the track. The Falcon that went off the track, I think, was Ludwig Granqvist. Also, he went off the circuit. There's more dramas as well. One of the MDC carts has gone off the track a little bit later on in the lap. That possibly could be Daniel Oliver. Again, not too sure. But as they all try and sort themselves out, again, another shaky start there with drivers on these slick tyres on a track that just isn't fully dry yet.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly the biggest of tricks, the biggest of traps you can easily find yourself in, as some of the drivers actually from turn number 1 are getting back on track. They're going to be just in the middle of the racing line for the leaders coming in. Watch out, the blue flag will be waved. It's going to be right in the middle of it. Right now, he's going to have to put himself on the side, the Spirit Racing driver. But that's what he does. Fabio Pelleretti trying not to get himself into trouble and get the others into a difficult situation as well. But I think everybody went through unhurt as the leaders keep on battling to turn number 8. The battle is on. Benjamin Westwood and Krasovskas, as well as Louis Bazire from Victory Lane. The Frenchman just took the lead. Beautifully made by Louis Bazire, taking 2 drivers at once, Krasovskas and Benjamin Westwood, into turn number 8 to just find himself in the lead for the first time this weekend. The Frenchman, let's see what he can do. Certainly the slick tires are talking. So the Frenchman is doing the talk as well for the most part. But Galimberti, Carter, Elbas Dobler, as well as Linus Babicek, Benedetto and Oliver. That's for your current top 10. This is the last race of the day for those junior drivers. Don't forget, at this point, well, we have a couple of drivers like Louis Bazire. The top 8 is shaking up a little bit based on those results. Louis Bazire taking the lead as the mission is on. He's find himself P5 overall in the classification. If it stays like that, don't forget that the classification overall of that weekend will be split in 2, with each of the half disputing the Superheat tomorrow. So basically the 2 leaders, as you can see on the right, J.C. Phillips and Graham, if it stays like that, will be each pole sitters for the Superheat 1 and the Superheat 2. And the rest of the classification will be split with Dan Halleman on the front row for the first of the Superheat, Stig de Rademacher on the front row for the second Superheat, and so on and so on.
It was Dobler there having drama out of turn 12, getting caught out on that big exit curb and just tumbling down the order. Lost out on multiple positions there, as now Gabriel Canal under investigation. I'm keeping an eye on Krakowskis here. He's looking a little bit all over the place here. He's going right to the edge of the circuit. It looks a little bit shaky, but he's got good control over the kart. He is losing time a little bit here, but he's got back past Benjamin Westwood. But he needs to try. Well, no, yeah, he's got past Benjamin Westwood, but he needs to close in on the likes of Louis Blazare, who is so much further up the road. He's 1.6 seconds further up the road from Westwood. Sorry, Krakowskis is battling with Galimberti at the moment. Those 2 are still going wheel to wheel throughout this lap, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. They've got Finley Lines behind as well. Benetti also there, Babicek, Carter, Backler there as well, Greeling, all involved. They're inside that top 10 at this moment. But again, I'm just keeping an eye on them clouds all surrounding, because it does feel like it's getting a little bit darker here, Guillaume. I don't know about you.
Yeah, definitely. So some dark clouds coming from the east or the right from opposition onto the track. We don't know yet what that might mean for the remaining races of the day. But so far so good in terms of dry condition, at least on the racing line. Doesn't prevent some of the drivers to get caught up into slippery conditions though. But so far we still have pretty much everybody on track. Yes, we do have everybody on track as Gabriel Benecchi just went past the friendly lines for P5. As you can see on your screen, a couple of climbers as well into that field. 9 places gained for Bruno Grilling. Another one, make it 10 as he just made his way past Jacob Bachelor for P9. As well as 6 places gained further up for Bachelor, as well as Aurelio Gustinelli. One of the last drivers that could have shaken up a little bit the upper part of the classification was Didier Krieft from Fusion Motorsport. Fortunately for him, he dropped a couple of places, is only P10 at the moment. Certainly a better result will help his cause to maybe snatch maybe a front row start when it comes to the Superheat tomorrow. But as it stands, if the classification doesn't move too much, then we would have our 2 pole sitters, GC Phillips and Raleigh Cranham that you heard at the mic.
This battle's keeping me with a big smile. Westwood and Galimberti, the 2 teammates, going wheel to wheel through this lap, and they've now changed positions here. And I think it's Galimberti ahead of Westwood, and Benecchi has got through in between the 2 of them now. So the driver of the number 84 separates the 2 Pantano karts as they now head to the next drivers ahead. Krakowskis there in 2nd place, trying to close in on Louis Bazare, but like you say, Louis Bazare's got some good pace here. He's not the fastest driver out there. That honour goes to Gabriel Benecchi, who's currently in 4th place. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He's got some quick pace there, but he's just got to try and get past these karts in front to see if he can maybe close up on his fellow countryman who's in the lead.
Yeah, definitely so. Benecchi finding a little bit of pace back towards the end of that day. Running to turn number 8, run inside, goes one of the drivers further back. That might have been lines. I might need to see that again. Oh, and some trouble for Benecchi. Is that him?
So.
Is that him dropping into places and dropping pace out there into the last sector?
Yeah, he's going very slow there. By the looks of it, one of the drivers just got no power at all in towards 12 and 13 and grinding to a halt. Meanwhile, the race still continues. There's Benecchi still there, but there is another car that's going very slowly. Benecchi down the inside, loses it on the exit. Nice little switch over between the 2 of them. And that fight's definitely on this final lap. Battle for 3rd is on. Hey, battle for the lead is on here. Look at this. Krakowskis has pulled the pin and he's gone absolute hammer on Louis Bazare, who is in the lead, but not comfortably now at all. It's gone down to 2/10. That's a lot less than 2/10. He's going for the lead. He's done it. Through goes Elvis Krakowskis out of nowhere. He closed a 1.6 second gap. I was being optimistic when I said maybe he could close up because there was only a lap left, but he's only gone and done it on the final lap. Elvis Krakowskis then, his last attempt at racing today before tomorrow, and it's going to end with a checkered flag and a P1. Elvis Krakowskis to the line. He does it for the Mole Racing team. What a drive that is ahead of Louis Bazare. Andrea Galimberti rounds out the top 3 after gaining 5 places ahead of Henry Carter's 8 places gained. Benjamin Westwood, Denny Babacek finishing inside the top 6 from Finley Lines. Didier Krieft and Gabriel Benecchi did finish actually down in 9th place in that one. On that last lap, he tumbled down the order. Bruno Grilling rounding up the top 10, 9 places gained as the drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. That is all she wrote for the juniors. They will be back out tomorrow, and it confirms then the starting order, somewhat provisionally, but for what we've got, Jesse Phillips confirmed then pole position for Superheat 1. Riley Cranham will take the honours in Superheat 2. Dan Alaman and Stig de Rademaker will be joining those 2 on the front row in those respective Superheats. So make sure you don't miss those tomorrow bright and early for those Superheats. But the racing not over just yet. Minis will be coming out next for their final round of qualifying heats before we end the day with the seniors. But Guillaume, let's go over these highlights here because, well, it was quite a dramatic start. And look at Elvis Krakowski right at the beginning of that one, diving to the inside, huge lock of oversteer, and getting into this one while the rest of the drivers in the background there all finding the grass and the barriers.
Yeah, 4 drivers stuck into the mud. The 52 of Roc Piniera, unfortunately, he was able to continue at some point before having to DNF as well. But certainly not the easiest place considering how greasy and muddy the grass has become over the next couple of hours. But yeah, liking this as much as you do, Anthony, this driving skills displayed by Elvis Krasowska, sorry. A little bit of, yeah, dancing skills into the rain, or not so much now. We're on the outside of the driver just in front of him, number 50. That was Benjamin Westwood, who was in 10. Number 3, battles going plenty into that last qualifying heat of the day for the junior category. The 81 on your picture going around the inside final lines would make it to P7. The 23 running into trouble, unfortunately for him. Elias Herbes-Doble would finish only P13 at the end of that race. But only halfway through, so much going on around the inside. Gabriel Benecchi, the Frenchman, fighting his way through as well, step by step, as the battles for the lead in the final lap took another turn when Elvis Krasowskas, we thought for a second that he would have to make do with second place and that Louis Bazure had that one in the bag. But the driver from Mole Racing had other plans in mind and just went for the move into that hairpin on the last lap, just a few corners from the finish. First win for Krasowskas today, first win for Mole Racing in the qualifying races, and win with beautiful manner in front of Louis Bazire, picking up his best result of the day so far. And we did expect maybe slightly some of the contenders being able to shake up the order up in the front of the classification, but unfortunately for the last one of them, Didier Kreeft, the race didn't go according to plan, only P8, 1 places down where he started. So as it stands, JC Phillips and Riley Graham, 2 of his teammates at Fusion Motorsport, are our official pole sitters for tomorrow, the Superheats. The classification to be confirmed officially on IAME-Euroseries.com for within the next couple of hours. But that's already a proud result for the 2 drivers that you heard. You'll get to hear the interviews back as well tomorrow on the live streaming, starting with the Superheat on Sunday morning. But we are not just done yet, ladies and gents, as we have the minis and the seniors next up. The last 2 of the minis, the last 3 of the seniors, and we need a handful more of pole sitters for the Superheat tomorrow. That's how we are looking right now, even though the next B versus D, there will be A versus C of the mini next, and the rest of the schedule up until 10 past 6 local time.
Yes, indeed. Just those 5 races to go then. Like we say, qualifying heat A versus C coming up next. That'll be out on track. That 18 minutes is actually until qualifying heat B and D that you see on your screen. But it is qualifying heat A versus C that is coming up next. We are a little bit behind schedule with some of the delays that we have had, which is why that graphic looks like that. But we are moments away from starting this race. And like we say, well, it's all about Austin Newstead in the mini category. The driver who's been starting well back in the order over the course of these races finds himself leading with maximum points. We will see him out in qualifying heat B versus D because he'll be starting from the 6th row of the grid. However, the drivers in this one, with Gottschalk and Mathis Brageot on the front row of this, they are in a position to really have a good result here. Mathis Brageot currently sitting 4th in the points. Engines fire up then, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. Mathis Brageot and Win Gottschalk on row number 1. Charlie Koff and Johnson Stewart go from row 2. Milan Baku and George House round out the top 6 on row number 3. Baptiste Augustine and George Clark go from row 4. Ahead of Alex Riley, Max Cruz on row 5. Stanislav Zarko and Colby Patterson on row number 6.
Row number 7, Haron Meta and Ludwig Rankvist, as well as row number 8, was supposed to be Yugo Rana, but the Indian driver is no longer taking part in this event. Jacob Bachelor by his side on row number 8, Daniel Oliver and Roc Piniera, row number 9, Bruno Grelling and Peter Tassisian on row number 10. As we have, and I do have the wrong list. This is the end of the day. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. So let me do that again. Row number 6, Stanislav Ziarko and Colby Pattison, Mason Brooks and Kim Minjai, Alexander Frigberg and Andy Stewart, Nahil Padovani and Mathis Nobbs, as well as Milo Cornel towards the back end of the grid. So that one is the right one, A versus C, the first of the last 2 mini races. It's been a while since I switched my grids, but that can happen from time to time. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The end of a long day, but we're good to go for racing after that warm-up lap. Mathis Brajot, the young Frenchman in the lead on pole position for that one. He has yet to win a race so far. In the mini class, we've had 2 wins for Austin Newstad, 1 for Mason Brooks and 1 for George House. Let's see if the Frenchman can finish on a high.
Guillaume, I've had Thanos in my ears, our man behind the scenes who sorts all the graphic, who slays away for hours coding all the graphics for you to completely ignore them and read the wrong grid in front of you. No, I've done that so many times. It's so easily done.
I might need coffee number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Coffee number 2 in the box, please. Brilliant stuff. Here we go then. Minis then. Penultimate race of the day for the class. And I can imagine they've been waiting a while. They've seen a lot of races in between their last run, and they are ready to get this one going. Track again, still drying. A lot of wet patches still out there, but every single driver on those slick tyres. Here we go then. Youngest drivers this weekend. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. And again, good stuff for the inside line, but it is slippy there, and they're going to go straight off again. Oh. And it's just not working out. There's a big smack into the barriers there for one of the drivers, and you can just see as they're going into it, that inside line, it's still so wet on that inside line. They go in and then it just understeers, and there's nowhere for the drivers on the outside road to go because they get understeered into.
Yeah, and they're sitting in the biggest trap, and some of them fell into that straight away. For the rest, quite a good getaway until the airpin number 8, the opening lap of 7 to go through. This is the penultimate race in the mini, as we had one gold stroke actually getting into trouble. Baptiste Augustin, another one. He's had trouble before as well. And Max Cruz from Kids to Win from Spain. Some of the drivers who got into trouble, but for one gold stroke, this weekend seems to be going from bad to even worse for the Winter Cup winner of this year a couple of weeks ago. Nothing is working his way so far.
No, he likes the sunshine of Spain. He does not like the rainy countryside of Italy, and it's just not gone his way at all in this one. It is gone the way of Milan Baku, though, because now in this position in the race lead, he finds himself second in the points with 130 points to his names. However, the driver in third place, George House, is your new points leader. Of course, that's before the next race goes out on track. But George House now with 135 is your intermediate classification points leader, and he is looking to start on pole position for it. But again, we have to wait and see what happens in that next race. But we are on lap number 2 of 7, and all the meanwhile, Baku and Brajot, who are at the front here, are starting to break away. However, George House is right there in third place. He is wanting to capitalise on maybe these two going for a little bit of a battle here, Guillaume. Question is, where does it happen?
That's a big question indeed.
Oh, and there's one in the barriers.
Oh, yes, indeed. Let's try to do and to see who that was, but he's coming back onto the track as we keep an eye on the battle for the win. Potentially, this is one of the Fusions. This is the 457. This is Kim Min-jae from Fusion. Unfortunately, the Korean driver went into the wall just at the end of the track, but was able to get back onto the tarmac. But I think that his master panel seems to be slightly wrong. Yeah, in a slightly wrong position, but still he was able to keep going. So that's always a good news. But in the meantime, Mathis Brajot and Milan Baku, Belgium against France, split by 1/10 of a second at the advantage of the pole sitter from Speed Racing. What can the RGP Racing driver do? Where can he pass? Turn number 1 and the first segment of the track. A couple of opportunities there in turn number 3 and 5 as well. He's choosing to wait by the look of it. But the more he waits, well, the more George House will be on his tail. And that's no good news certainly for the two rivals ahead, considering that George House, from his position in P3, is leading the classification, but he wants to finish that day on a high.
Here we go. Here's a replay. Watch at the top of your screen. There's Kim Min-jae off the track, bang into the barriers. Actually gave it a good whack there, the barriers. And then also at the front, change for the lead down the inside. Nicely done there from Mathis Brajot. Talk about 2 for 1. Buy one, get one free on those replays. We're saving money here now on replays. Good to see. Action still happening though. Now Mr. Stewart's just tumbled down our order on our timing screen. He's now going in round in 13th place. Has the XL Motorsport driver had a moment out on the circuit? The answer to that I do not know. Change for second place. George House down the inside. Miller Baku just running a little bit wide there at the exit of turn number 10, using that exit curve. And now George House closes in on Mathis Brageau. This does help him out with points as well. That's another position gain. That's another couple of points to his name. He goes from 135 to 138 now to try and help him start on the front row for the superheats tomorrow. Maybe even start on pole position for one of those superheats tomorrow. But we'll keep a very close eye on this as they'll push their way through. Very close run in between the two of them, but Mathis Brageau still in control of this one, Guillaume, and looks pretty comfortable out there.
Yeah, it showed that on his previous race as well, to be looking in control in the lead. But what he needs to do, certainly, that is what has been told, is to keep it until the end of that race. And now he's keeping a steady line, trying to hold up. As I said, Josh House just made his way past. Josh House is in the lead, diving his way through into the last segment of the track. So Josh House, the young British driver from XL Motorsport, was already leading the overall classification with one win to his name. But as we suggested, he's deciding to finish on the higher step of the podium, both in the classification and on the track. And as you can see, change in the qualifying hits overall scheme of things with Josh House, with almost 20 points clear from Mathis Brageau, his nearest rival, in both on track and into the ranking. So that's good news certainly for Josh House, considering that at this rate, well, is more than likely to finish on top of the classification and as pole sitter for the first of the two superheat of the class tomorrow. We'll get to hear more from Josh House towards the end of that race, hopefully. And Mathis Brageau, can he switch positions? Can he show us what we have been expecting from him since the start of the weekend? A little bit of fighting spirit towards the end of each of his qualifying races. Always easier said than done, but it's very close, the closest he's been all weekend.
Yep, exactly that. I mean, this would be his second win if he can take this one to the end. And that second place, it basically does definitely put the ball in the court of Austin Newstead, who's got to push his way through that field. He would have to win his last race to secure pole position. If he finishes second, he will be second. He will not get, not get pole position for Superheat 1, might get Superheat 2. So again, question marks over that one, but this is not over on this final lap, because check this out, Brageau round the outside, surely not, no, it can't do it. The grip levels weren't there. I thought that was all the way round the outside there for Brageau through turns 5 and 6. That would have been absolutely outrageous if he'd managed that one. But no, it was going to be George House who was going to hold it on the inside line. He had a big check over the shoulder. He knew he was there. And both of them just gave the racing room. Great to see. George House then, has he done enough to put it on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow in Mini X30? We will find out very, very soon, because to the line they go. George House has done what he can. It's not maximum points, but it's second maximum points, 144. He leads the points. We wait and see what happens in the next final Mini X30 qualifying heat. That's coming up next. Mathis Brageau to go second in the points, but again, that could all change. Second in the race as well. Baku finishing in third from Riley in P4, Freiberg in P5 from Patterson, Clark, Zarco, Brooks, and Stewart, who rounds out the top 10 in the points. A very, very tense moment for the drivers then ahead of this next one, because they've all got to think what is going to happen. There's a look at the rest of the results on your screen. Charles Clough finishing in 11th place, not results he would have wanted. Min Jae Kim as well, still gaining 2 places despite that trip to the barriers. Nahil Padavani goes from the next position in P13 from Mattis Nobbs, Miller Cornell. And Wyn Godchalk as well, finishing in 16th place. For Wyn Godchalk, this has been a weekend to forget. The only good news is that Wyn Godchalk knows he'll make it into those superheats tomorrow. Here's a look then at the highlights from that race. Again, inside row working strong. Brageau, Clough, Baku, Augustine, they got through the outside front rows there. Wynne Godschalk, Johnson Stewart, George House, they all have big moments as well for the rest. Max Cruz, Baptiste Augustine, they were all off on that opening lap and had to try and keep going. Unfortunately for a couple of them out of the race, and there were some of them with big hits into the barrier there. You can see it just off camera as they go through a very scary moment, but for some, just able to keep it on the straight and narrow in the early stages of that race. For the rest of the field then, it was just a run with the conditions getting ever drier over the course of it. This was the moment there was the crash in the background. That was Kim Min-jae going off the circuit and taking a barrier with him. And then the overtake for the lead. Mathis Brageau down the inside of Milan Baku. So I was saying 2 for 1 on replays there, as then you had the likes of George House. He was able to close in, firstly getting past Milan Baku up into second place. No drama there. Later would get the change for the lead down the inside in towards turn number 9. We don't see many overtakes through 9, but when we do, they're usually as good as that. And George House then would go to the end all the way, and he would secure the lead in the points, but it's not secured just yet. One more mini race to go, and can the official points leader, Austin Newstead, who's got 2 for 2 race wins, with 100 points to his name, if he claims a third in this last race, he is on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow. That race coming up in around 5 minutes time. Qualifying Heat B versus D. Make sure you don't miss that one. And then after that, we go into the last of these senior races, round 5 for them, their 5th round of qualifying heats for D&E, A&F, and B and C, before we round out the day and we find out who is making it to those superheats and finals tomorrow. A very tense time then ahead for the minis and the seniors, of course. Track conditions still in a state of unknown. It is still greasy out there in a lot of places. There are dry lines out there as well. Clouds still looming all over the circuit as well. It's just an unknown for what's going to be happening in the next few moments because, well, we just don't know what the weather's going to do. Let's head down to Parc Fermé then, and Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Welcome back to the Parc Fermé. I'm here with George House. George, well done to you. 2 times winner, leader, and pole sitter for tomorrow. How do you feel after that good day at the office?
Amazing, it was really good. I think we're really fast. I like that condition of the track. It was really fun to drive in.
Well, that's the first time that we get to hear from one of the drivers that it was very, very fun because we've had all sorts of conditions. Were you able to keep your head down during those sometimes very difficult races?
Yeah, it was quite a big crash, I think, at the start, but I dodged it and then just kept going on and then chased and caught them too, and then went in and then got the lead and then won, which was good.
That was good. One last step away, Superheat, the final. A good night of sleep in between, and then you'll be ready on form tomorrow?
Yep, definitely.
Fantastic, good word. Thank you very much, George House. And you can leave your place to Mathis Brageau. We'll leave you to it. Thank you, George. See you tomorrow. Mathis Brageau, you come in close a little bit. Thank you, so we can see you well. Mathis, congratulations. Bravo. That was a good day for you. Good battle with George. Can you talk us through that last race? And you missed the win for not much.
Yeah, I can win, but in the chicane I try to go to pass him in the outside, but it's a little bit wet, so it's slide, so yeah.
You've been one of the fastest drivers all around today, second in the classification with a good chance to start in the front for the Superheat. That gives you confidence for tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm really confident because now I know the fight, so in the wet or in the slick, so yeah.
You know the fight, you know the drivers, and you know the circuit as well, much better now.
Yes, but in the first day here, I don't know the track, so yeah, now it's better.
Now it's better, good learning curve, that's for sure. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mathis Brageau. Back to you, Anthony. We have a couple of more races left on schedule.
Yes, we certainly do. One more mini race and, of course, those 3 final senior races coming up in a few moments' time. But like we say, we are going to be heading over to qualifying heat B versus D for the minis. They are coming up next. And like we were saying, The drivers in A&C, they've done their job now. They're done for until tomorrow. George House and Mathis Brageau leading those points. However, there are drivers in this that could certainly shake things up in the form of the likes of Austin Newstead, who's in a really strong position, the form of others as well, who are also needing to push themselves up into their positions as well. But for a lot of drivers, they've had too much of a tough weekend. Aurelio Longatano, he's had a couple of bad moments out on track. So it's all about getting a good result in this one and just trying to gain as many positions as you possibly can ahead of tomorrow as the grid is told to clear. Last few words of encouragement. Dig deep. Let's get this done. Have a good race and stay off those wet patches. I suspect are the last few words that are going to be said to these drivers as the mechanics will head to their stands. It's all down to the pilots now as the boards will be going up very, very soon. You'll see the yellow light flashing at the start indicating 30 seconds to go before the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. A very tense moment here. And for one driver who starts this one on the 6th row of the grid for the United Kingdom in the 406, Austin Newstead, who has got the maximum 100 points. He's 5th in the points right now. A win here would put him on pole position for Superheat 2. A second place would put him on pole position for Superheat 2. But of course, he would not have Superheat 1 pole. Well, let's find out then as they make their way out. The green light flashes. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for Mini X30, their last race of the day. It's Aurelio Longatano and Daniel Ferguson on row number 1. Henry King and Abraham Shelvis on row 2 ahead of Harry Williams and Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on row number 3. Mason Hibbert and Theo Pelfrain go from row 4. They'll have Aaron Buhofer and Charles Ural on row number 5. Austin Newstead and Christian Kobe lock out row number 6. They'll have Sasha Miras and Ollie Simstad on row number 7. Denver Boss and Oliver Waitiens go from row 8, with the final row, row 9, being Luis Paternotte and Elias Sami. 18 runners in this race, all drivers out on circuit. And this is going to be a tense time for the field now as they get themselves sorted out. Who could be starting where in those superheats tomorrow? We are moments away from finding out. But like we say, keep an eye on that 6th row of the grid. Austin Newstead is the one to watch in this as he tries to hunt down the field and get to the front. He's done it twice before today, but that was in very wet conditions on wet tyres. We're now on a semi-dry circuit on slick tyres. The pace will have increased. This time it's going to be a lot harder for him to close in on the rest of the field, so we'll have to wait and see. They start their second and final formation lap before they get started for this race. A real good test of finding out where the grip levels are on the circuit. We saw the first mini race earlier on moments ago at the start of that race of how quickly they had gone off the circuit. That inside line going in towards turn 1, not the best place to be. The understeer is severe there going in towards turn 1. And of course that means for any drivers on the outside, Ferguson, Shelvis, Di Pietrantonio, they are in a danger zone effectively because they'll be on the outside of the drivers on the inside, all understeering into them. So this is going to be a real tense moment here for Aurelio Longatano. It's just a case of getting that car to the end and get the best result that he can over the course of this one. Now the pace just needs to be brought down a little bit here. It's a little bit spread out at the front, but it looks like they've all closed in now. This looks good from our point of view. Let's see if it's good for the race director. Let's find out. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1, and it is once again a good start for the inside row, but it's not for the second row sideways. Little bit of contact for Daniel Ferguson. He still keeps it on the track, but my goodness, that was fully sideways through turn 1. They are all still in this race. The cleanest start we've seen for some time, which means the grip levels have increased dramatically then over the course of that last race. But the race leader breaking away now. Aurelio Longatano, but under pressure by the Fusion kart pushing through. Is that Lorenzo Di Pierantonio who's got himself up into the race lead? If that is the case, that's a very good start for the driver there. Not a good start, though, for others as round and backwards goes some of the drivers here. Now, who was that? Was that...
Luis Paternot, yeah.
Paternot having a bit of a moment in the background there. There was another kart off there as well. We'll find out who they were, but they are still in this race. Eyes on the field here. Guillaume to the start-finish line. We're looking at another change for the lead here. Is this Henry King? Yes, it is. Henry King to the lead. He's got it.
He's got it indeed. We have another driver in trouble, I'm afraid. One of the CRGs, the 46. This is Oliver Wedgson from Spain, unfortunately. And yeah, he's actually going at a very, very slow pace onto the start-finish straight. Hopefully, he will be able to get going. But for now, Henry King indeed just took the lead from the Italian. Lorenzo Di Pierantonio, Harry Williams down in third place, up to 2 positions up into P3. Then Daniel Ferguson, Mason Ibert, Austin Newstead, already 5 places again for Austin.
Oh, and off the track.
Yeah, yellow
and
flag.
Towards the barriers as well.
There you go.
One of the Fusions gets back on. It is the 406. Yes, that is not good.
That's Austin. That's Austin Newstead.
Yeah, it is Austin Newstead. Oh, and he was fighting his way through the field nicely, and he was just squeezed off the track there. At the exit of turn number 9, there were so many cars in the same place, he just could not find the gap to bring it onto the track, and his chances of starting on pole position for either of the superheats is gone.
Yeah, we're going to need to see that again if we can, because look at what happened as well for Di Pierantonio. He was at some point fighting for the win as well. He had Austin Newstead just behind him. Might have something to do with that as well. Is it the result of a contact, an incident that we missed at least half of it because we only saw the consequence for Austin Newstead? As a result, is nowhere to be seen. Austin all the way down in P15. He had a slight chance as well as for Di Pierantonio to maybe pick up a pole position for 1 or 2 superhits tomorrow. But as you can see, now it's all come back to normal. Josh Howe still very much in the lead. Mathis Brajo still have a chance to maybe be 1 of the 2 pole sitters for tomorrow. But we have now Brooks up into P3, Newstead all the way down to P6, just behind Pierantonio.
Yeah, indeed, but he's only a handful of points away from that. Like you say, 121. Remember, Mathis Brajo's only got 126, so if he can gain just a handful of positions back in this race, he's 15th. If he can get to 10th, then he could be starting on pole in Superheat 2 still. So it's not over just yet. For Newstead, but the rest of the field have certainly made it difficult for him because, like you say, now he's got 122. He's back into 3rd place. So there you go. It just shows how volatile it is out there. At the front here, though, this is the closest lead fight we've seen, and it's a completely new lead fight as well with the likes of Williams, Hibbert, Di Pierantonio are there, Bergson, Kobe, and King. These are all drivers who have been in these races and have been around inside the top 10, but never right at the front in the qualifying heats, and that's why it's really shaken up the qualifying heats and allowed the drivers from the previous race to get through. That's a nice chop and change. Through they go, and through goes Daniel Ferguson. He's up into 2nd place now.
And we have as well Di Pierantonio, I think, who just made his way past. A server confirmation has come across. Ferguson in 2nd place. Pierantonio following him through for P3. Kobe down, Christian Kobe down in P4. With Mason Hybert down in P5. We have a total domination of Fusion Motorsport drivers. 5 of them in the 5 spots of that last mini race. Harry Williams is having none of it at the moment. 0.3 of a second in front of Ferguson. Pierantonio down in 3rd, Corby. And then we have the comeback of Aurelio Longatano from Spirit Racing. He just made his way past Charles Urel. Or shall I say Charles Urel and Aurelio just made their way past Mason Hybert, who just dropped 2 places. He went from 5th to 7th overall at this point in front of Harry King. Not so much of the best news for Mason Hybert, who was the 5th and last of the top leaders from Fusion Motorsport. But now you can see on the picture, side by side almost, Longatano and Urel trying to push each other towards the top for the front of that race. Always easier said than done, obviously, but the gap between the 2 leaders, Williams and Ferguson, 0.2 of a second. It's fair to say that some of those young drivers didn't have the best of qualifying, as you mentioned, Anthony, and they have been able to be consistent and climb those places, no matter what the conditions were. Harry Williams, 4 places claimed up to P1, 8 places claimed for Christian Kobe. Charles Leclerc, 5 places up into P5, as we have Austin Newstead still all the way down in P14, unfortunately. So a real disaster, unfortunately, for the young British driver, who was one of the favorites to snatch pole position maybe from Mathis Brageot, but he's missing just 3 points to do that.
Loving this battle here. And this is the fight for the lead. Harry Williams at the front of this one in the 410. Change there for 3rd place, as now Kobe gets past Di Pierantonio. As we go on to the last lap of this race, now you're starting to see the 2-cut train break away. We've not seen much of these train battles purely because of the wet conditions. They've all been in their own sort of fights right now. So big changes here. Charles Leclerc now up to 4th place, has got past Christian Kobe. So they are fighting for position, and Charles Leclerc actually gets the fastest lap of the race, 1:08.99. But eyes on this one here. Williams and Ferguson, they are heading to the line.
And I've just seen Austin Newstead getting another place. He's currently P12. He's just 1 point away from pole position for the superheat number 2. He just needs 1 more place. He's half of a second behind the driver just in front, being Theo Pelfrene. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as well while we keep watching the battle for the win. But could we have 2 changes? 1 for the lead between Williams and Ferguson. That seems unlikely considering what's left into this race. But watch out as well for Newstead. Oh, that was a close call as the checkered flag is waving, welcoming the top 3 drivers from Fusion in order. Harry Williams, Daniel Ferguson, Lorenzo Di Pierantonio. And further back, let's see where Austin Newstead finds himself. He was P12 on the lap before, stays P12 and misses pole position for just 1 tiny point. Still, that was pole, but nothing is just done yet for Austin Newstead, because being 3rd, as you can see, if he stays like that, that means he will get to start on the first line, the forefront of the grid, coming to the Superheat 1 tomorrow. So it's all still open to play. Yeah. For Austin Newstead.
Exactly that. It's not over just yet. Well, that provisionally then confirms who's going to be starting where tomorrow for the Superheat. There's a look at your results in this one. Harry Williams and Daniel Ferguson, Lorenzo Di Pierantonio from Charles Leclerc, Mason Hibbert from Aurelio Longatano, Christian Kobe from Henry King, Anna Berhofer from Denver Boss, Theo Pelfrene and Austin Newstead, Abraham Shelvis from Ilias Sami, and the rest of the field as well. Ollie Simstad from Sasha Miras, Luis Patanot, Oliver Waitians rounding out the 8 finishers in that race. We'll confirm then George House, Mathis Brageot, they lock out the pole position spots for tomorrow's Superheats. Austin Newstead and Brooks will join those 2 drivers on the front rows for tomorrow. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. Only 1 driver getting caught out at the start of this one, Guillaume, so a relatively clean start for the entirety of the field until later on. And unfortunately for some drivers, just seeing those muddy parts of the circuit, that was Luis Patanot, unfortunately, hitting a big mud puddle.
Yeah, and I think the other one was one of the drivers from Victory Lane. Might have been Theo Pelfrene, the Portuguese driver, who finished down in 11. As the 446 Oliver Jensen from the Quintinas Racing team, unfortunately dropping all the way down to P18 and last. But look at the battle to the hairpin of turn number 8 with some of the fusions, and this is where the race of Austin Newstead indeed got turned on its head when he just went away into the grass, jumping.
And that was... I reckon that gave him a drop nose there. You just saw the bump and it grabbed it, and it just, that's a very unfortunate, because that's not due to contact, that's going off the track, so that's very unfortunate.
So maybe there might be a penalty looming for Austin Newstead after the difficult race he's had. That will need confirmation, but maybe it's not quite over yet, even though he came back onto the track with one of the Falcon drivers passing through. That could have been, yes, indeed, Holly Sorgley, so I do wonder what the officials will have to say about that, but as a result, the battle kept on raging in the lead with one of the Spirit Karting, Aurelio Longhitano, who dropped 5 places from that front row start that he had, finishing all the way down to P6.
Well, as these drivers, they would see the checkered flag. Harry Williams securing a win of the day. It helps him out a little bit in the points, but George House and Matis Brajo will be your pole sitters tomorrow from the rest of the field. So that's all they wrote for the minis. They are done and dusted until tomorrow, the same as the juniors. The only racing you are going to see now are 3 more that'll be starting in 6 minutes' time. That will be X30 Senior Qualifying Heat D versus E. That is coming up next. We're going to take a short break, though. Do not go anywhere. The last 3 races are coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
We're down to the last 3 races of the day, and Senior X30 are all 3 of them, with qualifying heat D versus E making its way to the circuit in the next few minutes. This is going to be an exciting one, because we've got some real protagonists at the front of this one, and one driver who I'm really going to keep an eye on in this race, Guillaume. is the front-running pole position driver, Riccardo Ferrari, because we've had 2 races with him. In the last 2, he's had moments and we've not spotted it, and he started at the front. So I'm going to watch him like a hawk in this one to make sure I know exactly what's happening at all times.
Yeah, and now I will do the same, definitely, for Riccardo Ferrari, who has had 1 win so far into the qualifying heats. It was yesterday. Talking about winners, we've had 3 wins for Cremona, 2 for Harrison Macchi, Andy Rattel, and Danny Carinini. Harrison Macchi will be alongside Riccardo Ferrari, all pole sitter for the upcoming race, D versus E. Coming up next, with a couple of interesting names, as you said, Gus Lawrence, always, you know, in the right mix. He led the race earlier, wasn't able to translate that into the result he had been expecting due to those changing conditions, but he has 1 more chance to shy into the qualifying heat and get himself on a proper spot for the super heat tomorrow. Watch out as well for Marco Piccolo, Macronada, as well as some others onto the grid. Ruben Moya has become a race winner earlier, and quite unexpectedly, since he had to climb 22 positions to be able to win in those difficult conditions. It's fair to say that the qualifying didn't go according to plan for the standard bearer of the Panther Racing Team on the 23rd on that grid. But now it all comes down to those 3 last races for the senior class, and as we've done for the junior and the minis, we need pole sitters and a classification for the super heat tomorrow. And as it stands, Clément Autran is your current leader at 191 points, and is closely followed by both Carinini and Macchi at 185. So, considering that a victory is worth 50 points, second place 44, and so on, well, all calculations are still to be made. They will be made live on the Apex live timing partner of the IAME Euro Series, as always, so make sure to check that out. But for now, it's still wide open for who will be starting on pole for the 2 super heat tomorrow.
In computer mathematics, we trust, not our own. There is a bit of a shaky start for Morgan Moore there in the premium karting. He's got it fired up now and he's back out on track. Let's quickly fire through then the starting lineup. The last time we're going to see groups D versus E out on track. It's Riccardo Ferrari and Harrison Macchi on row number 1. Aaron Cavillo and Alex Pineda on row 2. Gus Lawrence and Harold Matteson, they round out row number 3. Brand new set of tyres on board for Alex Pineda on the front row of the grid. Max Starikov and Isaac Say go from row 4. They'll have Mark Lepiccolo and Roxanne Lantinga. I've not called her this yet. Janice Lantinga starts on row 5. Mark Leonardo and Morgan Moore on the next row behind that on row 6. Row 7 sees Oscar Repetto and Marlon Bayer. And then it's Kian Garrity and Ilari Pispanen on row number 8. Nicholas Simek and Nicholas Hirsch round up row number 9.
Row number 10, Maxime Blanchman and Sim van der Eyden. Row number 11, Alexis Genole and Louis Mas. Ruben Moya and Patrice Ogrodovic on row number 12. Then we have on row number 13, Morgan Knudsen and Timo Ruppen. Now in Natifan and Daniel Briz on row number 14. Row number 15, we have Sofia Duvier-Dissage and Erwazak. And we can a total of 30 drivers on the grid, 30 drivers on track as well. 11 laps to go through. And as we said, a couple of strong contenders, starting with Harrison Macchi and Riccardo Ferrari. Macchi is 3rd overall in the classification. He has a strong shot at becoming pole sitter for tomorrow. Riccardo Ferrari, due to the troubles he went through in his last 2 qualifying heats, is nowhere to be seen within the top 8, but that doesn't mean he won't charge his way at the front and try to finish his day the highest possible into the classification to secure a good spot for the super heat. And you spotted something, Anthony, outside?
No, there was a bug on the windscreen and I didn't know if it was on the inside or outside, and I didn't want to be on the inside, sorry.
Thank you very much for that crucial information. I thought it was a driver somewhere, but still, make sure that bug stays outside of the box, please.
Just because I'm pointing out the window doesn't mean I've spotted something. Sometimes it could be a bug on the window. Here we go then. Drivers heading into that final sector now. Lights are at the ready. We are moments away from finding out who could potentially be starting where for tomorrow. Could it be Riccardo Ferrari? Could it be Harrison Macchi? He's the best shot probably in this race that we see. Aaron Cavillo not up in that top section either. Same for Alex Pineda. Alex Pineda could throw a spanner in the works here of Harrison Macchi with those fresh set of boots on his wagon. So, you know, he could be a real thorn in the side. He's starting right behind Harrison Mackie as well. So that certainly could be a very interesting one. Here we go then, as they head into the tram lines for the last time today. Let's see what's going to happen. Lights are out, we are racing, and it's a good start for the inside row. Riccardo Ferrari holds on to the lead, but Mackie round the outside has the power, but the rest don't, and multiple carts into the barrier. And that's what we're talking about. Still, the grip levels are not there, and the 294 is one of them. That's Marlon Bayer, and he looks to be in a bit of discomfort there. That was a big hit into the barrier. Premium karting there as well. That's the 214, Morgan Moore. He's out of the race. And there was a handful more. Mark Granada was one of them. Oscar Repetto was another. But yeah, that's all of them just getting themselves sorted out. Oh, there's Marlon Bayer. He's up and walking. Good to see. Because he looked like he was in a bit of discomfort, but he's walking now, which is fabulous. So 2 drivers out of this race. The other 2 had managed to keep going in that race, albeit at the front here, and it's Harrison Mackie who's leading the way. Beautiful move around the outside of that opening turn, and he is now looking to see where he can finish, and that finishing position is the intermediate classification lead. 235 points to his name. He's the one to beat currently now to the end of the day.
Yeah, and he has a clear shot at pole position for the Super number 1. A victory in that qualifying heat would mean 235 points, as there's some more trouble coming to turn number 1 by the gravity. We'll get back to that, but as you can see, 235 points for Harrison Mackie, way in front of Cremona, currently down in 3rd. What's interesting is that Mackie is a man on a mission. He needs that win, considering that both Cremona, Danny Caronini, but also Kevin Lantinga will all be starting in the last race of the day. So he needs to make sure to secure that result. Andy Rattel will be up next, but for the moment, we only have Mackie within the top 6 on that race. Riccardo Ferrari as well, making his way up to P4. But if he stays where he is, even with a couple of more points in the bag, that might not be enough for Riccardo Ferrari. Let me quickly have a calculation. If he actually gets to win that race, Riccardo Ferrari sitting currently at 179, that would make him 185 on equal points as Danny Caronini. Considering if Danny Caronini doesn't score any points, that would put him 3rd overall. We're not there yet, small calculations, but as for now, all it counts is the win.
Madison's defending off from Cavillo and Gus Lawrence. Pispanan also in that battle for 3rd place. That is behind these 2 here of Mackie and Ferrari. There is that battle just going through your screen. Lawrence now up into P4, Cavillo and Pispanan just behind as well as they've come through. There they are as they go through. The Haas Racing Team driver doing a very good job. And we've been saying his name a lot, haven't we, Ilari Pispanan? 11 places gained now into P5. He is pushing his way up nicely through this order. And, wow, actually one driver who has surprised me in this one, Alex Pineda, unfortunately, even with those fresh tyres here, Guillaume, he has tumbled down the order. He has not had a good run. He's coming in 14th place.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for him, despite those fresher tyres. Quite surprising as well. 10 places lost down to P14. We are here in lap number 4 out of 11. 4/10 of a second between Harrison Mackie and Riccardo Ferrari, the Zenki Motorsport driver. And while Harrison Mackie needs to win that race to secure what could be a pole position up in the lead, well, Riccardo Ferrari
change.
A strong lead, change indeed.
For the lead, yeah. Riccardo Ferrari now ahead of Mackie, and that change came out of nowhere. And you can see now he's got it dialed in with how much grip levels there are out there. Riccardo Ferrari now might be able to break away. There's a look at the rain radar. Looks pretty clear from our point of view there. No precipitation in the immediate surrounding areas, but we said that earlier on, how wrong we were. And then it suddenly started raining. Gus Lawrence now up into 3rd place. There he is. He's now going to start chasing down the likes of Harrison Mackie and Riccardo Ferrari, but he is some 3 seconds further down the road from those 2. And looking an eye on this one. Now, where does 2nd place put Mackie? Well, he's still leading the points, 229, but he loses out on a fair few of them. And here is how it happened. Big check over the shoulder. Did he let him through there? I'm not too sure. It was very cleanly done, but it was a big check over the shoulder. Just thinking, right, go on then, you're catching up, go through. I'm not going to worry, because look, he's dropped back by quite some way.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that it's part of its strategy, considering that he has a good chunk of points in advance into the classification, that is in need of a win, but second place could do him just enough as well, considering that Riccardo Ferrari is much more in need of points for him to be better classified coming to the Superheat starting grids. So that might have something to do with that. But Mackie, two drivers coming together by the look of it, the 298 and the 320.
Well, one, Sophia de Vivier Descharge is one of them.
And Isaac Sia,
is another one. You can see how much temperature is in those tyres. When they go off the track, they're steaming with the water on the surface of the tyre there. And great visual shot there of how much temperature these tyres do carry. Eyes on the field there, and well, big gaps now forming from the front runners as they've all managed to sort themselves out. The closest fight in the top section there would be this battle here, Gus Lawrence and Aaron Cavillo, who are battling away, third and fourth place right now, as Ilari Pispanen still sits there behind them. But I believe Pispanen may have a nose cone problem there, because I just saw it in the background, it bobbing up and down a little bit, so I think it may dropped off his bracket, which is a big shame, as Lawrence again setting the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, 53.875. Lawrence's gap now is actually coming down quite a bit. He's only 9/10 away from Mackie. Could Lawrence get a P2 here? That is the question. There's Ferrari. He's going through nicely. In the background, though, Mackie, there he is. Pressure building. Lawrence closing in here with time very quickly running out, Guillaume. Are you doing live maths?
I'm trying to, at least. It's just for me and for you guys to have a bit of a clearer head coming to those last races. But as it stands, Mackie is at 29 points. 6 more points would put him at 235 if he were to win that race, which seems quite unlikely now with 1.8 seconds of a gap. So Riccardo Ferrari will be on equal points as Danny Caronini. That won't be much of a use, because we are to expect Danny Caronini, at least based on his past results, to do good at least for his last race that will come in 2 races' time. So it's very much unlikely based on that they will remain on equal points to the advantage of Riccardo Ferrari. As a look back on the start, with Ferrari on the inside goes Harrison Mackie, and further back to 4-5 drivers involved into that coming together, 4 outside of turn number 1. And as we've lost a good list of them: Marlon Bayer, Morgan Moore, Mark Granada, Isaac Sia, and Sofia Duvier-Dissage, part of also all the drivers that would not make it until the end of the race. But quickly, as we keep an eye on the battle between Mackie and Gus Lawrence, as for now, we're still waiting Danny Caronini and Clément Autran for the last race that will come to conclude today. So any good result coming their way, and they might actually overtake Harrison Mackie into the overall classification and get the pole position if he stays like it is. But this is based on the theory that those 2 drivers, Caronini and Autran, will get a strong result. They have been building towards, but that's a theory as for now. But Riccardo Ferrari and Gus Lawrence now has just made it past Harrison Mackie. So it's not going the way of the British driver. I
just saw a spin in the foreground there. I was just trying to figure out who that is. I think that is Wirasak. Yeah, it is. It is Wirasaki's off the track, and is one of the drivers from Thailand, unfortunately, going no further. So, yeah, Wirasak, Ian Vichan going no further in this race, which is a big shame. Eyes on Gus Lawrence. He's got past Mackie. That has changed. There's Mackie now under pressure from Aaron Cavillo, who's there now right behind him, right beside him, in front of him, question mark, maybe, yes. And now here comes Pispanen. He's come through as well. So Iri Pispanen, he's got past, and now this is really starting to shake up. Where does that put Mackie now? Each position he loses is points he loses out to try and defend from the likes of Clément Autran, who's going to be going out, Danny Caronini, who's going to be going out later on as well. So Mackie might be in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, these are the last drivers, Autran, Caronini, with still a mathematical chance to get ahead of Mackie in the classification. So we'll see what will come out of the last race. In between, we're going to have another qualifying heat, of course, opposing the Group A and F. So it's not over yet when it comes to the classification and the identity of the pole sitter Still in the lead, Harrison Mackie as the 44 fighting his way through. This is battle for the lead. Riccardo Ferrari, Gus Lawrence. Lawrence is trying to shake up the Italian driver on the last few meters. Can Gus Lawrence maybe jumping past the finish line? What a finish that has been. Riccardo Ferrari is still all down to that lead and to that final win for 44,000 of a second. But what a finish this has been. Gus Lawrence, you could see the nice little gesture, the thumbs up between the two drivers. That was a good battle. Thanks for that, mates. And we'd like to see more of that coming towards the end of those races. That was brilliant. Riccardo Ferrari, Gus Lawrence, two drivers of experience, knowing that this is the end of a long day. It's about securing the results. It's about securing the points as well. And by doing that, Lawrence finds himself P6 at the moment, and Riccardo Ferrari P4 on equal points with his teammate from Zenki, Danny Caronini, that we will get to see not the next race, but the race after. So still very much provisional as the drivers make their way back to the Parc Fermé, where we'll have Anthony Jordan chatting with some of them. Riccardo Ferrari is your winner at the end of his D versus E qualifying heat for the senior. Gus Lawrence second for just a tiny margin. Then we have Jari Pispanen, 13 places gained up to P3 from Aaron Kivilo, Harrison Mackie, all the way down to P5 in the end. Kian Gerardi P6 from Ruben Moya, another brilliant recovery for the Spaniard, 16 places up to P7. For Marco Piccolo, Sam van der Reyden, Roxanne Lantinga, Niklas Hirsch, Timo Ruppen, Harald Mathiesen, P13 from Alex Pinera, Morgan Knudsen, Max Starikov, Maxim Dorfman, Oscar Ripeto, and the rest of the classification in just a moment. The time for us to take a look at the replay of that race. A cracking start from the outside from Harrison Mackie on Riccardo Ferrari. As we said, a couple of drivers coming through that turn number one. Unfortunately, not the best of scenario for them, leaving the track against the wall, as we lost a couple of drivers through the process of that race. One of them being Marlon Bayer, but also Morgan Moore into that opening lap. The battle will rage on between the contenders, as you can feel the frustration from some of the drivers coming together there. As we had Marc Renada, Sofia Duvivier-Tissage, as well as Isaac Sea and Erwazak Amwichan not seeing the end of that race. You can see the 264 from Kinix at the wheel of his Car Republic machine, having to put his race to a stop. In the meantime, it kept on battling, but not the way Harrison Mackie had maybe expected this race to go, leading for a good part of it, but before having to lose position. And in the end, that photo finish arrival, brilliant duel between Riccardo Ferrari and Gus Lawrence, the British driver on the left side of your picture at the wheel of that PFI machine, really coming close to snatch that victory on Riccardo Ferrari onto the line for 44 thousandths of a second. Good spectacle, good show certainly for the senior category D versus E. That's what we like to see, and a couple of drivers missing. Fortunately, 6 of them didn't make the cut to the checkered flag. A couple of strong recovers, as we've said. Ruben Moya 16 places up to P7, and quickly the rest of the classification. In P20 we had Nicolas Simic from Louis Mas, Alexis Jenolet, Nawin Natifon, as well as Ogrorovic, P24th and last at the end of this 11-lap race. Now, looking at the picture and the qualifying heat classification on to the right, Harrison Mackie still very much your leader, but for how long? That's the question. Let's head down to the Parc Fermé and to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé, the rain's still holding off, and I'm here with our current points leader with still 2 more races to go, Harrison Mackie. Tough race for you on that one. Didn't look like the pace was fully there, but you're still points leader. How was that race, and how's the day been? Because it's been pretty challenging with these conditions we've had.
Yeah, that race, we weren't quite fast enough, but P4, it's not the end of the day. Today's been an alright day, considering warm-up we were P20 and still had top 3 results in the heat, so I think we just got to keep going in main races tomorrow.
Talk us about the conditions we've had over the course of the day. Wet conditions in the morning, lots of rain, it's dried out, you had the half and half, so many sketchy moments, but how were you able to manage that? Because those slick tyres on a drying track looked risky.
Yeah, my mind was getting puzzled as well, because we were going for heat 2 and it was dry, and then it started raining again. It's been a tricky day, but I've had to keep myself composed for it all, just because I knew it was going to be a tricky day, but still came out all right.
When it comes to making the decision for those tyres, who actually makes that final call? Do you really go for your mechanic, or do you make that decision?
Definitely not me. It's definitely the team.
Definitely someone who's get paying to do. They make the decision. You just deal with it. But you've had a brilliant day. Like you say, those ups and downs. Your current points leader, but like you say, still a couple of races to go. But I'm sure, fingers crossed, and we'll see where you end up at the end of today.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Congratulations there. Well, there you have it. Still 2 more races to go. Guillaume, let's head back over to you because the next one, not far away.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to our Fusion driver, Harrison Mackie, who's been absolutely impeccable all throughout the day with a total of 2 wins to his name. And as you mentioned, still our current point leader with 2 races to go in the senior class. I've come to admire the capacity of the drivers to remain focused, keep the head down in the heat of the moment, and the focus is very much on tomorrow, superheat and final. In the meantime, qualifying heat A versus F coming up, still the same length, but a different grid, obviously, with Max Radek and Clovis Nogarade that will be starting alongside each other on the front row of the grid. A couple of interesting names as well further back with Andy Rattel and Matthias van der Kerkhove. We're going to go through the grid in a moment, but the last race after this one, so that's why you need to stay with us, will be the most interesting, certainly, because we have Danny Caronini, as we said, and Clément Autran, 2 of the last contenders in the points to claim pole position potentially for tomorrow. So 2 races to go. Stay with us on IAME-Euroseries.com, on YouTube, Facebook, and Motorsport TV. We got you covered, as always, all over social media and all over the available platforms to keep you up close to car racing at best. The light is flashing. We are seconds away from the green light and the start of the formation lap for the A versus F qualifying race. Ross Apton, our master of the grid, is about to give the signal. And so far, hopefully, we'll get to conclude today's racing in dry conditions. Everybody is on dry, slick tires for dry conditions, according to the information that we got. Let me give you the exact confirmation of that, because some of the drivers might have put new slicks of tires, and the 230, unfortunately, in trouble even before we got going. Let's try to see who that is, the 230 that is still stuck onto the grid there, as hopefully Marcel Matizevich from KR Racing Experience not quite able to get going there, as having a look at the tires being used onto the grid. We're going to go through that in a moment, but on the front row, Max Radek, Clovis Nogarade by his side, Andy Rattel, Matthias van der Kerkhove, Juan Aluja and Rocco Curcio on row number 3. Row number 4, we have Andrea Barbieri and Zach Green, as well as Dylan De Vos and Nikita Nikishov. Row number 5, row number 6, Clint Nielsen and Milan Marzak. Row number 7, Lewis Bird and Alberto Mutardo. And we have Felipe Svetsen and Diego Gama. Row number 9, Evgeny Yaskov and Rafael Courlard. Row number 10, Luca Montebello and Marcus Klum. Row 11, Maxime Prudhomme and Kevin Rodoui. Row number 12, Mohamed Neme and Mariano Torre. Then on the back end of the grid, row number 13, Marcel Matizevich, as hopefully he will be able to join us for that race. Luca Mann by his side. Row number 14, Warapong Emre Khan, Victor Agreto by his side. Mikhail Gorecki, Gabriel Volpe was supposed to be here, not taking part in this race anymore. And Bertrand Sach at the back end of that grid. And we have a couple of drivers missing, not only Marcel Matijevich is still stuck onto that grid by the look of it. Yes, there he is, unfortunately, for the 230 from KR Racing Experience. That's quite a shame. He won't be able to, or maybe will he? Oh, if he's able to push his car towards the end of that pre-grid, maybe he will be able to get going, but I don't think that's the case. So it seems to me as a DNF, unfortunately, before even having a chance to fight for this quite unfortunate driver, Marcel Matijevich, but we're missing as well Mikhail Gorecki, as well as Milan Marzak. So, a couple of drivers missing onto that grid for the A versus F senior qualifying heat. You're back with us, Anthony. Good to hear from Harrison Mackie, still currently our leader in the points, but still a lot left to play with, especially heading towards the last race of the day with 2 of his strongest rivals, Danny Caronini and Clément Autran, close on points and with a strong chance to become pole sitters. some of the protagonists that we're going to see here on track, including Andy Rattel and Max Radek, Clovis Nogueira up in front, still have a big chance to find themselves in the big positions coming to the last race.
Yeah, exactly. I like to have a good chat with the drivers before we go live, and Mackie was surprised that he was still points leader. But let's find out then. Like you say, 2 races to go. Lights are out. We are racing. Great start once again for Radek on the inside, but it's a better start for Andy Rattel. Radek nearly getting squeezed out onto the grass on the outside. But amazingly, everyone gets through. And again, that's been the cleanest start we've seen for many a race in these trying conditions. But all drivers getting through there. And you can see Clovis Nogueira is up into second place as one of the Pantano karts is going very slowly. That, it looks to me, is that Andy Rattel in the 206 that's going slowly? I'm not too sure. We'll have to wait and see. But one of the karts takes it right to the back of the grid. I think it is the 206. I think Andy Rattel's out of this race.
Another one, unfortunately, we need to be confirmed, but Andy Rattel, that would be, yes, indeed, is coming back into the pits, one of the Pantanos, by the look of it. Yes, Andy Rattel is nowhere to be seen into that race. Disastrous end of the day for the Frenchman from the Pantano Racing Team. He had a DNF for mechanical reason, by the look of it, earlier today. That's another one in a row, second in a row for Andy Rattel, and as you can see the classification, second DNF for Andy Rattel. Disastrous end of his day. That means he's going to have a lot of work to put in tomorrow for the qualifying heat.
Indeed, Lewis Bird making that move done, pushing his way forward. A look then at the points, and well, there you see Harrison Mackie still safe at the front here. It's all down to that last race, though. Utron, Carinini, Ferrari all in that fight, of course. Well, Ferrari's already been out, so he can't go up anymore, but Clement Utron and Carinini are in that fight, and so far we'll have to wait and see for that one. So Mackie still secure then in the points lead. Eyes on this one though. Luja at the front of this field, looking very, very quick now. And of course, Luja suffered from that side pod moment earlier on in the weekend and in the day. Has recovered from that one. I think that has been reattached with bolts, maybe duct tape, maybe a bit of super glue as well to make sure it doesn't fall off a second time, but all well in the scene. On lap number 3 now, and Clovis Nogueira, the gap is around 0.6 of a second for the race lead, as Baveri setting the fastest lap of the race. Rotating around in P5 behind De Vos. And De Vos himself also looking very quick in these early stages. But yeah, again, another purple sector for the Italian, for Zanchi Motorsport. Andrea Barbera, who's up 2 places, looking very strong in these conditions. Same as these drivers. This was the moment where they were switching over to the last time. When the seniors were out last time, this is the moment where some of them hadn't deployed fresh tyres yet and everything like that. They hadn't deployed the slick. So a lot has changed since that last moment now. But the track's so much drier. The driver's trusting that inside line there for it to grab. And you can see how the rubber is actually going down on the circuit now. Replay here of the start. And Rattel was pointing at something and he's saying, no, 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 it's not good. It's not going and something's broken. Yeah, engine busted. It's not going, and he crawls back in to Parc Fermé, and that is disastrous.
Yeah, in the words of Landon Norris, it's broken, unfortunately, for the second time for Andy Rattel today. And we're having a bit of a laugh, but there's certainly a situation that's Andy Rattel didn't expect to find himself to be, and hopefully he will get back stronger. Certainly, that's all we can hope for good racing tomorrow, heading to the Superheat and the final. As Clovis Nogueira, a little bit of a shake-up there from Barbieri and De Vos. Dylan De Vos just behind. Those 3 grouped together coming to turn number 1 and 2. Run inside, there he goes. Brilliantly made by Dylan De Vos, taking with him Nielsen, and both of those drivers getting past the unfortunate Clovis Nogueira, going from 4th to 6th in the space of just 1 corner. Not easy start of a race for Clovis Nogueira, I'm afraid, as Matthias van der Kerkhoff is putting the fastest lap in the race. That's one to keep an eye on as well, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, because he's currently sitting in P8 at the moment. But he's the driver with the most chances to slowly but firmly climb through the classification, even though he has a bit of a gap, 12 points missing from Riccardo Ferrari and Danny Carinini. That seems quite like a lot.
I just want to have a quick look at this overtake again. Just watch the CRG just gets loose on the exit of the second apex. opens up that gap. You can just see as he's fighting the steering wheel, as he tried to turn in for that second moment, it then just, it went backwards and then, yeah, ran a little bit loose. That was the other overtake there a little bit later on. But you can just see how twitchy it still is out there with these track conditions. Some of the karts just not finding that pure biting point for all the apexes. But still, great running there from the drivers. But Clovis Newgrave, once again, now dropping down to 8th place.
Yeah, and to the advantage of his... I was going to say for the countryman, but Matthijs van der Kerkhoff is very much from Belgium, even though they speak the same language. Van der Kerkhoff up to P7 for victory lane, just behind his teammate Max Radek. Something is still missing for Max Radek, unfortunately. Very fast in qualifying. He took the overall pole position. Not quite able so far to translate that with his pace into the result he had been expecting into the qualifying heat. Maybe we can still see some big surprises and you know, fireworks from Max Radek tomorrow. He's been collecting the results, and sometimes it's like taking a step backward to better jump yourself, better launch yourself to better results coming to tomorrow. We'll see about that, but the victory driver will be one to watch until the end, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, watching the train going through now as Rafael Bulas, it's the fastest lap of the race. Guess where he's going around? He's going around in 15th place right now, which shows the pace is all the way throughout the field here, showcasing everyone has got a pretty solid setup beneath them. It's just a case of where you start in these orders and how you start as well. We've seen so many shaky starts at the beginning of these last few races over the course of today, and we still see a few more here. Right, this is getting a little bit interesting at the front here, Guillaume. We've got Aluja in the lead. That gap now to him and Baberi is down to 0.3 of a second. The Zanki Motorsport driver is starting to close in. Then you've got this fight as well, Lewis Bird and Knud Nilsson for the Haas Racing team. He's closing in on them together. De Vos has been dropped. Van der Kerkhoff is in a position. Radek as well down to 7th place, as unfortunately Mohamed Menemni, his weekend going bad to worse. He's just coming away with a warning flag, which does entail a 5-second time penalty. Eyes on this, Baberi all over that rear bumper now. Jan Aluja is going to have to start thinking defensive moves here, because they are close to each other in the points, 6th and 8th for Aluja and Baberi. 170 to 168, a lead change here would change them around and would certainly benefit the Italian to try and push himself up in that intermediate classification. But again, it all falls down to where that overtake is going to happen. Guillaume, I don't know. Do you know?
It can happen in different places, and what I do like to see is the unexpected spots that have been picked up. That one, of course, is expected. Turn number 8, the hairpin. There you go, around the inside, beautifully made by Barbieri on Aluja. There's a change for the lead, then Barbieri up in the lead into the penultimate lap of that qualifying heat. And this won't change much for when it comes to the classification. It all comes down to the last race, as we said. But still, for Barbieri, that will be win number 1 for him throughout the course of those qualifying heats. Here we go into lap number 10, as we just entered lap number 10 now. Barbieri, Aluja, Bird, Nilsson, Van der Kerkhoff, De Vos, as we have Max Radek, Nuggerade and such, as well as Curcio, your top 10.
Well, keeping a close eye on this field here. Dry conditions all the way out. Matthijs van der Kerkhoff, though, setting that new fastest lap of the race, closing in on Bird, really showcasing that power he's got behind him and underneath him. And all the meanwhile, Berry in a good position now. So he's put himself up, like you're saying, into 6th in the points. Van der Kerkhoff still in a strong position there with 179. Any more position gains will help him out, but it won't affect his position too much on this one. Big step of oversteer there. You see, you've got the rear wheels, did Baveri on that exit curb. All of them tucking in as much as they possibly can, just to try and make themselves as aerodynamic as possible, going down the start-finish straight. But all of them this time around just staying nice and steady. Final lap board is out. It's really down to that last race on this one, but it's been a superb drive for Andrea Barberi, who has delivered a very strong result in this race. Really dig deep. The Zanki Motorsport package looking very strong here this weekend at the Cremona circuit for round 1 of the the IAME Euro Series. But let's see what is going to be happening later on today, as there's drama off in the background there. I just saw a barrier fling up in the air and one driver off the circuit, and can confirm there was a barrier in the middle of the circuit actually through the chicane, but we'll focus on that later, because to the line it is going to be the Italian Andrea Barberi taking the race win then ahead of Jona Luja. Nilsson finishing in 3rd place ahead of Lewis Bird, Van der Kerkhoff from De Vos, Radican 7th from Nugarade, Bertram Sash, another great race for Bertram Sash. There is the drama in the background. That's Mohamed Menemni for the XL Motorsport team. And we saw he had a warning flag come out later on, and now he's had another moment there. And I'm just trying to think where he's gone through the barrier. I think, has he gone through the barrier there from turn number 3 through to 7? Well, judging how the barrier was in the middle of the circuit and where it's gone through, that would make the most sense there. So he's gone off with some real speed there, and hopefully he is okay. He is sitting down on a barrier, like he had a bit of rib pain, but hopefully Mohamed Menemni is okay. There is a look then at the full classification at the end of that one. The top 10 we have gone over. Corruccio rounding out that top 10. Zach Green from Luca Montebello, Philip Svensson from Rafael Ballard, and Nikita Nikishov from Marcus Glum, Diego Gama and Alberto Hurtado rounding out the rest of the field in that position there. Luca Mann and Evgeny Yaskov from Ariano Anatole, Victor Ageter from Maxime Prudhomme, Kevin Ruder from Warapong, Ian Vitchan, who rounds out the 25 finishers in that race. And there, a very close-up shot of Mohamed Menemni as he sits on that barrier at the end of that race. Well, let's have a look at the highlights at the start of that race. It wasn't looking too great for all of our drivers, but certainly throughout the race it would get a lot better. But unfortunately for Marcel Matijevich, he would not even start that race. He would be out right at the beginning. Eyes on the beginning of this one. Well, it was a good start for Andy Rattel. He got up into the lead after saying that his engine wasn't working. Then at the exit of turn number 3, he then just let the entire pack go past. And then there, you see Andy Rattel, last race of the day, retires on the opening lap. A big shame for him. But the race continuing on. And like you say, throughout that one, Andrea Barberi was closing in on the drivers at the front of that race. Jona Luja was your leader in those early stages. Clovis Nugarade as well, just getting caught out with the rest of the drivers there, getting swamped into the pack. You saw the moment here where the back just stepped out a little bit in the middle of the corner, just as it was trying to get the second direction change in towards turn 2. The back just was not cooperating with the front, and unfortunately would lose out on another position there through the corner. Barberi getting the moves done as well, getting past there the BMR restart driver of Lewis Bird, putting him down in the order. Then you had the likes of Gunnar Nilsson going through for the Haas Racing team. Mohamed Menemni through the barrier as the checker flag would later go out to the rest. Hand up in the air, wave it around like you just don't care. Zanchi Motorsport, Andrea Barberi taking that win in his final race, securing at the moment P6 in the intermediate classification. Let's head down to Parc Ferme then, and Guillaume Alvarez, it is over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm here with Andrea Barbieri. Andrea, well, congratulations are in order. This was your last race of the day, obviously, but what a battle you've given us. And you finished that day on a high with your first win. Congratulations.
Thank you. I was fighting a lot with the teammates, not with the mates, and was good because we had a good pace, and we did the chassis feeling good, and I'm very happy.
Yeah, you got that right with the chassis, because there's not only you in the category, there's also Riccardo Ferrari, there's Danny Caronini. All of you at Zanchi Motorsport have been working quite a lot to be competitive on that track. What is your secret? On what part have you worked the most, maybe, to be able to be competitive?
We are very competitive on the chassis. We are doing the setup very good, and is working a lot.
It's working a lot, it's paying off. You guys are among the favorites for tomorrow. What's on schedule for tonight? A bit of rest, a bit of party as well to celebrate a good day at the office?
Yeah, a little bit. Going to bed early because tomorrow is the final day.
Tomorrow is a big day, the one last step, and hopefully the best result for you guys. Best of luck to you. Grazie mille.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea Barbieri. First win of the day to conclude on a high. What has been a very competitive day at the office for Zenki Motorsport. But there's one more race to go. Anthony, back to you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Andrea, I'd probably save the partying till tomorrow night. You've got a lot of work tomorrow to do. Maybe a good night's rest is what you need tonight. Sun is setting. It's getting mighty dark out there. The clouds still thick over the circuit, but we are ready with our last race of the weekend. Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus C. This is where we are going to find out who is going to be on pole position for the superheats tomorrow and who is going to be going home early from the weekend here of the first round of the IAME Euro Series in the senior category. At the moment, some of the favourites in this one, there are two of them. Danny Carinini, one of them, who's starting this one on pole position. Clément Outron as well. On the second row of the grid also is another driver you need to keep an eye on. They are second and third in the points at the moment, 191 and 187. They are looking to try and beat Harrison Mackie, who still leads the intermediate classification with 223. It's very doable. Like you say, they are not more than 50 points behind. They are very, very close in the points. But like you say, if Outron and Carinini have a bad race in this one, it could promote, well, it can't promote Riccardo Ferrari, he cannot get any higher, but it could keep Mackie in a strong position there in the top spot. So we'll have to just wait and see. Yellow light flashing then at the front of the grid. Moments away then for the last race of the day. Can report all drivers are on slick tyres once again. The track is now at a good state of dryness out on circuit, and it has been quite a long day for the entirety of the field. But all the meanwhile, it falls down to this last qualifying heat then of the day. Danny Carinini and Sam Woolley at the front of this grid, or it could be if Sam Woolley can get started. He does get started, he's off and away in the grid. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for this last race. Senior X30 qualifying heat B versus E, and it is Danny Carinini and Sam Woolley on the front row of the grid. Florent Panez and Clément Outron on row number 2. Samuel Ifrid and Adam Garcia on row 3. Luca Horton and Yanis Boulier on row number 4. Kevin Antinga and Mathis Moschouts go from row 5. They will have Henk Vuk and Elias Laman on row number 6. Hopefully Elias is out there, looking like he is out there. The Spirit Racing driver who was involved in that red flag incident earlier, thankfully, is back out on track. Christian Biasati and Otto Pukkanen go from row number 7. They'll have Mero Peldis and Julian Bertbacher on row number 8. Row 9 sees Simona Catola and Kevin Bakker. Hello Gonzalez and Thomas Van Verley on row 10. They'll have Rick Nadin, who hopefully would be there, but apparently on my screen he is not clocking up, so I don't think the driver from Luxembourg is there. Oscar Goodshow then will be starting on his own in 22nd place. At about Masienis and Luna Claret on row 12. Rory O'Connor and Peter Gorecki go from row 13. Gomez Merkelbach and Keanu Wellens go from row 14. Alejandro Suarez and Jonathan Landstrom round out the 29 kart field, because yes, the motorsport driver from Luxembourg, Rick Nadin, not out on track. Guillaume Alvarez back in the commentary box. How was you walked down? Did you take the scooter?
I took the scooter, as I did every time.
How were the back of your legs?
Well, the back of the legs not looking quite good, to be honest. And well, I thought after the first run it was already over. So
yeah,
what can you do?
Yeah, I walked to the last one. I said, I am not using that scooter again. My trousers got caked.
Yeah, for a little bit of context, there's a little bit of mud, not only onto the track, but in the paddock as well. Having to standing water, well, it's not always the most convenient to use a scooter in those conditions. But that's a risk we're willing to take for the sake of proper live streaming and getting to talk to the competitors and the actors of the IAME Euro Series. As for now, we get ourselves ready for the 24th and last race of the day. I do hope that you guys got the popcorn out because the pole sitters' names are still need to be known. As we have Ersan Maki is still your current leader on points, but we have two drivers, two of the protagonists of the whole day, or in this senior class, on track with us in Danny Caronini and Clément Autran. They're going to be almost one after the other, with Caronini on pole and Clément Autran from fourth on the outside line coming to turn number 1. Let's see who comes out on top.
You can tell it's the last race of the day. The cameramen are getting artsy with their camera shots. Here we go then. The lights go out. We are racing for the final time today. And Danny Caronini is going to lose out on the lead here because Florent Panet goes through and more drivers off the track and into the barriers at high speed at turn number 1. As soon as those slick tyres touch that grass, if anything, they accelerate into the barrier. There is no stopping it. And there was about 4-5 carts off the track there. I'll relay who they are as and when I can. Rest of the field go through then, down in towards turn number 8. And the whole field then looking pretty strong as there are still some yellow flags out in towards turn number 1. Right, so can confirm 2 drivers who were stuck there. GP Racing, Simona Catola is 1, and the Milano Motorsport driver of Eloy Gonzalez also had drama at turn number 1. So they've had a tricky race there. Danny Caronini back in the lead. There is Eloy Gonzalez running away from his karts. He is confirmed out of this race, but I don't believe out of this weekend.
Yeah, not so much so to be confirmed. Looking at the overall and official classifications towards the end of that day. Danny Caronini, in the meantime, in the lead, 0.3 of a second from the Spanish. Then Ifrit Houghton, Clément Autran down into P5. So as for now, even though he's only on the edge of top 5, Clément Autran just jumped past Ersan Maki for second, and Danny Caronini is your current leader of the classification and pole sitter for the first superheat. Oh, contact briefly that we got into the breaking point of turn number 8. Hopefully the drivers are still okay, and they keep going actually onto the track, so nothing just too dramatic to worry about. But in the meantime, Panis, Ifrit, Houghton, some of the names that we haven't seen fighting at the forefront as of yet, but willing to shake things up a little bit as on the inside of Clément Autran. I think that might have been Houghton battling along.
Oh, and Clément Autran is not happy at all with the big racing driver of Samuel Ifrit, who is going absolutely wheel to wheel with him out the course of this lap. Now the two have separated now, and Ifrit's lost out to Kevin Lantinga as well, who I spoke to very briefly before he went out for his session. And he is hyped up for this one as well. He was looking very competitive over the course of the weekend. Here's a replay. Is this that moment that we saw in the background? Watch them coming in. Is that oh, that lots of sparks there.
One of the Dream Racing?
Yeah, is that one of the Dreams? Yeah, I think so. It was a little further down the order. That may have been Oscar Goodshow out on track. So, well, he's still in this race, which is good to see. So, points. We were talking about them. Danny Caronini in the lead of this race, understandably, has now taken the lead of the intermediate classification points, 235 points to his name, ahead of Clément Autran with 229. Maki now has gone down to third with 223. But Caronini and Autran are currently first and fourth. Long way to go in the race, but at the moment they are still where they want to be, down the inside. Florentin Panard is battling away with Luca Horton. Horton not happy at all about that overtake, and I suspect will probably fight it back in towards turn number 8. Bit of slipstream action here, looking to the inside, but so does Kevin Lantinga, and Horton gets blocked off, and Lantinga now goes through.
Yeah, beautiful move from the Dutchman, and put himself up into P3, just behind Panis, a little bit in the zone. 1.3 seconds behind Danny Caronini. At the moment, the Italian in the lead is doing exactly what he had planned to. Stay in the lead, not getting involved into any battle. Build a gap. That's exactly what he's busy doing, and that will secure, if it stays like that, I will secure him the overall lead, the points for the championship, and the pole position for the first superheat. We're not there yet, as Panis and Houghton are still very much explaining themselves for the second position. Aaron Garcia, Bouillet, Lantinga. Clément Autran all the way down to P9 in the meantime, as we were focusing on the battle for the lead and the top positions. Look at what happened to the Frenchman. It dropped all the way down to the edge of that top 10. And that has consequences as well, because Ersan Maki, as you can see in the classification, is back up in second place as pole sitter. That's the worst of situation and news for Clément Autran. He's there to fight for the win, not to grab the last scraps of the dinner available on the table, and now it's really what's happening now. So where is the pace of the Dream Racing driver that he's been showing all throughout the day?
Well, we just don't know, but clearly something is awry. There he is going through on your screen. He's got Sam Woolley in tow as well, and a lot happening there. But Cremona now is battling away with Merrill Peldis. He's down into 10th place now, so it's all going from bad to worse here as Big Sense down the inside here, and that is a big lunge from Kevin Lantinga here. Yannis Boulier there, Luke Horton the back through. So Kevin Lantinga, he was fighting up at the front. He's lost out on a couple of positions here. Now Luke Horton has got himself back through as well. So Horton battling pretty fiercely. No, so is Kevin Lantinga, sideways under braking through turn number 8, trying to make a statement here is Lantinga and pushing that crop promotion back up into P5 now.
Yeah, Lantinga is very, very impressive and consistent in terms of pace. He's really fighting his way through and not giving up or not giving any space or position to the opposition.
Well, you have to remember that Kevin Lantinga here, he's fighting to start on the front row in one of the superheats. Superheat 2 it would be at the moment. But so he really needs these positions here to make sure he stays in P4. He wants that front row start.
Yeah, by the look of it, Riccardo Ferrari is a little bit too far on points to be, again, a threat to Kevin Lantinga unless he retires on that race. Look at Houghton being pushed a little bit wide onto the curb and dropping places as a result. You see him drop all the way down to P12. Not the best of news, unfortunately, for Luca Houghton. As I may have seen in the corner of my eyes some, I don't know if it was debris or coming from trees on the outside of the turn number 8, just near the racing line, but that could have been something else. We'll get back to that. But in the meantime, in the lead, Danny Caronini and Panes as well, as we have in turn number 7. Why have you spotted, Anthony?
Well, no, you were talking about debris. Were you talking about debris here at turn 7 on the track through the chicane? Because there is a lot of grass that they've dragged onto the circuit from going off the track.
Yeah, might have been that, but I'm sure it's pretty much nothing. But could have been a little bit further onto the track, but nothing to worry about. That's for now. Or maybe I'm having visions.
Like,
you know, it's been a long day.
There, like you see it there.
It was just on that spot, just by the racing line, and you can see it actually on the entry of the pit lane. But I do not think that comes from kart or anything like that.
I don't think that's anything too much.
Nothing to worry about.
There we go. Still lap number 8 that we're on of 11. And Caronini's lead still 0.7 of a second. Now where is Florent Pana? He is in second place. Yeah, 0.6. He's not. His pace isn't as quick. He was 0.2 faster in sector 1. Then 0.2 slower in sector 2, and then 1/10 slower in sector 3. So the gap's actually gone up now to 0.8 of a second. But Panis has clearly got the pace in the first sector on Caronini, as unfortunately Luna Claret is going to pick up a warning flag in this race. Aaron Garcia now setting the fastest lap of the race, the driver who is in 3rd place of the MDC Racing Team. Well, that shot there really showcased it. He is closing in on Florent Pana. And the battle for second place is most definitely on. Lantinga there, and there you can see the likes of Samuel Ifrid. He's got past Yannis Boulier, and the Ubic Racing Team is now up into P5.
Yeah, good job indeed for Ifrid. As I was keeping a watch as well on Cremona down in P9. He just gained the place, but still missing 0.7 of a second to get himself within the top 8. That would mean him getting back as a pole sitter. Again, we're making those calculations with the points, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world for Cremona. Finishing the day in 3rd position would still mean a start at the forefront on the first superheat. So certainly the second best place you can expect behind the pole position. So despite losing a bit of place. And,
big sideways moment there for Garcia under braking there into turn 8. He was just trying to find a way through and not able to get that car turned in, but he's certainly looking like he wants to get past on Paneo. Let's see if he can do that with the time they've got left. Danny Caronini has really brought it back here now. The gap 0.4 of a second, and we have seen gaps like this close down very, very quickly. Has he trying to reserve something here? Look after the tyres a little bit maybe for tomorrow. Has he done that a little bit too much here? And can Panot and the likes of Garcia make something on this one? Well, Garcia's going to try it. He goes down the inside at turn number 5. Turn 3, sorry, I should say, and gets through and pushes his way up nicely into second place. However, I think that's opened up enough breathing space now for Caronini to take this one to the end. No drama for him, and the Italian, last year's champion in the senior category, looking to start this year off on a high, looking at pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow is the Italian. Out of the final corner, Zanchi Motorsport, Danny Carinini, he's going to take it, pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow for the Italian. Harrison Mackie is going to secure a pole position for Superheat 2. Clement Outron with that position down to 8th place is going to lose out on a pole position start, but don't fear if you are a Clement Outron fan. He starts on the front row alongside Danny Carinini in their first Superheat. That will be a race to watch.
Definitely so, as Danny Carinini is going to be our leader for that Superheat tomorrow. Here's the full classification: B versus C. Carinini, Aaron Garcia, Florent Panels, Kevin Lantinga, Samuel Ifrid, Yanni Bouillet in P6, Christian Biazati, Clément Outron, Samuel Kevin Baker in P10, followed by Engveuk, Otto Pikkonen, Mathis Merschouten, as well as further back Merel Peldes, Oscar Guccio in P15, followed by Adrias Musienes, Thomas Van Vliet, Luca Outen, Keno Wallens, Jonathan Lenström, Elias Lehmann, Luna Clary, as well as Julien Brugbacher, Pietro Gorecki, Heimes Merkelbach, Alejandro Suarez, and Rory O'Connor. 27 drivers made it to the checkered flag, as we lost, unfortunately for them, Simeon Ketola and Eloy Gonzalez, who went back into the pit at the start of that race. Here's a look back at how things unfolded. A good start from Danny Carinini on the inside, stretching the line, and a couple of drivers unfortunately coming through the grass on the entry of turn number 1. You can see the racing line in between two patches of wet tarmac, so not the easiest of spot, especially in the middle of field going at full speed, as for Eloy Gonzalez and Simeo Ketola. That was the end of it, even before getting into a proper fight. Talking about fights, there's been plenty, including that one with one of the drivers from Dream Racing, by the look of it. That could have been, it was very, very fast indeed, but that could have been further back. Oscar Guccio that would make it to P15 in the end. Another of the Dream Racing drivers, Clément Outron, that we had been expecting fighting at the forefront, found himself in a little bit of uncomfort, finishing P8, having to battle through the field with stronger position. They certainly decided to make his life even more difficult coming to the end of that day. We come to the point where everybody is fighting for his own interest, and it comes down to the last couple of points that are available up for grab in order to have a better starting position for coming for the Superheat, and also the points on the table for the championship. A little bit of a touch for the 325 of Florent Panels, fighting his way through with Aaron Garcia, battle for second place. But in the meantime, they might have needed 1 or 2 laps extra to try to get close to Danny Carinini, who kept controlling that last race of the day, 4/10 of a second on the line for the Zanchi Motorsport driver. And that means for the senior category and Danny Carinini, this is a victory number 3 for last year's winner in the IAME Euro Series in the senior category. So a good start to his weekend on home soil in front of the Italian peers. Not only for him, but for Riccardo Ferrari and Andrea Barbieri, the 3 standard bearers of the Zanchi Motorsport College in the senior class. But Carinini with 3 wins in the bag, securing the overall classification lead at the end of the qualifying heats and the pole position for the Superheat 1 if it stays like that. Harrison Mackie, certainly watching that race from the sideline, he was surprised. You heard him at the mic of Anthony John, and he was surprised to still be the point leader coming to that last race. Then in the end, he would finish today as 2nd overall and pole sitter for the Superheat number 2. As I do hear that Anthony Jonan is getting ready into the Parc Fermé. Let's get over to you, Anthony. In just a moment, we're going to have Anthony in the Parc Fermé, as I was saying, Clément Outron down in 3rd place for 2 little points shy from Harrison Mackie. Outron found himself in a place in the space in the early stages of that race to pick up that pole position. Certainly he will be disappointed. And now I think Anthony found his drive. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. For the last time today, yes, we are here with our pole sitter for Superheat 1 tomorrow, Danny Caronini. Was there ever a doubt in your mind that you wasn't going to be starting on pole position at the beginning of this weekend for the Superheats?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Today was a difficult day because the track condition was strange. On the wet, I was quite okay. This heat, I was not super good, but I know that I make a lot of mistakes on this condition. But we don't make a mistake. I stay always on the first, second, third place, and I have a lot of points. Tomorrow, we will see.
Tomorrow, the conditions are going to be similar to this. Is there a worry in your mind then that the Superheats and finals could be a bit tricky for you?
Yeah, sure, this track condition is the worst for me. I hope to race or fully wet or full dry. We will see if there is dry. I'm happy about this.
Yeah. You've got other Zanchi Motorsport team drivers who have done pretty well in the seniors as well, of course. Riccardo Ferrari's done well. You've got Andrea Bovelli as well, who's also done some good work. Is there any talk between you and your other drivers? Have you been teaching them, helping them out a little bit over the weekend?
Yeah, sure, we make a really good job with the team. The other two boys, I help a little bit because I'm a little bit older than they. But they listen a lot, and this is the result. We are making a really good job.
Yeah, we've seen you on the camera and the pre-grid talking to Riccardo Ferrari as well. I was kind of interpreting what you were saying. I was probably very wrong, but what were you talking about in that race?
The track condition before was strange. He was the first one with the slick tires. I tried to help him a little bit where pass and where don't pass. Sure, he know, but it's better always have tips.
Excellent. Well, it's been a good day for you. You're starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Congratulations. We'll see what you can do in those weather conditions. Well done.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Well, brilliant stuff. Well, that's it. We're all done today. Guillaume, what can we expect tomorrow? Tell us, what time do those Superheats start?
With pleasure, Anthony. Thank you very much to Danny Caronini. Wrapping things up for the interviews and the day of racing. 24 qualifying heats today. 3 yesterday. It's all completed. It has been once again a pleasure to be by your side, Anthony, for this day of racing. 1 more to go tomorrow. 10 races on schedule. The action on track will be starting at 8:30 with a warm-up session, as always, for all the drivers in mini, junior, and senior. For the live stream, we will be live at 10:15 local time for the first of the 6 superheat that we're going to have together. The first one at 10:20 local time. Keep that in mind and put it in your agenda. We're going to start with the minis, Superheat 1, Superheat 2, then the juniors and the seniors. 2 Superheat by class. 10:15 live on IAME Euro Series.com on Facebook, YouTube, and Motorsport TV. We got you covered as always. There will be a consolation race as well for the senior, and then the afternoon, the 3 finals, mini, junior, senior, and the podium ceremony. You don't want to miss that for the opener of this year's IAME Euro Series. From myself, Guillaume Alvarez, Anthony Jordan, and the entire RGMMC crew from Cremona, this is Buonasera, and see you tomorrow.